Everything serves, or at least everything can serve. Comte's Novellas and Stories, Janin, Jules Gabriel, produced by Tonya Allen, and PG distributed proofreaders. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Comte's novels and short stories by Jules Janin, 2nd edition. All for the best. The master teacher, Mademoiselle de Malboissière, Mademoiselle de Launay, d'Emir Versailles. The poet, on travel, Queen Marguerite, 1885. All for the best. One should pay no attention to. Neglecting, as soon as one exercises with a certain zeal the profession of letters. Who would say that in an old collection of sermons in Latin, undated, but which exudes its 16th-century aura by a league, an anonymous Dominican has collected sermons, disputi de tempore, 212 dramatic stories for all Sundays, and the main feasts of the year? I have called these sermons the sermons of the neophyte, because there is nothing magistral about these innocent stories, and any first-year student could write them and invent better ones. So when young preachers want to hold their audience's attention, they only need to dip into these tales, whose naivety is all their merit. That said, the Dominican enters the subject, and among these little stories, we choose the present tale of the devil and the bailiff. This bailiff was a scourge to a dozen unhappy villages in the Jura, grouped around a miserable fortress castle where devastation, fire, and war had left their formidable mark. One breathed sadness in these long, desolate, ruined places. If one had sought a home for annihilation, no clever man could have found anything more suitable than this heap of sufferings and misfortunes. The very nature, in its most charming beauties, had been subdued by tyranny. In this desolate place, the echo had forgotten the refrain of songs. The dark wood was haunted by silent guests. Along the shores of depopulated lakes, it was nothing but cawing. The livestock was hungry. The wandering bee had been driven away. Woe is me, from its smoky hive. There were no more paths in the fields, no more bridges over the streams, not even a ferry on the river. There was still a common mill, but not a loaf for the oven. A few old people remained to curse still further. Through the graveyard had passed the hyena and the wolf devouring. The church was empty, and the prison was full. However, it was said that once upon a time, the villagers baked their buckwheat pancakes in this oven, and on the eve of good festivals, a little meat at the bottom of a covered dish, but the dish broke. Fire and plague were the only distractions for these painful homes. The militia had taken the forts. Fever had carried off the children. Broken altar, devastated barns. The curate died of hunger. The bell, far away, did not toll any more for lack of a cord with which the mayor, out of economy, had hanged the unhappiest ones. This was the only charity that these poor people could expect. Thus, neither the Lord above nor the Lord below left any trace. In vain it is written, no land without a Lord, and no sky without a God. Yet it was true, God was no longer there. The Marquis de Mondragon, the absolute master of this seigneury, was absent. His wife did not come any more. His children did not come. Shame and dishonor had preceded this ruin. Ah, nothing but rags to cover the vassals of that man, and nothing but herbs to feed them. The leech had barely left on these poor people a little meat clinging to their bones. Unfortunate souls! They had endured for so long the soldiers, businessmen, king's men, princes of blood, crown officers, and gentlemen in service to His Majesty. Such rapacious birds of prey! In the end, when they saw them completely reduced to nothingness, kings, princes, and lords, captains and marquises seemed to have forgotten that this small piece of land even existed. It was a respite, and this cuttable, corvable race might have eventually found hope in some wheat if Mr. The Marquis had not left his bailiff in his devastated Margraviate. That bailiff, with a little more courage, could have been a man-at-arms for some provincial devastator. He became a lawyer because he dared not carry a torch or touch a sword. He had set himself a singular task, with the right to low and high justice within 10 leagues, and he ruled supreme, leaving nothing in the barns, not an egg nor a woolen fleck, a piece of bread or a bundle of straw. He returned from each expedition bringing something back, suspecting his peasants of hiding their money and livestock. 4 times a year this executioner would go into the country, and save who could. However, on a dark and rainy autumn day, when already the bison winter were advancing, Monsieur the bailiff of the Lords of Mundragon left the castle, warmly wrapped in the cloak of an unfortunate farmer he had sent to the galleys. 2 serfs followed him, carrying 2 empty sacks. He was mounted on a well-fed horse with oats and hay, such beautiful oats that the Christians here would have made their wedding bread from it. The appearance of this man was terrifying. He advanced, however, with a reserved step in solitude and silence. He understood that hatred was pursuing him, and vengeance lay ahead. But nothing stopped him on these supreme expeditions. When he had passed the cemetery and the church, at the turn of the path, he entered a land as sterile as everything else, and in a space of old trees that must absolutely be crossed before reaching the villages of the lordship. Gradually, not meeting anyone, he felt reassured when, from an old oak whose head lost itself in the sky, he saw a man emerge, or at least a ghost, who placed his powerful hand on the horse's croup. The horse experienced a jolt throughout its body. Then the rider, turning his head, dared to contemplate this silent companion. It was less a body than an image, a shadow. One could see 2 black eyes gleam in his implacable face, whose whites were even black. It shone, it threatened, it burned. Monsieur the bailiff had little trouble recognizing that he had just met his grandfather, the devil himself, and the latter, in a voice from the other world. "I know where you're going," he said, "and I'm going this way. Let's travel together." So they went, until at the fork in the forest it's incredible, but true, they encountered a peasant trailing behind him, a pig that had just come from mastining. He had saved this pig through a great miracle, and was taking it back to his home, trembling at the thought of being seen by any bailiff's assessors. Certainly he would not have asked for better than to bury the beast in a sack and return to the castle, to resume his campaign the next day. But the horse obeyed the dark hand. At the same time, the pig refused to go any further, and struggled with all its might. "May the devil take you!" cried the peasant. At these words, the bailiff, who had begun to tremble violently, felt entirely reassured, for it is the custom between demons of the other world and demons of this world. As soon as Satan has found his prey, he must necessarily accept it, and go far away to seek another adventure. Thus you would meet Satan himself, and give him to carry off the first creature that came to his eyes. "Take that," Satan would say. Then he would have to be content with a black hen, or a sheep, less still, a frog in the middle of the path. Such alliances do not displease him, because chance and Satan are 2 good friends. More than once he has met the old father, or the wife, or the son of this same companion, who already thought himself quit of his troubles. The black man replied with a silent laugh, and small blue flames emerging from his mouth. "Yes, it's the good will that makes the gift, you know well. It's not about giving with one's mouth, but about having the whole intention. Alas, it is the story of Iphigenia, or Jephthah's daughter." So the bailiff, with his little sneering eye, said to this black eye, "Since it's offered to you, ghostly friend, take your prey and go far away from here. Well, what are you waiting for? It's the pact. I'm free from your claws. Wait." As he said these words, the devil and the bailiff saw a dozen charcutiers come running from among the leaves, who, seeing the pig approaching them, let out cries of joy. "Oh, my God!" they exclaimed. "Friend John, where did you find so much provender?" And there they surrounded the animal and its guide. They could not contain their joy. They danced around and sang, "Friend pig, what a feast and what happiness! We will eat your blood, we will eat your flesh. We will make sausages, puddings, and grilled meats. Your head and feet will end our long fast." And all of them were so content, so joyful, that they did not even notice the bailiff. He continued on his way. "You see well," said his companion with a wicked laugh, "these hungry peasants did not give me the pig willingly." The bailiff lowered his head, wondering what the Prince of Darkness wanted. He knew that among all the logicians from Aristotle's school, the devil was the greatest of them all. Not an argument that he could not refute, nor a syllogism that he could not find fault with at that very moment. However, they arrived at the door of a hut, and on the threshold they found an old woman humbly spinning her distaff, tapping her weary foot to move a tiny cradle. The child cried and moaned. He called his mother. He was hungry. The mother was far away, gathering dead branches, and the child cried out. "Ah, damn child," said the old woman. "May the devil take you." Here, the evil bailiff still had some hope. The old woman was so poor. One more child in this shackle was one more mouth. This sad bailiff imagined that the toil had reduced these men and women to no more than wild beasts in the woods. It seemed as if his companion with the clawed feet shared his thoughts. He already reached out to seize the fragile wreck, and it was over. The devil was defeated. The child calls you. He is thirsty, he is hungry, and I can only cradle him. The young mother, at that very moment, setting down her burden, uncovered her breast and showed it to the child, who began to smile. But as soon as the shadow touched the cradle, the old woman, still with strong arms, took the little child to his mother's side. She arrived, carrying a load of wood. "My Lord Wolf, do not listen to the holding mother," her crying son. "Come then, come then!" "My daughter," cried the great-grandmother, "but I am quite willing to listen to these words in passing." An old tale said them before me, and they continued on their way. The more they walked, the darker the sky became, yet noon had not yet struck. "Ah, I pity you," said the demon to his companion. "You see that I would put good will into it, but you would not be able to bear that the old woman gave me her little child willingly. Come on, courage, and let's look for something else. We still have a ways to go before reaching your tasks." It seemed as if this masterpiece had been brought, fully assembled, during the night to be displayed before the rising sun on the slope of the hill. Great comfort and excellent order presided over this habitation. They walked between two hedges, the bailiff musing on his fate and seeking some ruse in his arsenal, the demon muttering an ancient chant derisively, the two sack-carriers completely indifferent to what was happening around them, as their meager status shielded them from the Prince of Darkness's anger. One heard the vigilant rooster singing. Dogs were barking. A beautiful cow with her udders full wandered freely through the thick grass. One could hear pigeons cooing on the roof with changing neck feathers. Along the length of the vegetable garden, vines lay like cradles. It seemed that solitude was amplified, and the path lengthened before them. There was nothing more sorrowful to behold than these four monotonous travelers. However, an unexpected clearing appeared, a new and cheerful house. It was built with fine stones and covered in tiles adorned with glass tiles, very rare at that time, which gleamed in the sun. He was at once happy to have encountered this new fatal news, and ashamed of not having yet exploited this fortune. The doors were closed, but the window was open, and from the top of his horse, Mr. the Bailiff could comfortably observe the crimes within that honest house. The demon contemplated without envy such great abundance, and turning to the astonished bailiff, "In my opinion, Master Butcher, this is a house forgotten in your procedures. Take care, I will go tell your master, and without doubt he will put a constable as careless as you at the door." Yet the bailiff knew not how to reply. He coveted it so much that for an instant he forgot his companion. In the end, and having made sure he had his horn at his side, and parchment marked with his lord's seal, a pot shattering, a vivid image of feudalism, he sought some open door to use against a vassal audacious enough to want better lodging than his good lord died. The first crime was a beautiful table made of walnut, covered with a white cloth, and on the cloth, oh outrage! A white loaf of bread, and white salt in a salt shaker, a piece of venison on a large plate of rich tin, more brilliant than silver, announced a meal such as they used to prepare before the Crusade under King St. Louis. 2 silver goblets were filled to the brim with a crimson liqueur, a finely carved vase by a master, and beautiful plates depicting the Queen and King of France added to all these bourgeois riches. The furnishing was not unworthy of the rest. Finally, 2 young people, the wife and husband in the full splendor of strength and youth, were seated, surrounded by 3 beautiful children dressed like princes, and clearly not hungry, as they laughed and chatted among themselves. While Mr. chatted among themselves, the bailiff devoured his eyes this meal that an ancient knight from the wandering chivalry would have found cooked to perfection, and as he was already making an inventory of these suspicious riches, a great and sharp dispute suddenly arose between the wife and husband. It seemed that she had bought, without telling him, a golden necklace from the neighboring town, and her husband reproached her for her expense. After the first scuffle, they quickly resorted to harsh words, always ending up with that one, so fraught with danger. "My wife to the devil, my husband to the devil, my husband!" At that moment we agree that even for the devil, temptation was great, and the prey was beautiful. A 20-year-old woman, a husband about the same age. To take it away immediately meant a happy and diabolical day. "Friend, who stops you?" said the bailiff to his comrade. "Where will you find 2 more beautiful souls, and more tears than in the eyes of these 3 children? Take your share, I have mine, and let's leave as good friends." So everything seemed lost. The bailiff triumphed. The beautiful house trembled to its foundations. The children were crying. The father and mother were damned, but deep down in their souls. "Did you do well, my dear? Have you done well?" exclaimed the young man at his wife's neck. "And am I a heretic for having scolded you so little? A golden thread, to reproach you for a golden thread when I should cover you with diamonds and pearls." "No, no," cried the young bride, with large tears in her eyes. "It is my fault, not yours. Where indeed did I have so little heart to spend on vanities the dowry of our children?" Then, leaving her husband's neck, she kissed with fervor both the little boys and the beautiful blue-eyed girl, the children not knowing whether to laugh or cry. One heard, "Stee," the sound of a drop of water on the burning iron. The bailiff, however, was not at all affected. He felt his fury grow, and for anything he would have wanted to turn back on his steps. And when at last they had all wiped away those sweet tears and found their smiles, they placed the small necklace on the head of the Madonna as an ex voto, and all 5 knelt down before the Divine Mother, reciting with joined hands, "We salute you, Mary, full of grace." Here the devil felt so touched that a tear escaped from his eyes and fell on his cheek. "It is necessity." So Mr. the bailiff marched. However, as he was cunning, and a master of trickery too, "It's my right," he said to his companion, "to go forward by the path I choose." "It's your right," replied the other, undeniably. Upon which, reassured, the bailiff took a little path through the mountain. Now this path extended the journey by a great league, and the devil he is caught quite easily had some suspicion that he was being played by the bailiff. "Are you setting me a trap?" said he. "Let's play, as they say, cards face up, and let each of us be content." "My lord," replied the bailli, "it's each his turn. You held me to the minute, and now it's my turn to hold you. Clumsy. It was well worth running across the countryside and setting all these traps for me to fall into my ambush. Where are we now, comrade? Can't you see that we're entering the path leading to the convent of Sainte Croix? The convent is gone. I razed it, and I seized all its lands. He is the voice that says, 'Walk and walk.' In vain do you want to stop in this beautiful spot of the enchanted landscape. Walk and walk. In vain does the city offer your eyes singular beauties. Walk and walk and walk. In vain does the libertine ask for a moment's rest to leave his bad habits and marry some innocent. Come on, walk and walk and walk. There are even moments when the traitor and the tyrant would quite willingly cease their criminal maneuvers. Forward. You have let repentance pass. Come, hobbling, the punishment that will take you. Thus the ambitious, when he renounces ambition, the miser his money, the soldier murder, and the debauchee his fleeting pleasures, it is necessary to obey until the abyss opens up. But I respected the Calvary, erected on these heights on the very day of the Passion, and within this Calvary are contained the relics of St. Peter the Martyr, St. Eutrope, St. Bartholomew, St. Catherine, Virgin and Martyr, and 10,000 murder, crucified ones. That's where I'm waiting for you, Lord Demon, and we'll see if you dare pursue me in the shadow of the cross. Who was displeased by this statement? It was Satan. He was annoyed at having neglected this formidable bulwark that the saints had raised with their pious hands on the mountain. He also knew the strength and authority of certain relics buried in this Calvary. He no longer wanted to be a dupe of this bailiff, the worst kind, and had met someone more cunning than him. This was his battle of Pavia. I'll take my revenge another time, he thought, grumbling, but as he didn't want to leave empty-handed. I'm going to seek my fortune elsewhere, he said to the bailiff, if you will at least give me those 2 vile men who follow you. You won't get them from me, replied the bailiff, cracking a sharp nail against his yellow tooth. These 2 men are essential to my high and low justice. This one is the executioner of our domains. From both he is impossible for me to do without. So depart as you came, with empty hands, and good night, Master Demon. Thus speaking, the mountain was already climbed halfway. The devil was about to leave when he thought of standing on his claws. Not one better than him can flog a rebel with bloody whips, or brandish a hot iron marked with 2 lilies to scorch a poacher, or chain a convict destined to row forever in His Majesty's galleys. This other is the warden of our prisons and the interpreter of our sentences. He excels at hanging an insolvent debtor, and more than once has he brought in handsome sums into our coffers. This evening I shall have the golden collar in my pocket, and if you pass by here again within a month, brambles and heath will fill all this space. But the little baby at the breast. Here, said he, with a laugh of ill omen, at least promise us to spare someone among these wretched ones. Not one, replied the bailiff. They have caused me too much trouble this morning. At least, said the unfortunate bailiff, spare the inhabitants of the new house. Oh, as for them, their fate is sealed. The holy cross that was to protect them has been toppled. Indeed, Satan replied, you seek in vain your strength and support. The unfortunate ones you've created have brought down the crucifix. By force of despair they stopped hoping and believing. Fool! Here are the ruins that malice and your cowardice were meant to foresee. It will pay for its mother's milk. And the piglet? My acolytes and I will devour it this evening. Finally, no forgiveness or mercy, neither mercy nor pardon. Here, terror chokes the voice of the bailiff in his throat. He looks, he can't see the crucifix anymore. In vain does his questioning gaze search and probe all around. Seeing the man crushed by shame and fear, Satan gently raised him, as a loving father might his only son, and all 4 descended the relatively gentle slope leading to the various villages of this abominable lordship. They brushed past the first houses, hearing nothing but moans and tears, but still no curses. These desperate ones avenged themselves on the relics of the martyrs, and now it's you who will be punished for the profanations of all these miserable souls. At this revelation, which he fully understood to be just, the bailiff fell from his horse, and the horse, relieved of its double burden for man, and the devil's hand bolted at a gallop, creating such a spectacle with so many suns, bombs, rockets, and fireworks that it would have sufficed to solemnize the celebration of the greatest king in the universe. These people were afraid and trembled from head to toe. The sick man held his breath, and the child broke his toy. The woman, terrorized, sought to hide in some crevice, and the dogs forgot to bark. But finally, after they had thus walked down a street, one heard coming out of these crumbling cottages whispers, cries, complaints, and curses, the unanimous curse continually going forth and growing ever greater. Give us back the bread, said the women. Give us back our honor, said the men. Give us back the beds and cradles. Look, in the second village, next to the first, anger had replaced complaint, and these unhappy ones cried, Back, thief who stole my son! Death to the scoundrel who made my father perish under the stick! Behold the ruthless monster! And the children threw stones and pebbles at this incendiary. Well, what do you think? And what do you say to this unanimous curse? For this time you are mine, entirely mine. Not one claims or forgives you. And, grabbing the bailiff by the shoulders, he suspended him from an oak tree that was no less than 60 feet tall. To that immense noise, where teeth were grinding, where eyes were blazing, where these hastened and parched chests cried out, To the devil! To the devil! To the devil! And the echo repeated, It had been agreed that I would only accept a gift given willingly and outright, without any of the recipients having anything to object. The entire region applauded this act of vengeance. Alas! With this man's disappearance from this realm, order and peace slowly began to return to these devastated places. The church was rebuilt, and once more the bell called the faithful to prayer. They obeyed the sacred call because they had ceased to be miserable. Women were the first to shed their rags for simple and tasteful clothing. Men returned to the plow, the harrow, and all the tools that sustain and delight humanity. The pig, saved by a miracle, had an abundant offspring. The little child grew up to become a great justice, a leader of a parliament whose voice was supreme. It came as no surprise when, one morning, the old castle was torn apart, its materials used to build an aqueduct, a bridge, and a road. Finally, you guessed it. The new lord was none other than the young man from the new house. They had started by renouncing their right to the gallows, their right to galleys, and the gibbet. They had turned the gallows into a marker to guide travelers through the forest. We still have an adventure to tell, and everything will be revealed. The day when the bailiff disappeared, the elders of the village who had maintained their calm had very clearly seen that Satan, with his hand full of lightning, had engraved something on the highest branch of the old oak. The old oak died of old age, and the loggers, while stripping it of its crown, found this memorable word written in fiery strokes: justice. The schoolmaster's axe in a corner of happy Arabia called Ludistan reigned and governed, in the time of fantasies, good King Lysis and Queen Lycida. It was a summer's day. The queen and the king, who did not amuse themselves every morning in their castle park, often enjoyed after their lunch, composed of a simple cup of milk coffee, escaping, as they said then, from the troubles of grandeur. They were two good people, without reproach or fear, who let themselves be led quite willingly, the king by his minister Atrabolin, the queen by her lady-in-waiting Mustel. Mustel, it is true, belonged to one of the first families of Ludistan. Until tomorrow, serious affairs. Such was the motto of this good prince. After him it served many others who did not fare too badly. So, as soon as their salons were empty, and seeing that the ambitious left them at rest until tomorrow, King Lysis and Queen Lycida, along the great alley of chestnut trees that crossed the park, and only stopped at the small gate, hurriedly opened the potern and closed it again, for they feared being stopped by some urgent business from the lady-in-waiting or the first minister. The most daring navigators sent by the Science Academy of this beautiful kingdom returned from their expedition terrified by the abyss, the precipices, and the deadly rocks that had halted them after 5 or 6 months of happy sailing. So there they are, the king and queen, very joyful, treading lightly across the vast prairie. At the end of the prairie lay a beautiful shore illuminated by radiant sunlight, then finally the sparkling Mediterranean, or at least whatever name one calls it, an immense ocean that no mortal had crossed its final boundaries. "Gentlemen academics," cried these daring travelers, "we encountered only the abyss and chaos, lightning and nothingness, compared to these giants of an unknown world." Nevertheless, our travelers were decorated by King Lysis, and the Academy welcomed these new Christophers Columbus. The queen and king had therefore long ceased sending futile fleets there, and, taking their side as wise men, they contented themselves with contemplating the vast expanse, from the summit of Black Rock, so named because this terrible rock walked, constantly covered in white foam. By studying geography, you will easily convince yourselves of the kindnesses, gaieties, and nonsenses of Mr. the geographers. Even the shepherds themselves, faced with these sudden bad weather, are not displeased to encounter these natural barriers against rain and north wind. "Let's wait for a break in the clouds," said the queen, shivering, "and we'll return to the castle." However, in the distance they thought they saw a light rowboat, swaying to the wind, moving from wave to wave, and approaching the shore in a playful manner. They take pleasure in these small jests that are given to the common sense. The queen and king had barely sat down in their usual place when the king said to the queen, "It's a fine day, madame." And barely had the queen replied to the king, "Yes, your majesty," when a thick cloud spread suddenly over the clear sky. The roaring tide came crashing against Black Rock. Only the battle of the raging elements could be heard in the distance. "If I had known," said the queen, "I would have taken my December tartan. If I had guessed such a storm," said the king, "I would surely have brought my umbrella." Luckily, the rock, at this point, formed a cavity, the most charming in the world for crowned heads. They resemble in this respect the rest of humanity. Kings of wit, nothing amuses them as much as their own good words. "Your Majesty," said the queen to the king, "do you see that floating cradle?" "Indeed," replied the king, "it's not a cradle, it's a boat, and if your Majesty deigns to cast its royal gaze upon it, she will soon recognize the pilot at the helm, and this stained sail where the wind is blowing with all its might." At this good word that he had found without seeking it, King Lysis deigned to smile. After a pause, "Your Majesty," said the queen, "with your permission, I insist and say that this boat is a cradle. I see embroidered blankets, a small pillow decorated with lace, a child's rattle holding a crystal chime. And I, my queen, with your permission, see the ship, the sail, and the pilot at the helm. Yet you must know that King Lysis and Queen Lycida had several dark spots in their very happy life, and their first sorrow was the lack of children. As they were about to argue, their majesties saw a ship approach at the foot of the rock, and this time they agreed. A boat that was also a cradle that was simultaneously a boat. At the same moment, the sun emerged from the cloud, and all calmed down in this vastness. It was a true enchantment. No children, nothing is more sad. It is true that many parents, as soon as their daughter is moody or their son is headstrong, for having given birth to a glutton, a slacker, a liar, or a donkey-eared, my God, they say, how happy are those who have no children. And there it is, down below, men and women are never content. The queen and king soon left their rock and made it to the shore, and think if they were happy when they discovered in this cradle a beautiful little boy of 3 or 4 years old who stretched out his arms to them. First, the queen took the little shipwrecked child, while the king, who was firm in his ideas, exclaimed, "I knew it was a ship, for here is the pilot." But the pilot was a rare and charming spaniel. His tail was orange, and from that beautiful plume he used as a sailor does with sail and rudder. His fur was white and black, and on his forehead he wore a star. Finally, what shall I say? There was nothing more beautiful than this spaniel from so far away, in such new attire. "The child is mine," said the queen. "The ship is mine," said the king. And there they were, returning, all joyful and with their hands full, from the castle where they had left empty-handed. I must also tell you that the spaniel, very tired, had fallen asleep on the pillow of the young child. The child was called by an Arabic name, meaning torn from the waves. As for the dog, they named him in French, which means good pilot. Finally, the queen and king were occupied day and night with each other to such an extent that it was said they forgot to eat and drink. "It's a bit heavy," said the king, "but I am too happy with my find to disturb this beautiful spaniel." 2. When the minister and the lady-in-waiting heard about the events of the morning, and saw themselves confronted with such formidable competition from a handsome dog and a lovely child, they let out great cries, but the king silenced them by threatening them with the little posters, where at that time met many great ministers and excellent ladies-in-waiting. This constant preoccupation could have harmed the glory and honor of King Lysis. As he gave his enemies far too much free time, one night in December, a great noise was heard in the castle. It was the enemies of King Lysis infiltrating the citadel. But let us give him his true name, the wise Azor. Gently waking his young master, placed a trumpet bought at the Ludiston fair into his hands, and the child, blowing ingenuously, tried the new air of Malbrook sans va-t-en-guerre on the trumpet. Well, that is precisely what saved the throne of Lysis and Lycida. The enemies who had seized the castle, seeing that not one came to meet them, were astonished and concerned. Although he was sitting at the time on the steps of the throne, we do not want to flatter the little Noemi. Let's give him his name back. He was a very frail musician. He played the famous air Malbrook sans va-t-en-guerre in a beautiful manner, Even the most subtle courtiers plugged their ears at the first cries of the harsh trumpet. "It must really be a trap," said the enemy general. "Stop!" But when he heard the invisible trumpet and the song Malbrook sans va-t-en-guerre, he cried, "Save yourselves!" That is how, thanks to the quick thinking of such a good dog and a white iron trumpet that one would not want at the St. Cloud Fair, the castle of Lysis Lycida was saved. The day after that terrible night, a joyful crowd gathered and cried, "Long live the queen, and long live the king." "Have I beaten them enough?" said Lysis. "Have we mistreated them enough?" said Lycida. The minister and the lady-in-waiting shared in this improvised glory. Not a word from the spaniel Azor, nor from little Noemi and her trumpet. Yet he was modest, a little more than one would expect from a victor. He knew every military term, on target and fire, the whole range. Finally, nothing surprised him. A mine, a countermine, a barricade. He excelled at planting a gray linen flag. It was the color of the Ludiston flag on the highest towers. He entered through the breach and defied even the best rifled cannons. At that time, people were ungrateful. When they saw so little reward, Azor and Noemi, if they had had weaker spirits, would have despaired of the future. But the handsome Azor— "I was wrong," he thought, "to neglect the education of my pupil. He may one day be some great prince. Want to teach him the art of war." At that very moment the spaniel grabbed his great sword and handed a chassepots rifle to the little trumpet player. 1, 2, 3, take arms! Present arms! Azor accomplished, and above all he taught all these beautiful movements much better than a sergeant of the National Guard. What's surprising? He had learned humility from the school of a young hare that fired a pistol, and who breathed in the gunpowder smell with as much joy as the sweet aroma of thyme or this brave Azor led the useful and the pleasant in front. At the same time that he taught his pupil exercises, he showed them how to please ladies. He lifted this one's handkerchief, presented his gloves to that one Hirabana. He leaped for the king, for the queen, and sometimes for the minister. He flattered the rich, and behold the miracle. He spared the poor. Finally, docile to these examples, Naomi pleased everyone. So it was that the queen and the king did not cease praising their adopted son. He has guessed everything, they said. Without a master, he learns all things. In the hunt, one does not know how he manages, but never does he return empty-handed. They were unaware, these good princes, that the spaniel made all this game rise on the heels of his dear Naomi. He made all the creatures of this world excellent masters for the child of his adoption. The swan taught Lysis how to swim, the raven predicted rain and fair weather. And now, Master Azor would say to himself, my disciple only lacks to be a manager of his own well-being, and he led him into the domain of ants. I also want him to be a skilled artist, and with good fortune he awoke him so that he heard the cheerful chirping of the early lark. I also want him to learn to respect old people, said the good spaniel. He will be complete if he ever proves as good as he is skilled and brave. Just then, on the path that returns from the forest, an humble old woman with all white hair and trembling hands passed by. She carried, on her stooped shoulder, a heavy burden of thorns that she had gathered, twig by twig, in the forest, and with unsteady steps she returned to her cabin. There was still a long way from this place to the deserted habitat of the old woman. She was exhausted. She acknowledged herself defeated. But she said, my child. She spoke in a severe tone. It is wrong of you to pay no attention, at least to a miserable woman who might be your grandmother. Have you indeed a heart so hard as to abandon me in the middle of the road, in such distress? And will you not help me carry my burden? Ah, unfortunately I won't go any further, she said, and how will my little Rachel be heeded? At that moment the young man passed by, followed by his faithful Azor. Noemi was displeased. He had had a bad hunting and returned empty-handed. That is why, perhaps, he continued on his way, without looking at the old woman and her burden. He was deaf, he was cold, he was hungry, and yet he was unmoved by the cold and hunger of this unfortunate one. Azor, rather mentor, wishing to impart this lesson of kindness to his pupil, pushed with all his might the bundle of thorns, and already his muzzle was covered in blood. Already? Replied the young man. At that very moment the door opened, and a charming child dressed like an Asian princess appeared. Bad heart, said the old woman. He has no shame in receiving this lesson in humanity from his dog. The lesson was not lost, and Noemi, returning to her steps, loaded the bundle onto her shoulders. Come on, you want it, he said to the old woman. She walked first, and he followed without noticing the thorns and brambles that sometimes scratched her forehead and sometimes threatened her eyes. Oh, excellent miracle of charity! The more he walked, the lighter the burden seemed on his young shoulders. From this heap of thistles and thorns emerged a sweet scent of mint and field violets. He got intoxicated by his good deed. A good deed is magic. It beautifies everything. There, said the old woman, stopping on a silent threshold. Admit it, the old woman said, arranging her firewood near the fireplace, that you are not angry at coming to help this child, the daughter I have lost. She is all my joy, and so that nothing lacks for her, I would gladly ask for alms. At the same time, with a still vigorous breath, she fanned the dying flame, and the wood crackled into 1,000 sparks. My young master, the old woman said, wait, and you will have chestnuts and a glass of warm milk. They made 4, counting this worthy Azor, the best meal they had ever had in their lives. And when they parted, they promised to meet again under the thatch in winter, at the edge of the golden ears, in June. The next day after this happy day, King Lysis, Queen Lycida, the young man, and the poodle walked along the shore where these azure waves murmured gently. The old woman at that moment came to pass by, holding her little daughter, half blushing, They each did their best to pay their majesties a salute. Then, the old woman having complimented the queen and king about their child, "He is not entirely our child," said the queen. "And it's quite a pity," replied the old woman. "He will one day be a king through our adoption," argued Lysis, "but how many things he needs to know before that time." "Your Majesty," continued the old woman, "he knows the arts of war and peace. He knows even better how to respect old age and help those in misfortune. He is wise with elders, merry with children. Isn't he, dear?" And the little girl, awed, answered by flattering the proud Azor with her beautiful princess-like hand. Illustration: The Bundle of Thorns. A few years later, Naomi, having grown into a tall and handsome young man, married the beautiful young maiden. And after several years, King Lysis, with Queen Lycida, having peacefully passed away, Naomi became king of their realm. And the days of his long reign were days of happiness for all. Miss Laurette de Malboissiere. There was, in the past century, in the year of our Lord 1762, a young girl of good looks, from a fine and good family, Miss Laurette de Malboissiere. Even as a child, her mind shone with an innocent and already scholarly grace. She learned Greek and Latin at an early age. By 15, Spanish and Italian were no longer secrets to her. She read Shakespeare in English and Klopstock in German. 3 times a week, the mathematics teacher and the dance master would arrive. Minuets and equations went hand in hand. She wrote in verse, she wrote in prose. To Tasso she borrowed her Armide, to Ariosto her Angelica and Roland. One of the first, she had the honor of studying the first volumes of Mr. Buffon's Natural History, a genius equal to nature, said the statue erected in the King's Garden by order of Louis XVI. There are magnificent waters and very pleasant walks. The apartments, though simple, are very noble. I have a small room whose windows face the park. It is separated from my mother's by an antechamber and a cabinet. I am quite amused here. We go for many walks. Sometimes I get up at 6 o'clock and go to wake up my father, who lives in the garden, in the main building of the baths, so that I can walk with him. This lasts until 8 o'clock. Or, if I have been tired the previous day, I dress, work until 1:30. We dine at 2 o'clock. I stay for a while in the drawing-room, then retire to my room until the time for the walk, which usually takes place from 6 until 9. We sup at 10 o'clock. Such is my life. Thus said our grandfathers, on the brink of the abyss. One only speaks of new ballets, comedies, and operas in these peaceful places. Thus went the day, and in the evening the young maiden would go in turn to the Italian comedy, the French theater. And the next day, after grand soirée, it was wonderful to hear this young mind recounting to her young cousin the new comedy, or counting to her young cousin the new comedy. Tragedy. I was yesterday at the Italian comedy, where I saw little Camille play the role of mother in The Lost and Found Harlequin. Even today, in the old castle, not far from Mantes-la-Jolie, you would find traces and memories of Laurette. It's raining. Our whole world is at home. Men play billiards. Ladies read in the first salon, and I stayed in the second, reading and writing to you. This castle is beautiful. The garden, especially, is delightful. De la Popolinière sang the role of Orpheus, not yet the night gluck, at the Passy Theatre, in the presence of the Duchess of Choiseul, the Duchess of Gramont, Count de la Marche, and the ambassador from Spain. A comedy by Palissot, author of The Philosophers, was hissed, but the disgraceful end of Palissot pleased everyone. However, between 2 performances of the Italian comedians, children of make-up and idleness, the English bombard Calais, June 17, 1762. Well, at that time, Calais bombarded by the English stirred up this humble thought in young Laurette. One does not believe it serves them much. Is the princess here? Yes, your Majesty. And who is she with? With Mrs. And there she was, on the same page, recounting the happy adventure that befell Mrs. de Beaufremont when she had the fancy to visit Bellevue Castle. The king arrived a little later, and recognized Mrs. de Beaufremont's livery. De Montalembert. Have they been shown all the apartments? Yes, your Majesty. Have they gone into the gardens? Have they eaten my cherries? So I'll hurry and make sure they can eat them next. After he had eaten, he told Mr. de Champcenetz, who was governor of Bellevue, Go quickly and fetch those ladies. And to free them, he went to Babioles, a small house nearby owned by Mr. de Champcenetz. Isn't that the act of a good prince? Had I been there when he arrived, I would have seen him, along with those ladies up close, without him noticing me. All this is very beautiful, undoubtedly, but what somewhat ruins this royal feast is the English bombing of Calais. 8 days later, another very significant event draws Russia to public attention. In 4 or 5 lines, the young Lorette recounted this immense catastrophe. Well, my dear little one, the Empress of Russia seems to take her stand without wavering for long. Her husband, they say, wanted to repudiate her, even have her beheaded, and establish Lutheranism in her states. But she warned him, had him imprisoned himself, and had herself declared Tsarina. In contrast, they will tell you throughout how a public ball has just established itself on the lawn of Alouette, in competition with the famous ball of Vincennes. Another important news. They played Tancred and Lalagues at the French Comedy yesterday, and the Duke of Bedford was in a box. The ball at the Muette is charming. One dances, wanders about, and goes there on Sundays. A little later, this place of festivities will be called Ranella. Today, Ranella is a series of small palaces between 2 gardens. We will no longer go to the wood. The laurel is cut. This is Mrs. de Pompadour's song. Indeed, the Duke of Bedford was just negotiating for peace. Scarcely do the most serious events take up as much space in this story, written under the emotion of the moment, as a chaffinch flying off, a lost dog, or the death of a favorite monkey. Of course, all serious matters were in the background. Everyone ignores, or seems to ignore, the threat and danger of the present hour. These vast famines, these nameless miseries, these failures of money and honor, Lorette knows nothing of them. She will much rather tell you the 7 eclogues of Virgil than a single one of the bloody episodes of the 7 Years' War. Innocence is the very unexpected word in this idyll set, in the late 18th century. You realize at every moment that Lorette lives quite far from court. She knows only the most decent stories. Not one of the wise men or one of the honest women around her would dare speak to her of Versailles scandals. Her favorite books consist of English stories, The History of Bees, and Idylls, by Gosner, translated by Diderot, who doesn't boast much about it. One fine day, though someone lent her Gil Blas, and this child, reading Tacitus open-faced, didn't understand much of Lesage's novel. She didn't realize that in his Gil Blas, Lesage had portrayed human life's caprice and flow, and that the reader, on every page, could exclaim, "I recognize my own adventures." It was then the last hours of Madame de Pompadour. It is the most beautiful taste in the world. There is no more charming passion. At the same time, and it is to her advantage, our innocent was also engaged in her parrot, her monkey, and Madame de Pompadour. My parrot died, all covered with abscesses. Here he is dead, at the same time as Madame de Pompadour. She loved books. At 5 o'clock my little drawing-master arrived, who stayed with me for an hour and a quarter. After his departure, I read 12 chapters of Epictetus in Greek, and the last part of Timon of Athens by Shakespeare. The rest of the evening was dedicated to the theater. She spoke about it marvelously. This morning I bought 30 volumes in Latin and Greek from the Jesuit library. A new cause for wonder to meet this young girl who was attentive to so many things. Today, she said, after reading Locke and Spinoza, doing my Spanish theme and my Latin version, I had my math lesson and my dance lesson. They performed Heraclides and the assumed charioteer, and with a whip crack, off they go back home for supper. And here is the menu for this simple and frugal meal. A good hearty country soup, without juice or sauce. Sorrel. A small, cheery stew, fresh butter, turnips, well-cooked cutlets, without sauce, appeared on the table. For dessert, we had cream cheese, baked apples, preserves, candies, and dried apricots, and to crown the meal, I served myself coffee. The next day, she purchases another beautiful Dante in Morocco leather from the Jesuit sale. On the same day, she visits Drouet, the son's workshop at the Louvre. We saw there the portrait of Madame de Pompadour, which is truly a very fine work. She is working on a small loom. Her posture is very noble. Her dress is Persian, adorned with the most beautiful lace. Her little dog tries to climb onto her loom. In the countryside, Lorette lives in a beautiful room, and a description of her apartment between 2 towers will be welcome, after the account of her dinner. I am in a large and rather nice room. My bed is crimson embroidered with white knots. On my tapestry are chariots, people riding them, pomponed horses, curious onlookers at the windows. I have, for furniture, a chest of drawers, a fireplace, a recliner, formerly of blue and white damask. 6. When it came to keeping up with the country gentry and sharing their amusements, beautiful Lorette was always the first to encourage them. There had been a wedding in our village that morning, to which we had attended, and in the evening the whole bridal party came to dance at the castle. I look out over the water in the park. But my dressing room is delightful. It has 2 narrow windows, one facing north, overlooking the widest part of the moat and a charming landscape. It is furnished in blue and white Indian style, with a fireplace and a small mirror. That is where my governess, Miss Joye, sleeps. The bride is not pretty. She has only nice teeth and is 22 years old. The groom is also very ugly, 35 years old and not from this village. I have almost always danced with him, and my cousin with his wife. A young man, a certain Lucinax, her cousin, with a tender heart and a frivolous mind, has left the charming Lorette. He loves someone else. He comes and goes. Little by little it had to be. Behind these laughter one hears the sob. They still come here today to celebrate tomorrow's festivities. And while this gentle child plays with such beautiful grace innocently, death is already advancing. She suffers. She is ill. She experiences a kind of restlessness akin to boredom. Her young friend and confidante, alas, she is getting married. She puts her affairs in order, and then she says, "I would like to see Mr. Tronchin." He was the popular doctor. The child is no longer than a serious girl, obedient to the sorrows around her. Hardly is she 19, that she would gladly say, as Valentine of Milan once did, "Nothing is left for me, nothing is any more mine," for indeed she is simply dying. There is nothing sadder and yet sweeter than the last days of dear Lorette. Perhaps one would admire Miss de Malboissiere a little less. One would love her more. Her portrait would undoubtedly lack some of its vividness, but gain in grace. Miss de Launay, or the poor girl. The city of Evreux, in Normandy, is one of the great and ancient cities of the province. At the time when our story unfolds, one of the abbeys in the town of Evreux, Saint-Sauveur Abbey, had as its abbess an illustrious lady, Mrs. de la Rochefoucauld, the niece of that rare and great spirit, Mr. It counts among its bishops, illustrious men in every respect of talent, birth, and virtue. Thanks to their example and teachings, the faith of the gospel remained in all its purity under the austere shadow of its monasteries, chapels, and this cathedral church that would proudly compare with the very cathedral of Rouen, the capital city. He went to Loretz, and that man wearied of everything, a witness to all silent despair, to all mute suffering, and to the most terrible agonies contained in these times of disorder and doubt, as he must have been astonished and charmed by this resigned and calm child, who faced death without paling. However, despite our just and sincere admiration for this amiable young lady, we ultimately feel that she could have left a happier and more useful example for today's young women, with less zeal for too many studies, with more modesty and reserve amidst the vain noises of this world. Swept away by great storms, Duke of La Rochefoucauld, author of Maxims, and another Duke of La Rochefoucauld, friend of the king, who for 40 years of his life had witnessed the comings and goings of his majesty, whether he went hunting or returned from it, and whenever his majesty encountered her sad gaze if he was sorrowful, or a joyful one if he deigned to smile. And now everything is silent in this Versailles of repentance, remorse, and tombs. One winter evening, when day suddenly falls, at the threshold of the sacred abbey where Mrs. de la Rochefoucauld was an austere example of the greatest virtues, a poor woman, on foot, and having traveled far, sat down on a stone bench and rested from fatigue. A great journey. At this moment, the grand century is at an end. The king and his worthy friend, burdened by the same old age and the weight of the same ennui, silently witness the last days of the great reign. They have witnessed all its wonders, and now suffer all its wonders, its pains, a vast ruin, a fading glory, an endless mourning for these young princes and beautiful princesses, sweet children whose fresh voices scarcely roused these slumbering echoes. She was still young, and one could see that she had once been very beautiful, but suffering, abandonment, poverty, whose yoke is so heavy had left an indelible mark on this fair face. Clearly this humble woman was at the end of her strength, and could go no further. She held in her bare hands, and pressed upon her resigned heart, a pale and fragile child, a little starving girl, with large eyes that shone with the sad glow of fever, pleading through the closed door for invisible protection. The room was warm and well heated. In the corner by the crackling fire stood the chair of Mrs. the Abbess. After an instant's hesitation, and without the mother, present here, daring to call this charitable house, the door opened as by miracle, and two sisters of Saint Saviour came to the abandoned woman, and, encouraging her with voice and gesture, she took the child in her arms, while one of them led the mother to the refectory, where all the sisters gathered for the evening meal. The poor traveler was seated there. Surrounded by this touching misery, the good sisters rendered her all manner of service. They washed her bloodied feet on the cobblestones of the path. They offered to this forsaken one the cup from which Madame de la Rochefoucauld herself drank. And as the soft color returned to that cheek where so many tears had fallen, the little girl, finally free from her rags, rejoiced in clean, warm linens. From her voice, suited both for prayer and command, she encouraged the mother to tell her how she had come to this sad and complete destitute through a series of miseries. Take and eat. Then mother and child were led to the infirmary, and peacefully fell asleep in a bed they had been deprived of for 8 days. The next day, upon waking, their first glance met the tender and serious eyes of that illustrious Lady de la Rochefoucauld. The mother then replied that she had once married a gentleman, a poor Irishman from Catholic Ireland, who took her with him to a cabin where, for 4 years, they had great difficulty living. The young girl had grown up in the meantime, and the care and friendship of so many good adoptive mothers had strengthened her feeble health. She had become quite pretty and endearing. She was a real toy for the young novices, whom she replaced their dolls. To this story, all filled with courage and resignation, the ladies of Saint-Sauveur replied that they would employ the mother in the laundry and adopt the little girl. But the mother died after a desperate struggle of 15 months against the evil that had taken hold of her. She died blessing her benefactors and recommending her child to them. She was admired and pampered all day long. Her least whims were obeyed, and her lightest word was taken seriously. Ah, she is charming. And everyone showed an increased tenderness towards her. Only Mrs. the Abbess reserved herself with this child. It had been 2 years already since the little girl was born, and God knows they had great hopes of raising her. But famine had swept through the land, and plague had taken her husband. Tacksmen had come who had sold the hut and the field of wheat. Then public charity, or rather Irish prudence, skilled in dispelling poor people without support, had put them on a fisherman's boat which cast them on the shore, and thus she came stretching out her hand to this place of asylum, where she hoped to find some work in the abbey's service, and every day a glass of warm milk for her child. She said that all this flattery would soon spoil her natural goodness, that it would have been better to protect this orphan from the obstacles and snares of the outside world, that she would soon have to manage her own life and earn her daily bread. But these were vain words. The convent had no other joy and reveled in it. And as the child grew older, her tenderness grew greater. These ladies vied with each other to teach her to read and write, and the beautiful stories she read at Royaumont, filled with the most beautiful images. Some of these ladies, more learned, taught this young mindless one geography, and that the first notions of mathematics. So consider if she was all joyful, and if these beautiful songs easily engraved themselves in this young brain. The 2 true mothers of the young Elisa, that was her name, were called Mesdames de Jeanne, retired widows from the world, who only accepted from the cloister silence and solitude, waiting for the hour when their mourning would turn into a grand adornment, took care to sing to your young recluse a sequence of elegies and gallant little songs, accompanied by a theorb or harpsichord. They had taken special charge of this child who had become a grown-up girl, and as they would die of grief at the mere idea of parting from her, they had themselves appointed to the priory of Saint Louis, located in a suburb of the city of Rouen, on the heights. Mrs. de Jeanne, the elder, being abbess, had her sister as co-abbess, and both, Having taken leave of Mrs. de la Rochefoucauld, they took with them young Elisa, who became something of a sovereign in this priory, which was poor and threatened ruin from all sides. As books were expensive and rare, these ladies opened a school, and young Elisa taught theirs, where several rather large girls came, who formed friendships with their teacher. But these ladies had obtained from their family a pension that allowed them to keep their adoptive daughter with them. They loved her. Indeed, like a mother loves her child, she, for her part, surrounded them with 1,000 tenderesses. She was their reader and secretary. She became their counselor. We will live together. Just then, Miss de Silly was struck by a terrible illness. A young girl often lost her life there, and almost always her beauty. One among others, Miss de Silly, pleasant and well-proportioned, good-natured, good-hearted, a true and sincere Norman, dazzled and charmed in her turn by young Elisa, followed the example of her elder sister. They fell deeply in love with each other, and made a solemn promise never to part. No, never separation. This malady, which spread terror, had almost no cure, and when after 40 days she finally felt this contagion that had robbed her youth of all her companions disappear, she found little Elisa standing at her bedside like a guardian angel. You see, now, she said, that I was right to love you. You saved my life. And as Elisa wanted to bring her a mirror, No, not yet, wait, I must be hideous. And some tears moistened her beautiful eyes, still clouded by the mist. She was not disfigured. She returned to beauty as she had returned to life, and her gratitude redoubled for this friend who had saved her. Mrs. de Silly, the mother, rushed as soon as her daughter was out of danger, and could hardly refuse to invite young Elisa to accompany her daughter to the Chateau de Silly. It was an old house built in the shape of an S, as was then the custom to give Norman castles the form of the first letter of the name of the land. Thus, La Meilleraie represented an M in the arrangement of its buildings. The Chateau de Silly is that it was situated right in the heart of the Vallée d'Auge, where everything bloomed, even the thorns. In spring, summer, and during the last days of autumn, one hears only murmuring streams, singing birds, and light rustling under the invisible breeze. A little girl, away from her convent, radiant with youth and hope, is naturally happy in this vast garden, and readily forgets, oh ungrateful one, the convent and its adoptive mothers. Much younger and still very active, Mrs. de Silly worried moderately about her husband's sadness and the recent dangers of her daughter, who had been afflicted by the smallpox. Such was the intoxication of young Elisa when, in the arms of her friend, she entered this house, sad within, true enough but charming without. Mr. de Silly, the father, was a morose old man. He was hardly heard or seen, realizing that his death was near, and like an old soldier resigned, he prepared to die as a Christian. She was, like all mothers of those ancient times, passionate for glory and for the name of their house. All their tenderness and all their ambition constantly and endlessly focused on their son, authority of their ancestors. As for the daughters, they were valued even less than the cadets. They were sent to a convent for a small dowry, and there they vanished forever. This was the habit and law of the feudal world. Everything went to the eldest son. He was everything. The youngest was nothing. He was called Sir Knight, and spent a shadowy life in a corner of his father's castle, happy to walk in his father's castle, gardens with the nephew who would disinherit him entirely. Thus, Miss de Silly, in her father's house, was a stranger as much as young Elisa. But habit and resignation add to that youth, have great privileges. They content themselves with so little expense. The nearest horizon they will not go beyond. The day after tomorrow, that is the dream of young girls. Today and tomorrow, nothing more, provided that today and tomorrow the garden is in bloom. So these two youths, left to themselves, read the dear poets of youth, starting with La Fontaine. They got drunk on Racine's tragedies. They knew by heart Athalia and Esther. Sometimes the old Corneille, and sometimes Molière were invoked by these two innocent girls. Most often they told each other beautiful stories that they had invented. But their liveliest curiosity and inexhaustible chatter was the return of Count de Silly, the only son and sole heir, to his father's castle, better said, to his own castle. The Count of Silly filled every corner of his homes with memories. His dogs howled in the kennel. His woods were full of game. His peasants watched each morning to see which way their lord and master would come. His pew remained empty in church. He was everywhere. Even the smallest child in the village could tell a passerby about the glory and name of the young lord. At 16, he was a captain. 4 years later, a colonel. He had participated in all the unhappy wars of the last years of Louis XIV, always defeated, but always rising again. At the Battle of Hochstedt, where he fought like a hero, the Count of Scilly was taken prisoner by the English, who took him to their island. There, his wounds, and above all, longing for his absent homeland soon reduced the young man to despair for life. A lady, a friend he had at court, finally became concerned about his fate, and thanks to her intervention, the young man was to return, bound by his word. He was awaited day after day, just as impatiently as the Marquise of Scilly, his mother. Finally, he returned amid universal joy, and young Elisa, forewarned, recognized at first glance the perfect horseman of whom she had heard so much. He was a young man with black, fiery eyes, a good figure and tall stature, with a military bearing, a slightly solemn gait, and a thoughtful brow. He had aged greatly in a short time. Nothing ages a soldier like an unsuccessful war. This one, we have said, came at the wrong time, after Mr. de Turenne, after the great victories, the conquered cities, the battles won, the Te Deum, and the flags that the victorious one will hang in the sacred vaults of the Royal Hotel of the Royal Hotel of the Royal Hotel. Invalids. Monsieur the Marshal, one is no longer happy at our age, Louis XIV said to one of his defeated generals. Louis XIV and Marshal de Villeroy spoke about it at length. They had the ancient glory as consolation for the present defeat. But the young people, the newborns, called to glory last. Where was their consolation in arriving only at defeat? In these sad thoughts, Count de Scilly had been living for a long time. He had paid with his own person, been in the first rank of fighters, pushed the soldier against the enemies, called out with all his voice for victory to aid him. Yet there was always a moment when he had to yield, retreat, repass the ditch, set fire to the besieged city, and go out at night to the flashing of these funeral lights. What do we say? And at this fateful moment when the bravest yields his sword, and these long paths that must be traversed, led by the enemy's cohort, and these women, these children, these old men among the victors, who point to you with a scornful finger, behold, the vanquished, the prisoners. These were unbearable agonies, and de Scilly, carrying a sword no longer his own, returned home sadly, bowed, imposing silence on the cries of joy. He kissed his mother's hand without a word, and in his father's arms he wept. The father, too, wept for lost glory. Out of pity for his son, he unfastened from his chest the cross of St. Louis. He tenderly embraced the first, politeness saluted the second, and not seeing that she blushed, nor that she remained speechless, commentaries or Polybius's works. This return, which they had imagined to be splendid and triumphant, struck with wonder the two young girls, and, even stranger, they were more or less the same age, the same height, and Miss de Scilly's features had slightly rounded. The young colonel took Elisa for his sister, and his sister for the stranger. He also studied great captains. At each one battle he sighed deeply. Thus he led an austere and serious life among his books, seeking solitude, his face shrouded in deep sadness. Surprised and soon annoyed by his indifference, the two young girls each whispered to themselves. Soon, one confided to the other that if her brother had not recognized her, she had great difficulty in recognizing her brother in this handsome brother, in this dark-haired man. When he left, she said with a deep sigh, the parental home, he was everything one could wish for, alert and cheerful. He spoke only of battles and victories. He wrote sonnets and songs. He loved hunting, and on Sundays he danced under the oak tree with the village girls. If the local violist was ever missing from the party, well, my brother would fetch his violin and make us dance. At that time he wore beautiful embroidered clothes, curled hair. He had no mustache. Instead, a plume on his hat recalled the white plume of the Battle of Ivry. One only heard his voice in the house, his calls in the woods. They have changed my brother. He resembles some pure English Puritan from Cromwell's time. One would come to tell me he has become a Huguenot. I would not be surprised. Such were the words of Miss de Silly to her young companion, and the latter, nodding in agreement, gave little thought to defending this handsome cavalier, whose behavior seemed to her truly more like that of a rustic and ill-mannered fellow than a sword-bearer and a gentleman. In the end, after they had thoroughly discussed all their topics, they returned to their lodgings, walking side by side, and one could see from their demeanor that the interrupted conversation had resumed with renewed vigor. "Ha ha!" thought de Silly. "When you are defeated in one place, you are defeated everywhere. Today brings me another defeat." However, at dinner-time, he entered with a happier expression than usual, greeted his father and mother, and paid a gracious bow to the young ladies. Yet these two young people, who believed themselves well alone, confided their secrets to each other, sitting on the steps of a rustic bridge at the park's end, listening to the murmur of the clear water, and neither of them was aware that the young man was unconsciously listening in on their conversation beneath the bridge arch, where he had stopped to watch the water flow, a sign of a true inclination towards daydreaming. The meal was cheerful. The elderly lord was in good spirits, and being a great lover of proverbs, he let fly several in quick succession to the great amusement of the guests. "Proverbs are the echo of the wisdom of nations, my lord," replied Count de Silly, "that national wisdom often goes astray. I am disappointed for it. Even today, she does beautiful things with me, the wisdom of nations. It is written, 'To a good listener, greetings.'" At every word he spoke, think of the great confusion among the young girls, and the bright red that rose to their cheeks. They would have jumped into the water with their heads first, had they still been on the bridge. "I heard strange things about my account, and yet they came from charming mouths. Yes, indeed, I am a boor, a peasant, a blind man, a badly brought-up one, what? A Huguenot, and besides, so poorly dressed, so unpolished, and sad to match." "Well, here," continued the Marquis, "you do not have the happy chance, my dear son. At your age, and turned as you are, the least echo should be indulgent and easy. He said such beautiful things at a time when my master the king and I were only 20 years old. If his majesty had been well hidden in Latone's wood, she might perhaps have heard crueler truths. But what? Truth is so beautiful, it has so many charms, if one must believe the wisdom of nations." Such were the confidences of Miss de la Vallière at the moment when his majesty passed by not far from the walk of the ladies-in-waiting. What he heard? "Be assured, sir," said Colonel de Silly, "that they had seen at least the silhouette of the king, or that an indiscreet branch had snapped under his footsteps." Of course, Miss de Silly was the first to recover from her disquiet, and soon took the offensive. "There is only truth that offends," she said with a fine laugh, "and he who feels prurient scratches himself at the wisdom of nations." She was delicate and spicy, Miss de Silly, and in any case, from that moment on, the ice was broken between the young man and the two young girls, and once good harmony was established, they strolled and conversed like old friends, young Elisa taking her share of these sweet and honest gaieties. Illustration, on the steps of the bridge. Thus would every beautiful season have passed during these innocent leisure times. But one day, as the horses were just being saddled for a long walk, a dusty stagecoach entered the castle courtyard. It was the Abbot de Vertot himself, a spirit-filled, eloquent, intelligent historian, possessing all the qualities of a historian, minus that supreme quality we spoke of just now, truth. The household staff, already gathered on the porch, saw a man of middle age descending, looking much like some court abbot who had once been an infantry captain before entering the orders. He was tall and had a beautiful head. He wore a cravat, and his boots were spiked. His easy gait announced a cabinet member. He cared little about being true, so long as he was interesting, rare, and curious. If the materials for his history were at hand, he made very ready use of them. But if old charters had to be consulted or valuable documents sought in the dust of the libraries, our historian would more often than not pass them by. One day, when a genuine account of the siege of Malta had been promised him, "Ah," he said, "you come too late, me siege is done. Caldwall, Burnground, or Confound you." The wisdom of nations has carefully gathered this fine saying of Abbot de Vertot, and made it a proverb. On the very day in question, he arrived from Paris, bringing with him great news. "Friend," he said to the young man, "today they sing the Te Deum for peace. This time you are free, and I bring to you, with the cross of St. Louis, the order to rejoin your regiment, and if you please, let us leave this evening." At the unexpected news, one would have seen a flash in the young man's eyes. He stood 6 feet tall, the size of Homer's heroes, and returning to his father the military cross that he had so well earned. "Grant me," he said, "the honor of receiving it from your hands." The old lord, with a trembling hand from emotion, placed the cross of St. Louis on his son's chest, and himself he took back this red cord that he had laid aside to not add to his child's humiliation. So he left, barely glancing back at his 2 young companions, who watched him as one watches in a dream. "He goes away as he came," said Eliza to Miss Decilly. "Good evening to your company," added Miss Decilly. "I won't be long in consoling myself." She thought that indeed her marriage was halted with a young lord from the neighborhood, and that her husband would accompany her in the woods, under the old trees, along the charming alleys to which Eliza said goodbye quietly, never to see them again. But it was in vain that the father and mother prayed the young man to stay just a little longer at the castle to celebrate his glory. In vain that the young girls begged him, with their silent looks, not to leave so soon. He was seething with their so soon. He was seething with their impatience. He did not know how to contain his joy. He kissed his father's and mother's hands as he said to them, "Let me go." He already saw himself at the head of his regiment. Or perhaps he would go to greet the king in Versailles after Mass, and the king invited him to Marly, illuminated his majesty up to the threshold of his chamber. Finally, all the dreams that a young man can have, for an instant vanquished, prisoner, disarmed, who all at once is recalled under the flags by the mighty voice of war. And as it is written that misfortune never comes alone, a few days after the departure of the young colonel, Miss Elisa de Launay received a letter from the convent where she was queen, and which she planned to join soon. She opened the letter trembling, as the writing was unfamiliar to her, and, alas! The maternal words she was accustomed to, the affectionate call from her dear abbess and her worthy sister, were replaced by severe words and a formal command not to return to the abbey. Alas! The dear abbess was dead. She left the house in debt, to such an extent that her own sister was forced to leave. The other religious, whose dowry had been largely lost, had been gathered into neighboring monasteries by the care of the Archbishop of Rouen, the brother of Mr. de Colbert. Thus, henceforth, for the sad Eliza, no more asylum. Just yesterday she went out with the noblest girls of the kingdom, but today here she is alone, abandoned, and without any other hope than servitude. Count de Bussy-Rabutin had carried off in the midst of the Bois de Boulogne, with the help and support of Engiar le Prince de Conti. Just yesterday she had so many friends, and so many protections. Today this is all that remains to her. A little money to get to Paris, and a letter from Amélie de Gien, the survivor of the 2 sisters, to Amel la Bestes Miramione, the worthy daughter of that amiable and charming Amand de Miramion, whom late Mr. But the brave woman, deep within this carriage filled with darkness and threats, had surrendered in a Christian spirit, and when she entered her captor's castle, upon seeing a crucifix on the wall, she made a vow to the holy image, and took Bussy himself as witness that she would have no other husband but our Lord Jesus Christ. Bussy bowed his head and returned Mrs. de Miramion to her home, imploring her forgiveness, which she granted out of charity. And it was fortunate for Count Bussy that the king had not had him thrown into the Bastille for the rest of his days. Illustration: Miss de Launay, Mrs. de Miramion died in the austere practice of the strongest and most generous virtues, after having founded an admirable asylum where young fortuneless girls and poor disinherited widows would find aid and protection. This place of asylum took its name from its founder, and the ladies were called Miramiones. It was at this place that the orphan was called by the wish of her adoptive mother as much as by her poverty. The blow was severe, and the poor abandoned one had a momentary giddy spell upon reading this funeral letter. Fortunately, her soul was strong, and all these maternal indulgences had not weakened her resolve. So, soon calmed, she considered her situation calmly and viewed it, if not with courage, at least without despair. What she understood right away, even in Miss Decilly's gaze, is that in this great shipwreck she could only rely on her prudence and resignation. The route was long and difficult, back then, from the province of Normandy to the big city, and the first care of the young girl, after seeking but in vain a companion, was to get dressed in a way that allowed her to remain unknown. She left dressed as a peasant woman, and Miss de Silly said goodbye to her without much emotion. The carriage of the car, as it was called in those days, was an old coach, pulled by old horses that traveled for half a day, and every evening the travelers would spend the night at an inn. They paid little attention to the young Norman girl, and even on the second day of their long journey, she was, as it were, adopted by an old lady who served as her chaperone. At that time, the whole of France was preoccupied with the disease that King Louis XIV was destined to succumb to. In the humblest inns, the coachmen themselves would inquire about the health of the monarch. The travelers would ask at every stage for news about His Majesty, not because the king was still popular, but the people's love for him had long since faded. However, due to the immense royal majesty, it occupied such a place in the world that a prince of such great stature could not simply disappear after a reign as long as his, without the entire kingdom worrying about such a change in its destiny. One evening, as night fell, there were men of rather poor appearance, more resembling brigands than philosophers, in a tavern, who, after discussing the king, began to argue about the plurality of worlds, to the great surprise and satisfaction of the theatre travelers. After 8 days of this journey across mountains and valleys, the carriage arrived at the Place d'Étain, which, as is known, was the ultimate goal and meeting point for all new arrivals in Paris. Upon her arrival, the old woman who seemed to have adopted the young orphan gave her barely a nod and disappeared into the twists and turns of these bustling crossroads. This prescient lady was greatly afraid of taking charge of an unfortunate, who had naively told her she didn't know what would become of her. Already night had fallen, the weather was rainy, and the house of the Merimiones was at the other end of Paris. Miss Delaunay, carrying under her arm the few clothes she had saved, set out walking briskly towards the heights of the Saint-Jacques district. Arriving at the hospital door of this house where her last hope hid, "Ah, my poor sister!" exclaimed the gatekeeper nun. "Don't go any further. You are coming to a place inhabited by famine and plague." Indeed, bread was lacking in this once opulent enclosure, and the smallpox was causing the greatest havoc there. Anyone else would have recoiled before this double danger of bread shortages and contagion. "Thanks be to God, my good sister," replied the young traveler. "I am coming here to find and give good examples. I am a Christian, and I have courage. Open to me, I am one of yours." The good sister, already weakened, opened the door to this adventurous charity worker, and died in her arms 3 days later. That is what they call entering the world under favorable auspices. Above or beside, a Spartan mother told her son as she handed him his shield. It seemed that Miss Delaunay obeyed that severe voice. Dead or alive, she was to leave this abbey surrounded by honors and respects. Yet, beneath the vaults of this Versailles palace built with her own hands for eternity, the king was dying, proudly and regally, as he had done with everything. He knew his illness was incurable, yet in his demeanor and gaze, the most skilled man could see only calmness and majesty. In his antechamber, mixed among the crowd of courtiers from the Eye of Bull, waited the ambassador from Persia, and the king, seated on his throne, received him as he had in the best days of his vigorous health. There was a grand apartment in the evening, and a splendid feast, and the presentation of 2 new duchesses. The 24 violins played sarabandes, to the great astonishment of the first physician Fagon, and the first surgeon Maréchal. The king's bedtime was not advanced by even an hour. The next day, after the ambassadorial reception, the king held a state council and supped in his chamber, after playing with the ladies. Thus, on each of his last days, His Majesty was at work, presiding over the State Council or the Finance Council, receiving one after another each of his ministers, and holding great conferences with Mrs. de Maintenon, the Duke of Noailles, Mr. the Chancellor, the Duke of Maine, and sometimes Mr. the Duke of Orleans. Such was this dying Jupiter, calm and resigned, and as he saw one of his valets crying, "Had you thought," he said to him, "that I was immortal?" And he died. Few people wept for him among all those men who had knelt before his power their entire lives. Then a voice was heard throughout Europe. "The king is dead." The whole world called him the king, never saying, "the king of France." Yet at his death, there was a great sigh of relief across his kingdom. They were weary of this greatness. France sighed for the unknown, and did not regret this austere and silent old age, marred by all sorts of contemplations, worries, and repents. As the old Christian king was carried in grand procession to the crypts of Saint-Denis, Massillon, the eloquent priest of the oratory wrote this funeral oration for King Louis the Great, whose first line is sublime and worthy of Bossuet. God alone, and worthy of Bossuet, is great, my brothers. Little by little, the convent of the Miramiones returned to the gentle light of day. A little hope and abundance had returned to these pious homes, and as soon as it was permitted these unfortunate ones to render thanks to heaven for their deliverance, prostrated at the feet of the altars, the name of Miss Delaunay found its way onto their grateful lips. But when she had made her formal will, then all these ladies consulted as to whom they should address this adopted daughter. At last, one of them, among others, proposed to send the orphan to a lady who had once belonged to the beautiful Duchess of Longueville, one of the queens of Paris. She was called Madame de la Croisette. She was very old, and lived far from the world, after having been the grace and ornament of the best companies. As long as the fever raged, the new recluse had not left the sick-bed. She was hope and consolation. She closed the eyes that had gone out. She raised the downcast spirits with her gentle words. The young girls said, "My sister." The reverend mothers said, "My daughter." And when she finally spoke of leaving this asylum from which she had been the providence, alas! It seemed that ruin and misery would return to these desolate walls. What lovely stories this old lady had seen! What secrets she had kept in her memory! With what zeal and ardor she spoke of her former mistress, a worthy daughter of Condé, friend and accomplice of Cardinal de Retz, heroine of the Fronde, with so much spirit that her father, the great Condé, had no more, and that Mr. de la Croisette. And when the lady had spoken comfortably about the pastime, when she had celebrated the victorious and conquerors of yesteryear, Mr. de Turenne and Mrs. Duke of La Rochefoucauld bowed when it was necessary to answer Madame Duchess of Longueville. Of these good people, full of memories, one can quite readily extract all the services they can provide. It is simply a matter of paying attention to their speeches and listening patiently to their most beautiful stories. De Lafayette. She finally understood that one was asking her to come to the aid of an honest and brave person, courageous and kind-hearted, who was seeking a good house where she wanted to enter as a lady's companion or governess of some young child, Dottie. The good Madame de la Croisette, who naturally leaned towards the side of the mind, an habit she had acquired in the salons of the Hôtel de Soissons, after carefully seeking to whom she could recommend her unknown protégé, decided to introduce her to Mr. de Fontenelle, the most rare and charming intellect among the survivors of the 17th century. He was indeed of noble descent and well suited to offer honorable protection, being the nephew of the great Corneille, and through the moderation of his life and the elegance of his speech, he was the most accomplished writer of that period between ancient masterpieces and the new efforts of the mind. He embodied prudence and wisdom itself. A little too wise, he would say that if his right hand was full of truths, he would not open it. Moreover, he was affable and benevolent, valuing men while nevertheless knowing and seeing them as they truly are. He only loved good company. He belonged to it wholeheartedly. He knew its language and understood its customs. Of all great houses, he was aware of their alliances, relationships, and even the most distant friendships. Thus, when he spoke in a salon amidst universal attention, he was confident that he would not offend anyone. He walked slowly and carefully on the path to old age and did not seem to fear it. This man is one of the great examples of the strength and authority of a fine mind. He never collided with others. On the contrary, he readily made way for those in a hurry to arrive, and one barely understood how he always managed to be the first. With this, a great care for himself, a great respect for oneself, and the deepest scorn for insult and lies. He had a gentle laugh, a clear voice that vibrated with a subtle irony. He was highly learned, very intelligent, and deeply hidden. Those who approached him were not casual. Ambitious people caused him sorrow. Greedy people instilled fear in him. Dishonest people moved his pity. He presided over 2 academies. He had written charming idylls, where one only saw swathed shepherdesses and shepherds in silk pants with red heels. There is a lack of a wolf, Mrs. Descholiers would say. After his death, in the attics of the Palais Royal, where he lived, they found 4 or 5 enormous boxes, all filled with brochures, pamphlets, newspapers, handwritten news, and thousands of sheets that had been written to upset him, and which he had been written to upset him, and which he had not opened a single one. This was the ingenious man, and the charming protector who became the arbiter of Mrs. Elisa Delaunay. Mr. de Fontenelle had obtained from Angiers the Duke of Orleans, who honored him with a sincere friendship, an apartment in the Palais Royal, which the prince preferred over all his houses. It was at the Palais Royal, in this vast and splendid habitation, still imbued with the greatness of Mr. Cardinal Richelieu, that the prince liked to find shelter, to seek refuge far from the envious glances of the old king and Mrs. de Maintenon, and now that the Duke of Orleans was regent of France, the sole arbiter of fortune and honors, he still preferred the Palais Royal even to the Palace of Versailles. He surrounded himself with artists, writers, philosophers, for philosophy was already in fashion, and if his small dinners often displeased serious men, nothing matched his bonhomie and charm as soon as he felt among good and pleasant company. At Versailles he was a stranger. Every apartment reminded him of a disgrace and humiliation, a distance from courtiers, an abject race accustomed to mirroring their master's face on his own. On the contrary, here at home, in this Paris that loved him for his good grace and beautiful spirit, Mr. the Regent felt comfortable. He truly possessed several of the great virtues, and more than one vice of King Henry IV, his ancestor. Only his hand was more open. He gave readily. He relieved the old. He encouraged the young. He paid little regard to etiquette. Along with Fontenelle, he lodged in his house Coypel, a great artist, Audran, the engraver, Lafleur, the poet, Campra, the musician, and Decateau, the flute player. He liked to hear them, to see them. With the poet he would be a poet, with the musicians he would be a musician, making drawings for the engraver, and engaging in chemistry with Homburg, the chemist. It was an inventive, curious, skillful, ingenious mind, daring all and doubting nothing, as he was. His charm was everywhere, in these walls where he piled wonder upon wonder. Marble, brass, paintings, medals, and the most beautiful books he could find for his use. At the same time it seemed to him that by drawing closer to the people of Paris, he understood their passions, needs, and hopes more quickly and much better. He loved the people. He was on their side. He said Versailles was already far from the great suburbs. Not a single politician in all of Europe was more active or busier than Mr. the Regent. From this unexpected grandeur, so new to him, which had fallen to his lot as soon as the Paris Parliament had annulled Louis XIV's testament, Mr. the Regent had taken advantage to live, a little more than he had done before, as a true Parisian bourgeois. However, his favorites, his friends, and above all his commensal Mr. from Fontenelle, these changes had gained a certain air of authority that he did not dislike. De Fontenelle politely received first, and soon with kindness, the young person addressed to him by Mrs. de la Croisette. He was touched by her modesty, and charmed by that beautiful, sincere, and true look that promised so much recognition and respect. And when the young girl, finally a little recovered from her emotion, sat down beside the famous writer, "There you are," he said, "abandoned and unhappy from an early age, and I cannot conceal from you that my friend Mrs. de la Croisette is a fickle mind. So be careful, listen to me, do not accept all recommendations and protections. If I obeyed the recommendations made to me, as I am speaking to you, I would introduce you to Madame the Duchess of Orleans, who is wicked, to Madame the Duchess of Berry, who is mad, and you would find your way through all these vanities, all these prides, all these wretched ambitions, all these childishnesses that could lead you astray. Come now, do not tremble. We will surely find somewhere a shelter worthy of your youth and innocence, I should say, of your courage and resignation. I shall be, if you please, your friend, and I will seek out for you a condition where you will be shielded from the noise and vices of our court." And, as these wise words left the poor child speechless, Mr. de Fontenelle wrote with his neat and swift hand a note addressed to Madame the Duchess of La Ferté. "Madame the Duchess of La Ferté," said Fontenelle to Madame Delaunay, "still lives in Versailles. Carry to her this ticket and try to please her. She is all-powerful, wise, and above all, loves simplicity and good sense. So let me give you a piece of advice. Do not resemble the portrait painted of you by Mrs. de la Croisette. She presents you to me as a scholar, while I introduce you to Mrs. de la Ferté as an innocent. Therefore, fear appearing as a scholar, use the simplest expressions, and remember that ladies most followed are pleased to meet those who listen to them. Later, when you have shown yourself to be skilled and prudent, it will be permitted for you to let it be seen that you are an intelligent person of rare spirit. That is how he spoke, in a soft voice and with a pronounced accent. Miss Delaunay, in all haste, made her way to Versailles. Every path led to Versailles. One would have thought that even after the death of the king, it remained the sole goal of human passions, curiosities, and ambitions. However, great changes had already taken place in these royal residences. He who filled them with his omnipotence and majesty was no longer there to impose his neighbors' respect for the cult, and the old courtiers from the days of sovereign glory and prosperity would have struggled to recognize this meeting point of all obediences and submissions. Already, in so little time, the actions were less controlled, the speeches less contained. The courtiers lifted their heads, and not one recognized them. Madame the Duchess of La Ferté, whose husband was in the service of the young king, was very bored at this childish court, and her welcome reflected her troubles. After she had read and reread it was still the same altar, but it was not the same God. The God here was a shy, astonished, charming child who was trying to live rather than command. The inhabitants of these high places, once so submissive and living in constant adoration, spoke with a louder voice and felt at home. As long as the old king lived, they were at the king's. De Fontenella's letter, and having interrogated Miss Delaunay as a queen, would question a subject. It must be, she finally said, that Mr. de Fontenelle has a high opinion of our merits to ask for protection from him, when he could so well grant it. Himself, he is all-powerful at this hour. He is the neighbor of the sun. He sees the true master. Hardly do we have enough credit left to show you the Latone Grove, or to invite you to the king's dinner. Alas, she was to be pitied, and how hard it was to contain the tears rolling in her beautiful eyes. During this speech, Miss Delaunay, attentive and with her eyes downcast, resembled more to an accused person awaiting her verdict than the young, happy, and free girl she had been not so long ago, where even the slightest caprice was in order. De la Ferté finally showed some pity for this discomfort. She called Miss Henriette, her attendant, and instructed her to take Miss Delaunay for a walk in the gardens, to have her dine, and to provide her with a bed for that night. Perhaps we will have some idea tomorrow and find an opportunity to help Miss. At these words, Mrs. de la Ferté dismissed the poor abandoned one with a gesture of her head. Thankfully, Miss Henriette was kind, and soon revived hope in the heart of this unfortunate one. "Ah," she said, "you come from Mr. de Fontenelle, and you are so poorly received. He is, however, a good friend of Mrs. the Duchess. She speaks of him at all times. She says, he is my oracle, without adding that he is entirely at my service. Well, I am also at his service, and I adopt you, and tell you that you are beautiful and made to succeed in everything. Come with me. We will go pay a visit to Mrs. de Noailles. She will tell you your whole story, and you will return full of encouragement. Finally, it will be much better than seeing the water play in our gardens that no longer play much, and attending the supper of the little king, who is having soup made from a cooked apple. The Duchess of Noailles. She is charitable, and she will console you much better than her sister, Mrs. de la Ferté, who is proud and would never lower herself to protect an unknown girl. Mr. de Fontenelle has a lot of wit, but I have good sense and see clearly. I know the right paths. You will meet Mrs. At the same time, good Henrietta was arranging the hair of her young protégé. She passed a wet cloth over her face, shook her slightly wrinkled dress. "And now you look very well." With the same step, they entered Mrs. Duchess de Noailles' house, as she finished writing a letter to her aunt, Mrs. de Maintenon, who was staying at the moment with her daughters in the Saint-Cyr house. Mrs. de Noailles was just as peaceful and penitent as Mrs. de la Ferté was lively and splendid. She smiled at Henrietta's eagerness, and extended her beautiful hand to the young stranger. And when Miss Delaunay reported to the lady the words of Mr. de Fontenelle, "He is right," replied Mrs. Duchess de Noailles. "The Palais Royal does not suit a girl of your condition. I represent here Madame de Maintenon, my aunt, and I want to do a good deed in her name that I will tell her about immediately, and for which she will thank me tomorrow." "My child," she said after a moment of silence, "now that Madame de Maintenon has left and forever departed from us, there is no more refuge at our court for a young girl like you. However, I know of one still, where the old respects have taken refuge. I want to speak of the house of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Maine. Shaken by bad fortune, and cruelly deprived of the honors that the old king had left him, he retired to this house, to these gardens at Sceaux, where he would already have forgotten all the injustices inflicted on him, if Madame la Duchesse du Maine had not kept the memory of them alive. But in this solitude, she is still a queen, and it is there that I want to introduce you. In these places, filled with the regrets of a time that is no more, you will live modestly and hidden among good examples, and you will be at ease as a humble Christian, a faithful servant, for this is your new role." The next day, very early, she took leave of Miss Henriette, and tried to make her accept one of her golden louis. "Time, but at least I have a condition, and you are still seeking yours. It is as humble as your condition. It will suffice if you are wise." Having thus spoken, Madame de Noailles gave Miss Delaunay some louis in gold that she greatly needed, and her name, simply her name on a card, to Mr. de Malezieux. Miss Delaunay kissed the hand that was offered to her, and withdrew with a heart full of gratitude, but very sad and unhappy. Where indeed will all these trials end, she thought, confused, reading and rereading Mr. de Malezieux's name. Once more, farewell. Have no pride, be submissive, and pray to God. Miss Delaunay left Versailles without having had the honor of seeing Mrs. the Duchess de la Ferté again. He was one of the esteemed members of the French Academy. He was at court in signs, with Mr. at the Duke's, and Mrs. the Duchess of Maine's. He was something less than a friend, yet much more than a friend. He was the indispensable man. All was silent in that vast castle. The time was gone when courtiers, arriving before dawn to greet their master upon his awakening, waited for the concierge's pleasure, and knocked at his door with as much respect as if he had held the keys to the grand apartments. Mr. Nicolas de Malezieux was a gentleman of high rank. He set the example and led this brilliant court, where all discontented people found easy acceptance, provided they were men of merit and spirit. The men sought Mr. de Malezieux's opinion on any fine work of the mind. He was consulted for buildings, gardens, the theatre, and the salon. His good taste held authority even from Mrs. the Duchess of Maine's adornments and adjustments. People generally said, "The master has said it," as soon as Mr. de Malezieux had pronounced his judgment in a discussion. He was the channel of all graces, the intimate counselor, and the irrefutable voice. The Duchess of Maine, and God knows if they accepted without dispute this independence that cost them nothing. And since this man was just and benevolent, affable to many, accessible to all, each found his yoke light, and accepted it because it was just. Add that by himself he was rich, and that he willingly dispensed with the graces and benefits of Mr. the Duke and Mrs. They had spent much more money on maintaining their pride than even princes of the royal blood, especially since the king's death, and it took them a long time to understand how it was that the treasury of France of the previous reign was now closed to those whom a Bruyère called the sons of the gods. De Malezieux lived in the midst of the Sceaux Park, a very pretty house that he had arranged to his liking, and it was there that he received Miss Delaunay, amidst a fairly large crowd that filled his antechambers. He first paid rather poor attention to the stranger, and the name of Mrs. de Malezieux blushed deeply in his soul, and his goodwill, being supported by Miss Delaunay's merits and her large eyes. She will be favorable to you. The Duchess of Noailles was not at first a powerful recommendation. Alas, these Noailles, the kings of Louis XIV's court, had strangely lost their credit since Mrs. de Maintenon retired to Saint-Cyr. But what? This bad move having passed, she likes to surround herself with intelligence and youth, and your heir will please her at first. Nevertheless, be strong and brave. It's just a humble fortune for you, miss, and despite all your merits, I'm afraid you'll never rise above our princess's antechamber. By the way, he resumed, With these princes you never know if you won't make a great fortune in 24 hours. Try, therefore, and count on me." That very evening, indeed, Mr. de Malesio, authorized by Mrs. the Duchess of Maine, had the honor to present to him timid and trembling Mrs. Delaunay. She certainly needed great courage, but her timidity redoubled when she saw her protector bending to the ground in the presence of this quasi-queen. Hardly had the princess honored this humble servant with a glance, when she passed into her apartments without explaining the duty expected of her. She took her place at the last table, and restrained herself from showing her sadness. De Malesio, on his part, had very well understood that he was presenting to Mrs. the Duchess a servant. Thus she found herself lost in this great house, without a friend who reassures her or gives her good advice. There were 3 tables in Sceaux: the table of the masters, the table of the officers, and the table of the valet. A woman from the wardrobe pitied her and encouraged her. Then, after inquiring, she returned triumphantly to announce to her new colleague that she was attached to Madame the Duchess of Maine as 3rd chambermaid, and that she would sleep with the princess's women on the entresol. For the old lady, this was an unexpected fortune for the newcomer, and already, to begin with, Madame the Duchess of Maine had ordered Mademoiselle Delaunay to present her fan. It was a grand apartment evening. 100 visitors, the most distinguished of the old court, dupes and peers and blue ribbons, among whom more than one red ribbon had insinuated itself, surrounded the gaming tables. Mr. as I was a fine player, and lost the gold in my hands. The game, at that time, made great ravages among the best established fortunes. The greatest lords played with 1 card their revenue for a year, and the most qualified ladies, when their purse was empty, had no kindness to play on their word. There is something yet more horrible in the game, that it levels all conditions. It was Baron, the ungrateful disciple, the adopted son of Molière. He was this Baron, a genius comedian. He wrote comedies in his spare time, and excelled in swordplay and wit. He was always boastful, playful, intimate, taking his scepter and throne seriously. At the table where these great lords abandoned themselves to their frenzy, there was an old man, in a sky-blue habit embroidered with gold, whose buttons shone like diamonds. His lace, his satin waistcoat, his silk stockings, and his red heels indicated an old marquis of the Eye of Bull. His bold attitude and his great gestures, his imperious voice higher than usual, indicated an actor. One evening, while playing with His Royal Highness the Prince of Conti, 100 louis for the Prince of Conti, he said. Germanicus, your Royal Highness, responded His Highness. And Baron was the only one who did not grasp the grace and exquisite nature of this useless lesson. He had slipped into the Sceaux parties through comedy, and more than once had the honor of responding to Mrs. the Duchess of Maine. In a corner of this salon, seated on bergères worthy of the Queen's salon at Versailles, were some 20 ladies dressed in their best, and at their feet, on stools, poets and young lords chatting with the ladies. In the middle of the circle, and sitting in a chair, was Madame the Duchess of Maine, and standing by her side, a young officer who was telling her amusing stories, as could be judged by the princess's burst of laughter. The Duke of Maine. He was an officer in his guards, and the princess enjoyed listening to him speak. It was at this moment that Miss Delaunay, completely confused and agitated by the sparkling murmur of this spirit that buzzed beneath the gilded panels adorned with paintings, entered hesitantly, holding in her hand a lacquered platter on which her Highness's fan rested. And as the princess was paying close attention to the young officer's speech, Miss Delaunay waited for her mistress's pleasure. What a surprise, and what an humiliation! It turned out that the young man present, this prince so handsome, the familiar of this princely house, was Mr. de Silly. He had always been a protector for Well, the princess saw nothing of this small drama, and with a graceful gesture she said to the young man, "Have the kindness, sir, to give me my fan, Mr. At the sight of this young girl, a moment passed between the friend and intimate companion of her sister, that maiden who had lived under her roof as an equal with her equal, and now reduced to such shameful servitude. He paled, while the redness of a shameful servitude, shame rose on the brow of this elegant person. That beautiful and delightful house at Sceaux, you would not recognize it in its ruins. De Silly took the tray from his young friend, whom he seemed not to recognize, and presented it to the Duchess. "No, madam," she replied, It is your privilege and right, sir, to take the fan from the tray and offer it to me hand in hand." Upon this, Miss Delaunay retired at a slow pace. Her sacrifice was complete. A revolution, which toppled the heads of the highest and overturned the most splendid buildings, has swept through this magnificent pile of all prairies, fountains, kiosks, vast ponds, flat and sparkling waters. All these miracles of fortune and favor have vanished like vain dust. The black band sold even the lead buried in the earth. They sold the long avenue. They turned the old oaks into firewood, under which so many graces and beauties used to sit, exchanging poets, novelists. Whoever walks today through this vast space, so well adapted for all the pleasures of a happy life, would struggle to recognize in these bushes the creation of Mr. Colbert, the absolute master, no less than the king, of France's finances. He had exhausted in his house at Sceaux all that Italian and French genius could invent in the way of great architecture, and when he died, reasonably burdened with public hatred, to use a word of Cardinal Retz on Cardinal Mazarin, the own son of M. de Colbert, M. the Marquis de Seignelay, found himself awkward amidst this senseless splendor. The king, on his part, always inclined to friendship for the name of M. de Colbert, bought the palace and gardens at Sceaux, which he presented to his son, M. the Duke of Maine. It cost more than $1 million just for the acquisition of this palace, not counting the furniture of the apartments, not counting the statues in the gardens. An entire world surrounded with their flattery and eagerness the owners of these beautiful places, comparable to Trianon. The Duchess of Maine was not, by any means, the queen. She was the tyrant of this almost royal household, where King Louis XIV had more than once attended at the request of his favorite minister. Illustration: the Duke and Duchess of Maine. Mrs. Anne-Louise Benedicte de Bourbon, Duchess of Maine, was the granddaughter of the Grand Condé, and when she married the legitimate son of Louis XIV and Mrs. de Montespan, she believed herself to be at least sitting on a degree of the French throne. Her husband was the favorite of all the king's children, whom he had loaded with every principality, every government, every crown office. Indeed, he had further honored her by granting her legitimate children the ranks and honors of the royal bloodline, to such an extent that when the legitimate descendants failed, the legitimate sons were to be called to wear the crown. Attentive to everything, he knew the number and names of the dissatisfied in Paris, of those dissatisfied in Brittany. At the same time in Paris, there was an ambassador from the King of Spain called Prince Chalamet, a cunning and secretive man who had nothing less than ambition to place on the same head the crown of Spain and the crown of France. We have already said that the king's will had been broken, to the great sorrow of Mr. the Duke of Maine, and above all of the princess. Ardent and violent, at any price she would not accept this degradation, and by every means, even criminal ones, she tried to regain the ground she had lost. The more her fury was hidden, the more deadly its glare. Such was the beginning of this conspiracy, which did not interrupt any of the festivities that raged around the princess, the regent, and when he had well assured himself that Madame the Duchess of Maine would go very soon beyond all bounds, he made her propose to enter into a vast conspiracy which would place the King of Spain at the head of the government of France, and Mr. the Duke of Maine to represent his Catholic Majesty. In this turmoil, it would have been difficult to recognize Miss Delaunay. She was buried in this dim underground room, so low that she touched the ceiling with her head. She was employed in the laundry, and everyone called her the clumsy one. She was so troubled, and the more she tried to do well, the less she was up to her task. Once she poured a drink for the princess, she splashed water on her dress. Another time, as she presented her powder box, she dropped it. Or she might forget a sleeve on her shirt, and if it was necessary to remove the princess's necklace from its meticulously case, she would spill pearls and jewels. Everything went wrong. Then she felt cold. She was sad. She answered poorly to her peers. She loved reading, but the maids disturbed her during her readings. She had to please one, not offend another, visit the idle ones, pay them some sort of courtesy, and play games they enjoyed. What shall I tell you? She was so unhappy in this castle of splendors that she wanted to leave, and never return, until she found a small anonymous note on her table with a forged handwriting, whose author she soon guessed. Be patient, have courage. Over you. One remembers the happy times when you were under no one's command, when you gave orders and received none. For 2 or 3 days the young abandoned girl had some hope. She told herself that her servitude would become less burdensome with time. She always hoped that the princess would understand that she had at her disposal a girl above her station. By chance there was a small event that put her in a better light. Following the example of King Louis XIV, who had made such great use of the creation of the Knights of St. Louis for his last wars, Madame the Duchess of Maine had established the Order of the Honeyfly. This order, like the Order of the Holy Spirit, had its laws, its statutes, its knights. But since Galantinus was the foundation of the order, it also had its dames, female knights, would hasten, for flattery is so ingenious. The latter having been preferred to his elegant competitors, everyone in the palace cried out against injustice, claiming that the election of the president went against all the laws of chivalry. Finally, very seriously, the rights of each were contested in a chapter with Mrs. the Duchess of Maine as president and Mr. de Maulezieux as perpetual secretary. So it happened that a vacant post was sought by Mrs. the Duchess of Uzès, Mrs. the Countess of Brissac, and Mr. President of Romanée. At the height of the dispute, a written protest appeared, drafted in the style of the courtroom and with the tone of quibbling, such that it would not have been out of place in the most beautiful scene from the Pleaders by Mr. Immediately everyone sought to find out and was disturbed. Who could this charming deed be attributed to? Some said it was Mr. de Maulezieux. Others claimed it was Abbot Genest. Put down your telescope, light the candle, and fix your curious gaze on your feet. Then, in the clarity of a feeble light, you will discover him lying in the dust. Soon, as it became impossible to identify the author of the prose and verses, talk of them ceased, and Miss Delaunay, more sad than ever, after that moment of fleeting hope, resolved to end her life. At that time, it was adjacent to dishonor. Not a soul would have suspected that such a brilliant mind was hidden in the antechamber, and as people continued to search, the hand that had thrown out the challenge displayed these beautiful verses on the door of Heve's drawing-room. Accuse Genest, or the great Maulezieux, of having a part in the writing that drives you mad. The author you are searching for does not live in the heavens. The world spoke of it as one would speak of a crime, and the Church, relentless in this regard alone, refused prayers to the suicidal, just as she refuses them to no one else. That this unfortunate woman was to be pitied in taking this fatal resolution. Before she died, she wanted at least to teach Mr. Vanity, pride, ambition, squabbles, parties and intrigues of all kinds had invaded these beautiful places, which from afar were imagined so peaceful. The slightest accident, the lightest adventure, was enough to rouse all these imaginations, which only asked for a pretext. Suddenly the Duchess of Maine, who gets agitated and worried, to Celia's secret that she had hidden from herself, and with a deliberate hand she wrote. The letter, barely written, suddenly calmed this sick heart, and the poor abandoned one, returning to better feelings, buried these sad confidences. However, the small court of Madame the Duchess of Maine was exposed to as great storms as the old Versailles. She naturally turned to the oracle listened to at that time, Mr. de Fontenelle, a sharp-witted man and quite disposed to a smile. However, this time, Mr. de Fontenelle had taken Miss Tetard's miracles seriously, and he presented a report to Mrs. the Duchess of Maine filled with an unexpected admiration. De Maulezieux was identified as the author of this graceful and clever little speech. Miss Tetard's adventure makes less noise, sir, than your testimony about it. The variety of opinions expressed on the matter obliges me to speak to you about it. What? Despite the critiques, that man who, on such a fine day, exposed impostures performed at a distance of 1,000 leagues and more than 2,000 years before him, could not uncover a plot right under his nose? The supporters of antiquity, driven by an old resentment, come to his defense. Everyone was astonished, questioning, and each wondered where Mr. de Fontenelle had drawn such robust faith. After 8 days, his report was still being discussed when, one morning, Mrs. the Duchess of Maine found an anonymous letter addressed to Mr. de Fontenelle on her table. This ingenious letter contained a true Atticism, and at once, Mr. True Atticism, and at once, Mr. You will see, they say, that the master will place new wonders above the old ones. As good Pyrrhonians they doubt, yet here he is believing everything possible. Ah, sir, what joy for the devotees to see you adore the devil. Just one more step in devotion, and they will recognize you as one of their own. The women, on their part, are all proud of the confidence you accord to their sex, not one who does not boast inwardly of being a miracle maker, provided it serves her interest. These are the sounds that are made around your wisdom, and you can be proud of them, as they are a testament to the interest attached to the opinions no less than to the writings of the amiable Mr. de Fontenelle. Accept, however, Monsieur the Perpetual Secretary, my sincere homage and my vivid admiration. At the same time, allow me to conceal a name that Miss Tetard will be only too happy to tell you, if she's guessing correctly. Ah, how beautiful, how charming. It's divine, exclaimed His Highness, and for the moment our man is wounded in his living works. We challenge him to respond. Yet who will tell us the name of this brilliant spirit to whom we owe this deed? It is not Mr. de Malesherbes, it is not Mr. de Valencourt, it is not even Mr. the Cardinal de Polignac, nor Mr. de Saint-Aulaire, the man of quatrains. I would give a lot to know. After careful consideration, Mr. de Silly spoke in a low voice into the princess's ear. De Silly. But that same evening she excused Miss Lanne from her toilet service, and the next day she gave her a fine room on the first floor, with the title of her reader. Ah, she said, is it possible? Does she have so much wit? Yes, madam, she has all that wit. She is a precious one, in the good sense of the term. She writes prose, she writes verses. She is somewhat awkward at tying knots, I admit, but she handles a comedy gracefully. So the princess, with a finger on her lips, demanded silence from Mr. B. Much murmuring followed in all corners of the little court, but everyone made their peace, and the new reader accepted her new fortune with such modesty and good grace that she forgave herself. IV things went thus at Mr. the Duke of Maine's place, where each day brought a new courtier. Today it was Mr. After long hesitation, Miss de Launay was chosen. She held the pen, she wrote the speeches on both sides, sometimes the proofs, sometimes the objections. Abbé Le Camus, discreetly questioning these men who knew so much. The Duke of Brancas, the next day the poet Chaulieu, very much in vogue at that time, or perhaps the Knight of Vouvray. A little later Mr. Davissart, General Attorney of the Parliament of Toulouse, and the appearance of Mr. Davissart at the Château des Arts at the Château d'Aix. So was a true event. Not a day passed without His Royal Highness spending 3 or 4 hours locked up with this new counselor, who was very dangerous, and as they were drawing up a mysterious protest of which nothing leaked out of the chateau, there came a moment when the princess and her counselor wanted an intimate secretary. Thus each day added a page to these accounts, which gave great joy to the Prince of Célimare and Cardinal Alberoni. A little later, when she finally persuaded herself that she had done all this work in vain, and that it was necessary to abandon the benefit of Louis XIV's will, the Duchess of Maine listened to the rumors coming from Spain. She no longer feared so much to take the lead from Cardinal Alberoni with the Prince of Célimare. She began to write dangerous letters using sympathetic ink, and Miss de Launay served her well in this regard. He knew almost everything that was going on in the little court, and what were its evil designs for the regency. But as he had strength and good right on his side, he abandoned the conspiracy to itself. This proved a great misfortune for Madame the Duchess of Maine. At first, a letter was written in ordinary ink, giving all kinds of current news. Then, between the lines, compromising things were placed. All this was the ABC of the most vulgar diplomacy, and as long as these little secrets did not go any further, Mr. the Regent was not greatly concerned. She fell asleep in security which was to lose her, and if by chance Miss de Launay pleaded with her to redouble her prudence, she only laughed, and she would have readily said, like all these conspirators who are warned to be on their guard, tomorrow the serious business, or again, they will not dare. It was his very cleverness and prudence in person. He was already sure that one day or another he would hold in his hands this disdainful princess, who overwhelmed him with her scorn. One of the secretary of the Spanish ambassador was a young man who was absent-minded, without ambition, and entirely devoted to the pleasures of his age. All the careless people walked smiling over ashes that held a real fire. They amused themselves with these adventures of which they barely guessed the extent, and the lightning that was to strike them found them sound asleep. The regent, He sent after the embassy's courier with orders to seize its dispatches, and this courier, who was not in any hurry, was stopped in Poitiers. One evening, when he was expected to dine at one of these open houses in Paris, he said he had been occupied all day copying dispatches that were to leave that night itself, and since he was tired of his task, he only thought of drinking, playing, and joking. But someone from the house, a woman, had caught this careless remark and passed it on to Mr. They took his coat and wallet from him, ordering him to go on his way. But this man, as zealous as the secretary had been, was imprudent, and returned to Paris via a side street, walking so fast that he arrived at the Prince of Chelomers before the regent's men had returned to the Palace Royal. Although it was 4 a.m, the regent was still dining. During his meal, there was no important state affair that required him to be disturbed. He enjoyed intellectual discourse, grace, and gaiety. He happily worked all day as long as the night belonged to his pleasures. Thanks to this culpable laziness, the Prince of Chelomers had time to warn the main accomplices in his conspiracy. However, when morning came, the Spanish ambassador was arrested at his hotel by Messrs. the king's bodyguards. His papers were seized by order of the minister, and news having spread from Paris to Sceaux, the Duchess of Maine finally learned of the dangers surrounding her. She was playing Beribi, her favorite game, when she heard stories told by a witness from the city about men imprisoned in the Bastille, seized papers, and people in danger whose heads were on the line. Smile. She learned immediately after that Mr. d'Argenson and Leblanc, two stern men, were tasked with interrogating the accused. At midnight the Duchess was undoubtedly warned that she would be arrested along with Mr. the Duke of Maine, and that her young companion was compromised. She still laughed. She could not believe anything serious. She imagined this conspiracy to be a child's game. However, Miss Launay remained near her, and as she had fallen asleep, she was awakened by a knock at her door. "Open, in the king's name," cried an unknown voice. She got up, opened the door after warning the Duchess. At that moment, the house was filled with musketeers and guards under the orders of Mr. the Duke of Bethune, captain of the guards, accompanied by Mr. de la Billarderie, his lieutenant. Without much ceremony, they announced to Mrs. the Duchess of Maine that they had orders to place her in a place of safety, and they made her get into a coach. She was taken to Dijon, while Mr. the Duke of Maine, innocent of all these intrigues, was imprisoned in the citadel of Doullens, in Picardy. Ah, what a fall, and into what abyss were these favored by fortune precipitated! Alas! Who would have predicted to Louis XIV that his beloved children, that his beloved children, that his beloved children, the joy and pride of his old age, would be treated as genuine criminals? At the same time, all friends of the princess and all her confidants were arrested. Mr. de Malezieux and his son, Mr. d'Abizart, Father Lecamus, 2 chambermaids and 4 footmen were thrown into state prisons. Cardinal de Polignac was exiled to Flanders. The young princess, up in the Visitation Convent at Chaillot-d'Or. Believe me, eat something and gain your strength. You will need it greatly, I fear. That terrible man had a large figure and sinister eyes, and resembled greatly the executor of high secret works. Thus, all the family was dispersed, and all its grandeur destroyed. Miss Delaunay and her guardian had been temporarily detained, and held under watch in her room out of compassion. "Madam," he said to her, "this sequestration is strange and portends nothing good. It seems you are one of the most compromised individuals." However, Miss Delaunay did not lose all courage, and 3 or 4 hours after everyone had left, an officer came to take her away and drove her in a carriage to the Bastille. Those old towers, built by the ancient tyrants, loomed menacingly between its ditches filled with filthy water, and one whispered tales of 1,000 bloody stories of its dark, unforgiving dungeons. This famous state prison, which was to fall into the hands of the people of Paris in less than 70 years, and disappear in an instant like a cloud castle, was then a formidable power. Just the name of the Bastille made even the most proud heads bow, and the bravest hearts were seized with an indescribable fear. It was 10 o'clock at night, the weather was dark, and the Saint-Antoine suburb, whose awakening would have been so terrible in 1701, had just fallen asleep without the fatigue of the day. At the end of the drawbridge, the prisoner waited to be taken, and when finally her turn came to enter the cell, she was led through passages guarded by iron doors. One could hear in these long corridors the complaints of new prisoners who were not yet accustomed to prison life. 3 hours later, the doors opened again. The governor returned, accompanied by Miss Launay's maid, and this time the room was furnished with a small bed, an armchair, 2 chairs, a table, a tray, a water jug, and a blanket for the young maid. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "we'll be very uncomfortable. They were told these are the king's beds." Then the prisoners lay down to sleep without supper. Despite their efforts to sleep, they were woken every quarter of an hour by the sound of a bell, and this habit was one of the cruelest aspects of the Bastille. Finally, having reached the upper floors, she was introduced into a horrific room where everything was lacking: fire, furniture, light, and cleanliness. For furniture there was only a straw chair and a piece of candle attached to the wall, and only a straw chair and a piece of candle attached to the wall, and all. The people who had brought her there had disappeared with the noise of doors shutting. Now all that remained was to make him know that this paper was destroyed. And when dawn arrived, the lady and her maid took great care to sweep their room and burn one of the 2 bundles of wood that the king provided them each day. A box of matches in the middle of the Champ de Mars would have almost as much impact as these king's logs in this vast fireplace, charred and boarded up like the windows. At the first flare-up of her fire, Miss Launay, triumphant, burned a paper she had extracted from the commissioner's sight. It was a letter entirely written by the Chevalier de Silly to Cardinal Alberoni. This paper, if it had fallen into Mr. d'Argenson's hands, would have been the death sentence for Mr. de Silly. God will provide, Miss de Launay told herself. She stayed in secret for 7 or 8 days, after which the governor visited her, and finding her quite cheerful, told her several anecdotes from his kingdom, and eventually lent her some disjointed novels by Miss de Scuderi. These were novels without an end, that seemed to have been composed especially for the inhabitants of Bastille. They are very long, these first hours of prison, but one gets used to them little by little. Soon the prisoner becomes accustomed to these so diverse noises. Arrives. He knows when he leaves. At night, if someone dies, no matter how hard the guards try, one can hear the noise of his coffin. It's also a great occupation to read on the wall, written in charcoal, the names of so many unhappy people who have lived under these funeral vaults. On one of these walls had been charred, not long ago, by a skilled and nimble hand, and yet as energetic as a warrior's hand, the first songs of the Henriade and young Arouet, when, upon leaving the Bastille, he was presented to Mr. P. One might have thought they were Minos, Aeacus, and Rhadamanthus, the 3 judges from the dark shores. The prisoners knew nothing of what they did or said, yet something always leaked out. The regent who promised him his protection. "I will accept all the benefits of your royal highness," he said, "but I exempt her from my lodging." When all the conspirators were arrested, their trial began. Every 8 days, Mr. d'Argenson and Mr. Leblanc, in charge of the interrogations, would arrive accompanied by the Abbé Dubois. She had been spared, forgotten. But he remembered, and even sent a pot of red paint to Bastille itself. Oh, she had her appear after 3 months. "Take off your glove," he said, "and raise your hand." A great worry for the prisoner was to appear before these gentlemen, when her turn came, dressed in a white cornet and white linen, and it was her greatest occupation to bleach this little bit of linen. So great was her joy upon receiving all her little items that a friend from outside, the Abbé de Chaulieu, the poet, sent her. She had a beautiful hand and raised it willingly, swearing to tell the whole truth and promising not to say too much. Then began the interrogation. They wanted to know why she was staying up so late at the bedside of Madame the Duchess of Maine. She answered that it was to put her to sleep. Why were so many books found in her room? She replied that she loved reading. And why so much torn paper? Those were trifles that she had composed and no longer cared about. Then she was returned to her confinement, a little reassured, and found that her situation was not too bad, all things considered. She was, it is true, a prisoner, but she was far from the caprices, the violences, and the wills of her gentle mistress. She had broken the yoke of the little voices that plagued her life. She had made her servant a friend, and for a companion she had a pretty cat that the governor had given her when she was young, and who had had many litters. Then, when evening came, She was not forced to play the comedy or handle cards, and she went to bed when she wished to sleep. This conspiracy of Chalamer, which would have seen more than one head fall under the inexorable axe of Cardinal Richelieu, soon became, in the benevolent hands of Mr. Hot, the Regent, a rather ridiculous enterprise, and more suited for amusing idlers than occupying statesmen. Mr. the Regent was content with the new abasement imposed on the legitimate princes, and when they reported to him the vocalizations of Mrs. Lecoq, the Duchess of Maine, he laughed readily, accepting the princess's pains as compensation for the humiliations she had inflicted upon him in Madame de Maintenon's salon. Then, in this pleasant land of France, one is not displeased to change heroes and adventures each morning. After 3 months, anyone who spoke of the conspirators in a Paris salon would have been considered foolish, so much so that even at the Thalt of Dartmouth, Bastille, the examining judge had eventually stopped questioning prisoners except for formality. Bargeton the next day. Later still, she remembered that it had already been 6 months since they came to fetch Mr. de Silly, and the ungrateful man left, forgetting to bid farewell to this humble friend, not realizing that perhaps she had saved his head by burning the most compromising part of the case. They were already granted various unprecedented freedoms in this place of pleasure. They took daily walks atop the towers, and their friends passing through the neighborhood greeted them with a gesture and a look. A little later, these prisoners, initially so numerous, were released one by one. Today, Mr. de Maleshew the son, Mr. de... What else could I say? After so much anxiety and worry, the prisoner was left alone in the Bastille, barely understanding how the least guilty one was still detained, while indulgence and pardon had been extended to all her accomplices. He is forgotten and neglected, and if Miss Delaunay had not met among her guards the Knight of Maison Rouge to sympathize with her and tell her so, she would have been very unhappy. It's a strange thing, yet true. As soon as the danger disappears from a state affair, captivity becomes unbearable. The more zeal and ardor the prisoner put into saving his life, the more inert he remains now that he wonders when his captivity will end. He regrets even the harsh hours of interrogation, the judge's appearance, and the sounds from outside, always filled with bloody threats. A prisoner who is nothing but that is no longer anything, even in the Bastille. But the Knight of Maison Rouge was so tender and good, with so much integrity, so much honor, and so many little attentions to distract her captive. He often forgot to lock the door twice. Dusty romances of the Bastille, but the fashionable book or the barely developed comedy. Thus each day added to the small joys that the good lieutenant brought to this prison, which was very surprised and scandalized, one might say, by all these pleasures. This prisoner was a handsome young man, at the flower of age, a feathered cock of the young court, none other than Mr. the Duke of Richelieu himself. On his days out, he would go through the city in search of the smallest anecdotes, and all the noises that flow through the charming alleys of the Royal Square to the Saint-Germain suburb. Then, all that he had learned, he recounted with great grace, adding what could please and omitting the rest. There came a day when the lieutenant of Maison Rouge, forgotten every sort of discipline, went to present the regards of a prisoner lodged in the Tower of Liberty, so named by a kind irony to which all the keyholders added their good words in their good words' own way. He had plunged, like a dazed one, and for the vain pleasure of a novelty that seemed sharp to him, into the Chalamer conspiracy, and it was only through luck that he did not pay his folly a little dearer. Yet the Bastille was unbearable to him, and when he learned from the Knight of Maison Rouge that the confidante of Madame la Duchesse d'Umain was staying at La Bertandière, a tower facing Liberty, but how to deliver the last heir of Cardinal Richelieu to the executioner, he was already welcomed by the young king. He was the ornament of the court. His good words, his exploits, his youth, everything spoke in his favor. De Richelieu did not rest until the barriers had been removed from both windows, and there he was, singing aloud, better than the famous Lambert or the renowned Cochereau from the opera. He sang the role of Oreste, and Miss Delaunay soon became Iphigenie. Nothing like it had been heard since King Louis XIV. The oldest prisoners, those who had been in secret detention for 20 years, wondered if they were not dreaming. Ah, the poor wretches! It was the first and last song they were to hear before they died. The autumn had come, and thicker fogs descended from the towers, as Mr. de Richelieu left the Bastille in grand triumph. LeBlanc the following note. My lord, it is neither impatience nor boredom that compels me to disturb you. What drives me is the just apprehension that a person as obscure as myself will be totally forgotten. One of the daughters of Mr. the Regent threw herself at her father's feet, begging for the life of the young man, and the Regent was moved. The departure of this cheerful neighbor was another trouble for Miss Delaunay, and as winter drew closer and solitude grew deeper, she wrote to Mr. This fear is all the more justified, since it is unlikely that the reasons for my detention would evoke any memory. I presume they are as unremarkable as my person. And in this opinion, I found some necessity to remind you that I was taken to the Bastille at the end of 1718, and I am still there. Alas, nothing came but the dark and threatening winter. The prisoner was at her wit's end. When I know, Monseigneur, that you remember, I will rest on your equity and your benevolent disposition, content, in any condition, to obey the laws imposed on me, and to revere the sovereign power through voluntary submission to its orders. Having written her letter, she waited for her release, or at least hoped for it. There comes a time when hours feel like years. Daydreaming is impossible. One can no longer read, nor sleep. Each day is a long torment, yet the captivity of the young reader was a pleasure, compared to the Duchess of Maine's stay in the citadel, where she was imprisoned. She was alone, and completely ignorant of the fate of all her kin. Not a word, not a letter, and this amiable princess, happy in all mental things, was reduced to supplicating Mr. Leblanc almost in the terms that Miss Delaunay used for herself. Ah, now, no more parties, comedies, or joyful nights with music. They had paid for their freedom dearly, so that when the Duchess of Maine was set free, and permitted to return to her home at Sceaux, her captivity could not last any longer. At first she found herself quite isolated in these private places devoid of their former splendor. Disgrace is contagious, and from all these courtiers eager to please them, very few came. The regent, who was not without pity, but who did not wish to be exposed to the violent recriminations of his enemies, as he had been unable to extract anything from the principal accomplices in the conspiracy, and Miss Delaunay, who knew it all end, to end in her capacity as the princess's intimate secretary, absolutely refused to speak. The regent had demanded a complete confession from the main accused, and, worn down by war, she had signed whatever was desired. Thus the princess lost much of her consideration, and the prince, some of his own honor. He harbored such great resentment that he refused for a long time to return to his home at Sceaux. All these confessions fell back on Miss Delaunay, whom Mr. Leblanc tightened his grip on even more. He wanted to obtain from the confidante a confession which the mistress had made, and he was indignant that a servant should have more courage and honor than all these ladies and gentlemen, too eager to redeem their freedom by miserable acts of cowardice. But while the public, an honest judge in all things, strongly condemned the conduct of these unconstant conspirators with themselves, every look, and, one might say, every respect, turned towards the captive, Miss Delaunay, in her solitude, had a presentiment of the admiration which she was rightly the object of. It encouraged her all the more to resist violence. Ah, people said, here is at least one who does not yield to threats, and who maintains what she said at first. Such is the power of popular praise. It crosses the deepest chasms, penetrates into the highest citadels. Nor even the threats of endless imprisonment, nor the hope of imminent release, nor the pains and infirmities of prison, which almost always subdue the strongest wills, could break this great courage. The prisoner was stronger than her captors. After another 6 months of this courageous resistance, she saw the gates of the Bastille open, and with joy she took the public coach to Sceaux. As she had entered the Bastille in grand ceremony, accused and accomplice in a state crime, so now she was simply a bourgeois woman. And one would never have guessed, from seeing her, what a great role she had played in that illustrious tragedy, where even the highest heads had faced true danger. How she breathed in this moment the pure air of freedom. What happiness to return to conversation, and to see everyone's faces every day in the public carriage. At each turn of the wheel indolently, she wondered, what will my princess say, and how will I be received? She finally arrives. The door is open. She enters. The next day, she returned to her humble service, reading, watching, and playing with her highness. They tell her that Her Highness, the Princess of Maine, is walking in her gardens. She runs there. The lady was in a carriage, half reclined, and upon seeing this most faithful confidant, the only one who had not betrayed her secret, "Ah!" she said, "there you are, I'm glad," and that's all she said. No other explanation, no reward, just a smile. Those great lords of old, those sons of gods, thought that common people were too happy to serve them, and found their reward in their devotion. She had brought back from the Bastille ragged linens and dresses in poor condition. Her princess did not think to replace these worn-out items in prison. From now on, Miss Delaunay understood that she should expect nothing but herself, and resolute to break free from this disguised captivity, she went to visit her friends in Paris, among them Mr. de Chaulieu, who lived at the Temple, and Mr. Dacier, who resided in one of the Louvre's little cells. De Chaulieu, her faithful friend from her youth, who remained loyal to her even in the dark days of the Bastille. She went to Mr. Dacier's. Alas, the kind poet, friend of the learned sisters, Mr. de Chaulieu, whose gentle songs had been the charm and joy of an entire vanished world. Miss Delaunay encountered his coffin, as it was carried to the crypts of the former Knights of the Temple. After she had prayed for Mr. Roch, he had lost in the interim the illustrious and brave wife, whose name remains among the supreme glories of the dying century of Louis XIV, Mrs. Dacier, an eloquent and rare spirit, friend of masterpieces, faithful interpreter of antiquity. Daughter of Homer, she had translated the Iliad and the Odyssey in a most worthy manner, and her unrivaled translation has not been surpassed. She translated the Latins, Plautus and Terence, and if Mr. Dacier put his name to the translation of Horace, he was greatly assisted by this active companion in his work. He belonged to both academies. He was famous and very rich and still young. And Miss Launay, who had been made serious by prison, whose misfortune had taught her prudence and resignation, accepted the hand offered to her. She nevertheless put a condition to this marriage, namely, the consent of Mrs. Despite his profound sorrow, and fully penetrated with the irreparable loss he had suffered, it happened that Mr. Dacier found so much grace and good spirit, and I don't know what, so close to the woman he had lost, that he sent Mr. de Valincourt, their common friend, to ask this perfect girl, as he called her, the honor of his alliance. The Duchess of Maine, hoping that the princess would find no obstacle in it. She counted on not being refused. She miscalculated. At the first opening given to this marriage, the princess, out of herself, cries out. She cannot do without the care and services of her reader and confidant. She does not want her secret to leak out. She promises, moreover, to take care of her fortune. In vain Mr. de Valincourt and Miss Launay's friends represented to this daughter of kings the name of Mr. Dacier, his son, an illustration of his fortune, and the good he could do to his new wife, stating that such an opportunity would not easily be found again. She was only more determined to hear nothing, and the marriage was broken off. However, the Duke of Maine, after resisting with all his strength the tyrant of his life, eventually returned to his home in Sceaux. There he led an austere and retired life, invoking prayer for help, and finding great strength in remembering the lessons of Mrs. de Maintenon and the pious examples of Louis XIV. This unfortunate prince, whose childhood and youth had passed in an abundance infinite and prosperity in all things akin to fables, when he had gone through all these trials of constant and endless humiliation, found himself stricken with a malady, without remedy and growing daily worse. She wept with him. She prayed with him. She listened to his complaint, and sometimes she brought him back to memories of his glorious days. A leprosy horrible to behold gradually spread over his face, and soon it was impossible to contemplate him without disgust. The more he felt struck down, the deeper he sank into shadow and solitude, and once again Miss Delaunay, courageous beyond measure, took on the role of guardian and comforter to this unfortunate prince. What more can I tell you? Despite his misfortunes, he had preserved a tender and grateful heart, and as he neared his final hour, he expressed a desire to provide for Miss Delaunay before he died. But Mr. Dacier had passed away by that time, and Mr. Dacier had passed away by that time. De Silly, who sometimes seemed to regret his past conduct, had left such a cruel memory in the heart of the abandoned woman that just her name was enough to terrify her. Finally, when Mr. Terrifier, The Duke of Maine had been searching for a reward for his valet, and cast his eyes upon an officer from his household, an honorable man of mediocre mind and modest fortune. Miss Delaunay, wearied by so many emotions and changes in this small court, readily accepted the hand of this brave man, promising to request his capitulary as her dowry, which he had held for 2 years. He had spent 50 years living by the sword. He owned a small farm in Gonesse, famous for its good bread, a rather nice house, a flock of sheep, a great love for country life, a peaceful mind, and possessed all the qualities of a good man, with no higher ambition than to become the captain and marshal of a Swiss guard company, which he had been serving as a lieutenant for some time. This time, once again, it was necessary to attack the Duchess of Maine, implore her mercy, and get her to accept the proposals of this old officer, very wise and very cautious, who was willing to marry, but on the condition that first he be promoted to the rank he desired. In the end, and as the Duke of Maine demanded, the princess accepted this alliance. She agreed, and the Duke of Maine, having obtained the patent for Baron de Stael, gave the bride a beautiful snuff-box, a beautiful dress, and his kissable hand. Mr. de Stael, in turn, offered the Secretary of State a lamb from his farm. She took great care, in this rather dangerous task, to show only the good sides of it. She wanted to appear amiable, so as to leave herself and her passage here below a good memory. Eventually they were married and soon retired to their home in the Paris suburbs. Under these modest shadows, on these meadows, whose borders were quite narrow, beside this husband who only knew how to tell the small wars he had fought, and the small events he had witnessed, her life. However, we have found a portrait written by her own hand, which shows her pretty much as she was, the time not having yet come when one could write in full, and without omitting anything, not even shame and contempt, her own confessions. One will not read these 2 pages without interest. Miss Delaunay is of average height, quite thin and disagreeable at first glance. Her character and spirit are like her face. There is nothing crooked, but no pleasure either. Her folly has always been to want to dominate through logic and reason, and, like women who feel confined in their bodies but imagine themselves tall, as her reason annoyed her, she believed she had a lot. However, she never managed to overcome the vivacity of her mood, or at least submit it to some appearance of equality, which often made her unpleasant to her masters, burdensome in society, and completely unbearable to people under her control. Fortunately, fortune did not put her in a position to envelop many in this disgrace. Her bad fortune has greatly contributed to make her stand out. The prevention that we have against people born devoid of a fortune and lacking education is that they are appreciated for what little value they have. Nonetheless, she has received an excellent education, and has drawn from it what is good within her. The principles of virtue, high sentiments, and the straightforward rights of exact conduct, which habit has made easy and natural for her. Despite all her faults, she acquired a genuine reputation, which she owes solely to 2 fortuitous occasions. One revealed her intellect, and the other showcased her discretion and firmness. She filled her life with serious pursuits, more to strengthen her reason than to adorn her mind, which she treats as of little value. These events, having gained wide recognition, brought her to light, despite the obscurity her position had placed her in, and earned her respect above her station. She made an effort not to be any vain, but already the satisfaction of believing herself free from vanity is won. No opinion presents itself to her mind clearly enough for her to embrace it, and just as ready to reject it as to accept it, which makes her not argue much, except by mood. She has read a lot, and yet she only knows what is necessary to listen to what is said on any subject, and says nothing wrong. She has carefully sought knowledge of her duties and respected them at the expense of her tastes. She allowed herself, from the little complacency she had in herself, not to have it for anyone else. Indeed, she follows her inflexible nature, which her situation has bent without losing its elasticity. The love of freedom is her dominant passion, a very unhappy passion in her, who spent the greater part of her life in servitude, so her condition has always been unbearable to her, despite the unexpected pleasures she may have found. She has always been very sensitive to friendship, but more touched by the merit and virtue of her friends than by their feelings for her. Indulgent when they only fail to be with her, as long as they do not neglect themselves. Certainly the portrait is not flattering, but it is simple and true. It shows us in full this agile and upright person who found herself involved in great events that she dominated from the height of her courage and the acuteness of her mind. By an unexpected fortune, the success of Mrs. The King's bodyguards, a cafe of serious appearance, is filled all day with a crowd of honest people who come to this place for their morning and evening meals. De Stael's life and memories, and the reputation of a brilliant spirit that she left behind, have led to her being confused, at a distance of 50 years, with one of the greatest geniuses of the beginning of the empire, Mrs. the Baroness de Stael, the illustrious author of Corinne and Considerations on the French Revolution. Happy confusion. It cannot impair Mrs. de Stael's glory. It throws a very great and very fortunate light on the memory of Mrs. de Stael, who is fading and becoming ever more faint. Zemira at the end of the Royal Bridge, on the Orsay Quay, not far from the former hotel of Mr. They speak in low voices, and if some stranger gets lost in these well-frequented salons, he suddenly takes the lead of the regular patrons at the café on Rue du Bac, so that even the most distinguished women are not afraid to come there, accompanied by their brother or husband. The niece herself, better than a servant, had as chaperone a friend, a sister-in-law. This one was called Mariette. She was 10 years older than her companion. They addressed each other as two informal singular pronoun, with a certain deference from Mariette. One beautiful day in June, it had rained in the morning, and the cobblestones were still wet. A carriage from the old workshops of Erlher, driven by a white-haired coachman, deposited on the café's doorstep an elderly lady from the Saint-Germain neighborhood, accompanied by her niece, a serious person who had already passed the age of 20. She was dressed as a well-to-do peasant woman. On her head the wide Norman bonnet edged with lace, around her neck the hammered cross from Fécamp, crafted by the ancient goldsmiths of the ancient province. As delicate and frail as the young girl was, so robust and full of life was Mariette. Nothing hindered her beautiful laughter, or her great ability to not be surprised by anything. It had already been 3 or 4 days since these ladies had planned to come for lunch, as boys in this house, a neighbor to their hotel. They made much of it. On their entrance, among the regular guests, there was a movement of discreet curiosity that was quickly repressed, everyone understanding that the new arrivals clearly belonged to the best society. She possessed the grace and gaiety of youth. Ignorant of all malice, she was nothing more nimble and playful. At nightfall, she would sleep on Mariette's feet. The entire family adored her. Everyone in the neighborhood knew her name. Her young mistress called her the Bird. How many pieces of sugar were hidden for her in pockets everywhere, and when a finger was raised at her, she would grow fearful. Her stout voice filled her heart with remorse. As soon as they were seated, "Ah, my God!" exclaimed Mariette. "Zemir is lost. Where on earth is she? She's escaped me, and God knows if the poor thing is in distress." And Zemir had found her way. So happy and cheerful she went through both salons, saying at each leap, in small joyful cries, "Reassure yourselves, dear friends, here I am." Zemira was a charming creature of the finest Scottish breed, and not much larger than a fist. But how could one get angry at such a fragile animal that looked up at you, under its silky mane, with its 2 gaze eyes? And the poor girl, humiliated, dragged herself at the feet of her 3 masters. The youngest one finally forgave her, and suddenly those 3 benevolent hands covered her with caresses. Then she came back to life, more than ever bounding through these men of such different habits and moods. But, wow! In the first salon, her success was complete. She, encouraged, even had the curiosity, or rather, the imprudence to cross the great hall through which she entered. She snatched the newspaper from this one, just as his minister was being called a Turk by Moore. She took away the towel from that one, as he was about to wipe his hands. She had the audacity to touch with her paw, where a strand of dust still lay, the white pants of Lieutenant Jolicoeur, and the lieutenant only grunted, "That vile beast!" Yes, but in the back of the room, in the corner by the entrance door, there was a lady dressed up and overdressed, standing somewhat in shadow and drinking a mixed ice as she herself was. She wore a long train dress, and unhappy Zemir, who did not know her mistress to have such embarrassments, left on the trailing fabric the light imprint of her 3 paws, the 4th having been wiped on Lieutenant Jolicoeur's white pants. But, heavens! The cries that the lady let out. She swore her dress was ruined. The whole cafe resounded with Zamir's cry. Alas! It was the first time she had ever been beaten. She returned hastily to the group where her complaint had caused so much distress. Oh, how to end this day! It was time to return home. The more the lady in rich attire seemed annoyed, the more the creature begged for forgiveness. Finally, a young man who was with that irritable woman struck a violent blow on the head and both legs of poor Zamir with his 2 gloves. A doubt held back sad Zamir. She wondered if her 3 guardians, horrified by the accident, would have enough strength to defend her and enough will to protect her from a new attack. So, having made up her mind, and with a graceful leap, she took shelter behind Commander Martin, who was peacefully enjoying his lunch across from Mariette, who had already noticed that her neighbor breathed both the austere calm and the kindness of the Hadad, a man accustomed to command. Martin commanded an entire squadron of light cavalry. Not one of his officers passed him without paying their respects. He did not understand at first the misfortunes of Samir, yet, flattered by her preference, he adopted her with a paternal gesture. Come, let us console ourselves. He spoke these tender words in such a soft voice that Zamira was entirely reassured, and the 3 ladies were moved to tears when he saw that the trouble was gone and that he could touch the sore head. Well, it will be nothing, he repeated. Now, what do you say if we have lunch? This brave man had before him a cup of coffee with milk, in which he drowned a small piece of bread that he presented to Samir. She was more delicate than he, and refused the bread, not without dipping her tongue in the cup. He encouraged her as best he could. When she had finished her bread, he offered her some brioche in his spoon. She was hungry. She did not hesitate and ate half of the brioche. So this brave man finished his coffee with milk, without shame, and not losing a crumb. He was sober and lived simply. The 3 women, who watched him secretly and devoured him with their eyes, exchanged an invisible sign. There is nothing simpler or better than that man. When everything was drunk and eaten, Zamira peacefully fell asleep on her host's arm, and the commander, holding his breath, picked up a magazine. Our 3 women, who were not even used to so many emotions, waited quite a while for their modest lunch, but they consoled themselves with their wait when the commander was interrupted in his reading by one of his comrades in arms. They had not seen each other for a long time, and this one said to that one, "What have you become, my commander? We left you dead on the battlefield of Solferino, and we cried for you much." "My dear lieutenant," continued Commander Martin, "war and glory have their bad luck, and if Commander Martin had not died, he would have risen to be a colonel, with the rank of officer in the Legion of Honor. But both of you have made me weep too much, and my lancers, big and small, were left with me, saying, 'It's a pity.' After coming back from so far away, I found my rank and squadron, and since my praises had been used up, no one spoke of me any more. However, I am tired. I am weary of war. Ah, if only I had some sort of steady job where I could earn 1,200 francs in rent by working. But I am poor and from a humble family. With all these fortunes combined, I will go to find my father, a merchant captain from the port of Honfleur. That is all my hope. However, accept that I offer you a modest absinthe, as in the old days when we were at the military school, and the canteen refused us credit." The young girl did not miss a word of this conversation, wherein such a modest day, the courage and kindness of the soldiers shone through. Mariette also buried all her dreams of her commander in her heart. Finally, the lieutenant took leave of Martin, and seeing Zamir asleep. "At least," he said, "you have there a nice companion, and you are sure to be loved." "It's not mine," replied Martin. "She sleeps like a child on anyone. She's really a charming creature." It was at this moment that Mariette, having settled the bill, the 3 ladies stood up to leave, not without giving a fine salute to Commander Martin. The young girl, blushing, stammered some excuses. The old lady undertook to explain that she was the Marchioness of Escars, and that she would be happy to open the doors of her hotel on University Street for the commander. Mariette would have liked very much to embrace the Solferino wounded and give him her golden cross, which shone like a meeting of suns. But, with resolute bearing, Mariette was timid and did not dare. Then Zamir, opening one languid eye and understanding that it was necessary to cross, once again, the great hall, where she had been so unhappy, instinctively threw herself into the captain's arms. She no longer recognized Mariette herself. She would rather have been killed than go to the door where the lady with the trailing skirt stood. Her 3 maids were amazed at this resistance. "Come now," said the good commander, rubbing Zamir's head. "Miss needs a bodyguard." Then, without saying a word, and with his head bare, he followed these ladies as they crossed the café, and when they entered the carriage, he placed Zamir in the young lady's lap. "Goodbye, my dear little beast," he said. "I leave her in the care of fair and good hands." He then blushed at having made such a long compliment. Do not be surprised that a humble creature should have aroused so much sympathy in such noble hearts, and if you need an example, a testimony in honor of one of these animals who are undergoing their degrees of naturalization into the human species, it is a word from Mr. R. Here is the story, which I pray you do not ask Marfise about, for I fear the sulks. 2 days later, I see a chamberlain enter with a small Chinese house full of ribbons, and out of that pretty little house comes a small, well-perfumed dog of extraordinary beauty, ears silk, gentle breath, small like a sylph, blonde like a blonde. Never was I more amazed. I wanted to send it back. They never wanted to take it back. It is my little maid, Marie, who has taken service with the tiny dog. He sleeps in her home and in the room of Beaulieu. He eats only bread. I am not yet attached to him, but he is beginning to love me, and I fear I will succumb. Being yourself a bouffon, it would suffice for you to read an admirable passage dated November 13th, 1675. You are amazed that I have a small dog. Here is the story. I was calling, out of courtesy, a running dog from a lady who resides at the end of the park. Madame de Tarente said to me, "What, you know how to call a dog? I want to send you the most beautiful dog in the world." I thanked her and told her my resolve not to get involved in this foolishness anymore. It happened, one no longer thinks about it. It was talked about all day, every day. Not a regular guest at the house, between whist games, who wasn't forced to hear an almost funeral oration from the fearless and reproachless knight. The aunt and niece, especially Mariette, argued over whether the commander was welcome to come to the Marquise's home. Besides an extraordinary cleanliness, he is called Faithful. It is a name that lovers of the most beautiful princesses have rarely merited. For an entire week, Commander Martin and his kindness towards Zamir were the subject of the most followed conversations at the Hotel d'Escar. She claimed yes, they said no, and that more ceremony was needed. It was finally decided that a beautiful letter would be written to Commander Martin by the lady of the house, and Mariette, who had no doubts. "They will take you there," said the aunt and niece. In fact, at 4 o'clock, they could be seen along the quay in their carriage, surrounded by consternation. There were women and children crying, distressed creditors and friends in despair around the barracks. The lancers saluted with their lances and the ladies with their handkerchiefs. The music played all its notes, trumpets, clarions, and bassons. The flag unfurled its flame in every wind. On a white horse stood a large crow, its wings spread. It summoned the storm, but the storm did not come. Everything faded into the dusty distances of Marsfield. The officers followed, and last among them, Commander Martin, simple and calm as always. He recognized the ladies and the little creature at the door, watching curiously as everything departed. Then the captain saluted them with his sword. "Farewell, Zamir," and Zamir barked painfully. In between, Mariette returned. A chief logistics marshal, questioned by the intelligence servant, answered that it was no more than if Commander knew in advance the destination of the regiment, and Mariette, saddened, had thought it inutile to hand over the invitation letter. Everything fell silent. "Ah, my aunt," exclaimed the niece, "I am so unhappy, and what reproaches we have to make to ourselves. At least I should have told him the name of our family and that my father was one of the army's chiefs. Alas! He is left without caring for these ungrateful ones. Farewell, Zamira." And Zamira, seeing her young mistress cry, wiped those beautiful eyes that had not often wept. It is a thankless task, a difficult endeavor, to lead a troop of cavalrymen over 100 leagues of distance. The road is long, the stages are marked in advance, and refreshments are scarce. Along the way, more than one horse throws its rider, and more than one man, overcome by the sun, falls and injures himself in the dust of the grand highway. All these responsibilities, small and large, weigh on the commander's head. He's accountable for the health of his beasts and men. It is necessary for him to improvise at every moment an ambulance, a hospital. It's worse than war following the same path, and as soon as our soldiers are no longer watched, barely having crossed the curious cities and astonished hamlets, suddenly having crossed the curious cities and astonished hamlets, all joy disappears. There is no more laughter or song, nothing but sadness and seriousness like a great road that never ends. Especially the hour was bad and poorly chosen in June. Not a blade of grass on the prairie and not a shadow on the languishing trees. The old men showed them a long valley where, last year, so many streams murmured on hospitable banks. It took 8 days to find rest in Vernon, of which these unhappy ones stood so much in need. Men and horsemen, Vernon was a true Paris to them. Oh, misery! The clear waters had disappeared. The stream was full of pebbles. The exhausted horse vainly searches among the apple trees on the path for some green fruits to quench his thirst that devours him. The apple tree has no more fruit, the sun no more clouds. Even the night favorable to rest was scorching. Soon, refreshed after 2 days of rest, they reached Rouen, the capital of Normandy, where they stayed for 3 months to replace a regiment of cuirassiers stationed in the ancient Evreux under the hospitable walls of Saint-Ouen. Finally, with all these forces replenished, men and animals in good condition, the day came when Commander Martin, inspecting his lancers, found them so handsome and in such prospering condition. "Children," he said, "tomorrow we shall enter the capital of Calvados. The city belongs to magistrates who will receive us well as hosts, and I hope that we all conduct ourselves as honorable men." The commander did not despise the joys of a short speech. He was content having accomplished all his task. He thought the hour of rest had come, and that now his destiny was fulfilled, having given up any hope of advancement. Then he felt at home. At every step you meet a curious house and tread upon a long history. The city is severe, and the inhabitants, silent, respect the passage of warriors. Nevertheless, each resident came to the threshold of his home to greet these new arrivals. He hummed between his teeth the national song. "I will go to revisit my Normandy. It is the country that gave me birth." Thus thinking, they entered in good order and returned to the austere discipline of William the Conqueror's ancient city. The city of Caen is one of the oldest in the great province. There were even, and it was endless joy, more than one father and more than one mother who recognized their son, the brigadier, or their son, the trumpet player, or the second lieutenant. The troop then stopped for a moment to enjoy the first emissions. Then the passers-by continued on their way, accompanied by the neighing of the horses, who finally realized they had arrived. The commander went first this time, searching but in vain for some familiar face. He did, however, hear from the window of a large house, guarded by a sentinel, a cry of surprise and joy. And even it seemed to him that a kind hand sent him a kiss that could be felt in the air. "If it's for me," thought the commander. He already felt less alone and less lost in this illustrious city, where the church and magistracy, science and law had established their tabernacles. "Welcome, Commander," said the colonel, "but you're awfully late. We've been here for 15 days. That colonel was not a bad man. He was an officer of fortune. He had encountered no obstacles in his path. Everything had succeeded for him, and especially the favor of the general inspectors, not one of these gentlemen wishing to It must also be said that this too lucky colonel was 10 years younger than Commander Martin. There was not a single wound in all his body. He was in excellent health, and Mr. his father paid him a high salary of 200 louis, which represents a substantial sum for the best-kept regiment. Once all the formalities were completed, each man in his place and the horse to the provender, the officers from throughout the regiment dined together, and the earliest arrivals toasted the health of the newcomers. "Here we are far from Paris," said Lieutenant Charlier, "and God knows when we will have lunch at the café on Rue du Bac." Then each person told their story, and, strangely, Commander Martin, the only man with a story to share, did not. The end of the evening was dedicated to the senior officials, no less than to the most beautiful people from the city of Caen. Mr. the President of Arrival and Mrs. Morton, the young woman of the Attorney General, were cited for their generous hospitality. Several young men, with a single epaulet more intimidating than star-studded ones, announced the names of the beautiful dancers, Miss Sophie and Miss Marie, children of City Hall, and the belle of the ball, Miss Amélie with her sister Aurora. He has ruined the finest careers, they said. On the contrary, they claimed, General Beaulieu is a kind man. In any case, both parties remembered that they were to make their first visit to the general, commanding the city of Caen the next day. As for me, said a sub-officer from the night before, I find nothing more charming than Miss Mariette, the honor and grace of General de Beaulieu's house. And the conversation turned to the general. Some said he was one of our best general officers. Others affirmed he was hard and merciless. He is not just. He has done no good to anyone. The following day, at noon, military time, the colonel, followed by the officers in full dress, knocked on the door of Mr. Lieutenant General Count Beaulieu. These gentlemen were received in the grand salon, adorned with an old tapestry depicting Masset's history. The apartment was spacious and dark. The colonel introduced his officers. They saluted, and the general said a pleasant word to each one. When it was Commander Martin's turn, the colonel presented him to the general, naming him in a brief voice. And if you have not received the regiment's visit earlier, my general, it is because of the commander, who was late. If you arrived too late in our garrison, at least you brought back everyone, animals and people, without forgetting the regiment's crew. Your predecessors left 20 men in civilian and military hospitals. So welcome, dear commander. This unusual lack of courtesy towards such a man at such a time was poorly received by the entire company. Fortunately, the general, a very brave and fair man despite all the talk, approached the commander. Certainly you are Officer Martin, the survivor of Solferino, he said. Do me the honor of shaking my hand. But how come, after your noble actions in Italy, you have been so poorly rewarded? I am here, God be praised, to remind you of your rights and services. These noble words were received with an approving murmur. My general, replied Commander Martin, I am well rewarded for all my pains. What need is there of a reward? It can add nothing to the honor you do me. Too bad for me, who has not found some modern protectress to defend and protect me. They make colonels, they unmake captains. As he finished speaking, the housekeeper, rushing into the salon with joyful cries, mounted on the table and covered good Martin with her warmest affections. His joy reached the point of spasm, and, had it not been checked, would have bordered on madness. For a moment the general seemed very surprised, but he soon recovered himself. By heaven, Commander, what did you say about the cruelty of ladies? Here's the provided text translated from French to English. This one will expose you before everyone, and you can be proud of it. You are the first for whom Miss Zemire has ever shown such great passion. The colonel was escorted home by all the officers, but the genuine salutes and felicitations from these brave men were directed chiefly to their example, to their friend Captain Martin. She and I, continued Martin, had lunch one day at the Quai d'Orsay, at the same table, and I am well pleased that she deigned to remember it. After my daughter's recommendation, said the general, I know of no stronger bond than the friendship of my little Zemire. She is the joy of the house. General de Beaulieu requests Mr. the Colonel Martin will honor us with a dinner tomorrow, Tuesday, at the General's Hotel. The reader had guessed that in the meantime, a great friendship had arisen between Colonel Martin and General Beaulieu. Justice was thus done, and not one was surprised when, in the early days of July, an orderly brought under a sealed envelope to the general's quarters the following invitation: Miss Louise and Zemire de Beaulieu, and Mr. So when Miss Mariette questioned him in the manner of an investigating judge, we would like to know, Mr. Colonel, what intentions bring you so often to our home? It's time to say it, especially if it's our young maiden who attracts. The colonel was received as a daily friend, and it was in this well-kept home that everyone would hasten to make him forget his isolation. As for worrying about the feelings he might inspire in Miss Louise de Beaulieu, he did not worry at all. He surrounded the young girl with his best deferences and respects. To this unexpected declaration, who was more surprised than good Martin? He remained for some time confused and affected with the happiness which terrified him. To speak frankly, it depends on you alone to win Miss Beaulieu's hand. It seemed to us that you were not unpleasantly viewed by Miss Louise, and that your marriage with her would be easy, but for the sorrow her father would feel at it. No, by all means let me not thus forget all my duties. My ambition is small, and yet I am much afraid that she exceeds my hopes. But at last, in a voice very much moved, he answered, Do you therefore think, Miss Mariette, that I could forget the debt I owe to General de Beaulieu, my benefactor, by robbing his daughter of her heart? I should be her father, with several years added to the account. Now that I have enough to live on, with a good position, it seems to me that I could obtain the hand of a beautiful girl from Normandy, pleasant and kind, who would allow me to love her, and perhaps also found a family with her help and protection. You have told me several times, Mariette, that on behalf of your father and mother, you were owner of a farm 10 leagues from here. Added to my pensions, which will be settled soon, this farm is a fortune. Finally, if you are younger than me, I can at least, without breaking natural laws, seek such a beautiful union. He was still speaking. At that moment Louise appeared with her father, and seeing them holding hands, Miss de Beaulieu understood everything they had just said. She went from a great paleness to the blush of a peony, and to hide her redness, she threw herself into her father's arms. So, taking a deep breath, Colonel Martin, bareheaded and standing tall. She has said nothing yet. This is the first time I've spoken to her about marriage, but I know she won't refuse to join her fate with that of an officer of fortune. One could see at that moment a satisfaction on General's face that he did not try to hide. Let it be as you wish, my dear comrade, he replied. I am also happy to announce that I am marrying Miss de Beaulieu to her cousin, Count d'Escars, one of the finest names in France. The wedding of Mariette and Colonel Martin was a Hussjar-style wedding. Both sides showed great enthusiasm. The church and the regiment did their best for this happy ceremony. One would have said that even heaven wanted to take part in these righteous nuptials. For some time now, for 3 months, the sun had been scorching the plain, and the earth, in despair, endured day and night the relentless stars. Oh, what a charming offering! There was still the refreshing dew on her crown, and more than one among the people will tell you today that this golden-orange crown offered to the Holy Virgin caused the great storm. The first drops of rain, called upon with fervent prayers, fell just as Mariette, in the arms of the general, reached the threshold of Saint-Étienne. Then the fiancée, with a pious gesture, offered her veil to the rain and dedicated it, soaked through, to the Virgin in the chapel where her marriage was blessed. It thundered terribly and lit up with lightning when Mariette and her husband climbed into their farmer's cart to return to their countryside home. As they walked down the street where the general had preceded them, Louise appeared, holding in her arms the little Zemire, and saying, I will not separate these 3 beings, now inseparable. The echo joyfully repeated the sound of that thunder, clapping against the cloud, and pouring down on the half-burned house. At every step the plants rose. One could hear in the furrow the ox inhaling with its nostrils the freshness of these beautiful waves. Farewell, my good Mariette, kiss me, and you, Colonel, take great care of Zemire and my sister-in-law. The rain, at this farewell, poured down, and Louise hurried back into the paternal home. Mariette and her husband made a fine journey across these plains, through these hills revived and refreshed. The bird sang its anthem to Providence. Bareheaded, the farmer, the vine-grower, and the gardener hurried forward, giving thanks for the kind season, and joy and the storm grew ever greater. The fertile soil became inebriated with the divine dew. One could already hear the torrent, long dried up, murmuring between its rejuvenated banks. Heaven's blessing joined those from below. Mariette and her husband, silent and charmed, became enraptured by this great miracle. She lost all patience and called to her 2 companions. It seemed to me, Martin said, that I recognized an old friend, Sir Raven. He's delighted to escape the friendship of Mr. Third Lancers. Indeed, it was Sir Raven, he sang in a hoarse voice, to the entire natural world, a hymn of gratitude. He flew off to our right, and that is a good omen. They then realized she was wearing Miss de Beaulieu's favorite bracelet as a necklace. As they climbed the final mountain and approached the humble house where their destiny would be fulfilled, suddenly a large raven, wings spread wide, and sharing in the universal joy, circled the rustic cart 3 times. They finally arrived at this enclosure near the farm. It can support 2 cows and a small horse, Mariette said. Barely inside their home, the storm, which had calmed slightly, resumed with full force, and the dried-up torrents appeared clearer than ever. Standing at his window, Filled with happiness, Martin contemplated these glorious storms and fully embraced the present security's joy, as well as all future joys. An abyss, and I say more, a long succession of revolutions, separates today's Versailles from the Versailles of 1681. Well, despite the interests and majesty of the palace turned into a museum, there are rebellious spirits, and we are among them, who regret the sorrows, pains, pity, and finally the charm of the former Versailles castle. Versailles, what a miracle of history, grandeur of memories. It would be difficult to find you now, dedicated to all national glories. This palace that struggled to hold the glory of just one man. How these vast residences would be amazed if they could return by thought and memory to their early days of grandeur, when this place filled with stones and marbles was nothing but ancient oaks. Henry IV used to hunt the stag. Louis XIII left the oaks of Saint-Germain for the woods of Versailles, and when night surprised him, the king would sleep in a cabin on the road. Despite nature, the layout of the land, and the aridity of the soil seemed to pose invincible obstacles to the young monarch's wishes. Under Louis XIV's presidency, a council of genius men meets to build these magnificent residences. Finally, in 1660, the true enchanter of the Palace of Versailles, he who was to raise these walls and populate them with genius guests, Louis XIV, appeared. At his command, this immense chaos is replaced by a magnificence full of art and taste. And let us not forget other powers who saw the kings and poets at their feet. Henrietta of England, and Miss de la Vallière, Madame de Montespan, and Madame de Maintenon. Mansart raises the ceilings that Lebrun charges with masterpieces. Le Notre arranges the gardens and spreads entire rivers across these sterile lands, diverted from their natural course by a legion of workers. Girardin and Puget populate these shores, these groves, these damp caves with an army of nymphs, tritons, satyrs, all the gods of graceful mythology. Century took possession of it as their natural abode, along with all the spirits of that beautiful era, the kings of thought and poetry. His entire life, his flourishing youth, his respected maturity, his decline, the last rays of the sun, all flowed within these walls. Louis XIV, the king of all graces and elegances, the omnipotent one who felt within himself the sentiment of all greatness, had made this palace the sole asylum worthy of his glory, the only shelter for his works, and the severe concerns of his life, filled with majesty, sadness, and resignation. Every step taken in these dark alleys is a memory. Every step taken in this funereal castle is an elegy. Sparkling waters, marbles, bronzes, old orange trees laden with flowers, a vast lawn trodden by so many kings, queens, ambassadors, so many holy bishops, so many gaping profanes, the royalty of yesteryear, which one can follow in these magnificent gardens. It is impossible to greet them with complete composure. In vain are these walls covered with new tapestries. In vain are they laden with bas-reliefs and emblems. In vain do all sorts of statues stand in these splendid galleries. One breathes in these magnificent places a certain scent of death that strikes fear. The balustrade where so few had the right to penetrate, it is closed forever. On the prayer desk a pious hand has placed a prayer book. The precious footstool, in two pieces, has been found, one half in Germany, and the other part in Italy. Here is the august chamber where the great king was to die. The bed is adorned with the embroidered drapery from Saint-Cyr by Madame de Maintenon. The portrait of Madame, one of Bossuet's most moving skulls, smiles, as once before, with that sorrowful smile overshadowed by so many misfortunes. The two paintings on each side of the bed depict a Holy Family by Raphael, a Saint Cecilia by the Dominican. The ceiling can be counted among the miracles of the great Venetian, Paul Veronese. Emperor Napoleon himself, at the height of his conquests, brought this exquisite painting from the gallery of the Council of Ten. The portraits, an invaluable ornament to these palace doors of the sun, are worthy of Van Dyck, who signed them. This is how, on this long journey through the magnificences of the old palace of Versailles, you pass from triumph to defeat, from royalty to nothingness. This young and brilliant king, adored more than a god, the same all-powerful one who walked in these magnificent gardens, to the sound of so many fountains that would fall silent every night, you will soon see him lying on his deathbed. Vanity of vanities. Vanity of ruin and resurrection. Look, they say this devastation is the eye of Buff, the eye of Bouf, this antechamber for use by the humblest courtiers. If further on, still dazzled by these splendors, you open with a pious hand this half-hidden door, at once what an austere retreat. Here Louis XIV knelt at the feet of his confessor. What a well-filled life! What a old age, saturated with sorrows! What a firm and Christian death! In this other apartment, which has retained some funereal aspect despite the cheerful paintings, died not without pain, and above all without remorse. What solitude after so much crowd, and what silence after so much noise! Where are you, kings of genius and French spirit? Bossuet, Corneille, La Fontaine, Molière, Fénelon, Despreaux, Racine. We are now in the chapel, at the time when Bourdaloue and Massillon filled these gilded vaults with their eloquent voices. In vain you would seek the orators and their audiences. As many ghosts, Father Bourdaloue will not come. Massillon will not come. The king is no longer even in his lead coffin in the crypts of Saint-Denis. Mrs. de Maintenon has slept for over a century in eternal slumber. And yet here it stands whole again. In these silent walls, 28 stone statues still shine. The high altar is marble and bronze. The walls are adorned with bas-reliefs. The pulpit has preserved its stained glass windows. The vault, at its brilliant summit, still bears Coypel's composition. Ah, how a single man from the great century would fill this silence, animate these solitudes! How one would then believe in this resurrection! He who saw Versailles once witnessed the entire life of Louis XIV, just as he said, "The state is me," the sovereign master of so many millions of men could have said, "Versailles, it is my entire reign." Daughter is precisely this great reign, and this great king that we shall seek to explore with the zeal and respect of a faithful subject and an honest historian. The palace of Versailles, in its entirety and in all its details, obeyed rules laid down in advance, which it was impossible to exceed. Every man here present, and every lady, had his rights and duties. All steps were accounted for. Every place was assigned. There were the grand and the small entrances, privates, captaincies, domestics, services, and honors. One must not confuse the domestic with the officer, the great charges of the crown with military posts, the bedroom with the cabinet, the grand apartments with the smaller ones, the great stables with those of the cabinet. The chaplaincy had its laws, and the chapel had its own. There was the Royal Council of Finances and the Council of Dispatches. The stool, the tile, the carpet, the armchair, the folding chair, the lawn chair, represented a chapter apart. It was a big question whether Sir, in escorting Miss her daughter after the wedding, would go to the right or take the left. The maidens of honor and the dames of honor did not have the same privileges. The carriage question. One had to pass certain tests of nobility to ride in the king's carriages. There was the grand bedtime, the small bedtime, where the king would give the bougeoir to whoever he pleased. The grand rising and the small rising, and if the king rose in a bad mood, too bad for the captain of the guards who had the honor of the honors and had it. Opening the curtains. The king's military house was a big deal. Brevet for everything. There were even breveted justaucorps. Madame the Dauphine, at the beginning of each ball, would name the cavaliers who were to conduct the princesses. Even the carousel had its judges from the camp, its quadrille leaders and designated attire, gold and green, black and gold, orange and crimson, so many trumpets and timbrels, and so many dawn songs. When the Doge arrived at Versailles, where what most surprised him was seeing himself there, the ceremony had been prearranged. He was to enter through this door. He was to have a Marshal of France on his left, and so many genuine senators following him. A great honor was to present the king with his shirt, and the king himself presented shirts to the princes of the blood on the evening of their wedding. Every court had its name, the chapel court, the balcony court. He was also to be escorted by princes and princesses, but the princesses of the blood stayed in their chambers to avoid escorting him. Ceremonies everywhere. Ceremonies at Versailles, Trianon, the menagerie, the king's dinner, the reception, ceremony for the garden fountains. The king wanted us to ask for an invitation to Marly. One bowed to the ground, saying, "Marly, your majesty, happy the guests," but even a refusal was accompanied by a smile. That would have been lost in reputation who, among the various officers of the king, would not have distinguished the first gentleman of the chamber from the grand chamberlain, the first squire from the knight of honor, the pages of the guard of the sleeve. Even on seals, there was green wax for decrees, yellow wax for routine dispatches, and red wax for Provence and Dauphiné. White wax was reserved for the Order of the Holy Spirit, which had its own chancellor. One day, a princess at dinner with Mrs. the Dauphiness showed some sorrow that Mrs. de Biron had not kissed the hem of her skirt. It was decided that the princess was wrong. First carriage and second carriage, where each lady had her designated place. There was a ceremonial for the first audiences of the papal nuncios and ambassadors of crowned heads. When the king admitted a cardinal to his table, he would have him sit on a cushion and served by the grand master of his household. It was not the same honor to be introduced by the grand master of ceremonies and the introducer of ambassadors. The king, drinking to the health of the pope, removed his hat and rose from his seat. The pope never wrote the first to anyone, and princes who have not yet written to his holiness do not expect a visit from the nonce. A thick volume could be filled with the sole charge of captain of the guards of the king's body. It was a considerable matter at that time to know if the king was going to dine at the city house, whether the wife of the provost of merchants would have the honor of dining with his majesty. The king decided she should dine at his table, and the poor woman died of joy. There was a captain of the Corbiniers, who held his position as dearly as the first gentleman of the chamber. There was the king's confessor, who held an immense place in this Versailles castle. Precedence and antiquity, to be recognized, required letters patent. When the question was in doubt and needed to be decided immediately, it was noted in the records, at the king's request. If we wanted to combine into a single example the difficulties of this precedence that had the court attentive, it would suffice to relate the reception of Mr. the Duke of Maine in the Paris Parliament. Mr. du Maine, before being received, will visit the first president, all presidents with a mortar, the general lawyers, the general prosecutor, the dean of the Parliament, and the rapporteur, but he will warn them beforehand. He will not visit any of the dukes. The death of Mrs. the Duchess, in the midst of this great and sincere grief, is surrounded to such an extent by funeral ceremonies that it can be cited as an example of the etiquette dedicated to the court. After trying all sorts of remedies from charlatans, she expires after a 7.5-hour agony, and the king closes her eyes. Then her body is transported from her small bed to the grand bed of honor, and, since the lady-in-waiting demanded the right to dress the deceased, the king decided that this should be done. The king has decreed that the same honors be rendered to Mrs. B. When he was old enough to be established, and even a little earlier, the dukes and peers were very concerned about the rank he would take, and here's what was decided after many deliberations. Mr. the Duke of Maine, in the Parliament, will have much of the treatment given to princes of the blood, but in many things he will be treated only as a peer, since he will take the ordinary oath. He will not go on to the floor, and the first president, asking for his advice, will address him as Count of As, will address him as Count of A.U. One does not refer to princes of the blood by any title. The treatments given to a prince of the blood that will be done to him will consist in the first president, haranguing him on behalf of the Parliament, taking off his hat when asking for his hat when asking for his hat. Opinion. The Duchess, as were given to the late Queen. He will not mourn, because she was his daughter-in-law, and a father does not mourn for his children. Since the king does not go into mourning, foreign princes and crown officials will not drape themselves in black. There will only be blood princes and courtiers. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 24 hours after her death, the opening of the body took place, with the lady-in-waiting and the Dame de Tours present. The ladies have begun to guard Madame the Dauphine's body today at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they take turns every hour. There are 4 of them with her. There are always chaplains, mission fathers, Versailles Capuchins, and Paris Feuillants near the body, who have the right to attend. The clergy is on the right side of the bed. 2 altars have been set up in her room, where Mass has begun to be celebrated as soon as dawn breaks. When the Knight of Honor, the Lady of Honor, the Dame de Tours, the Duchesses, the Marshals of France come to give holy water, the arms heralds give them squares. The wife of the Knight of Honor also has one. Madame the Dauphin had her face uncovered until it was opened, and a mistake was made. This is that while this was happening, ladies who were not entitled to sit before her during her lifetime were with their faces uncovered in front of her body, which should not have been. So far, the ladies have kept the body of Madame the Dauphine without being named by the Grand Master of Ceremonies, which goes against etiquette. Everything is arranged, everything is counted. The door of the antecourt will not be opened, because it is only opened for the master or mistress of the house. Upon doing so, the local chaplain hands the goblet to the herald, who in turn presents it to dukes and peers. So many candelabras, so many armchairs, so many bishops, so much space between the Duke of Anjou and the Duke of Berry. To Mr. from Meaux to Bossuet, it is the honor of providing the goblet to the entire royal family. But it is the local chaplain who gives it to the princes and princesses. Cromwell, Van Dyne, Wewell, and Tummel de Marne, Dutch Trump. All this is pure etiquette. But if you could just move aside for a moment the master of ceremonies, the second master, the ladies-in-waiting, the honor guards, and bring in Bossuet, the master of eloquence and one of the fathers of the French Church, the master of eloquence and one of the fathers of the French Church, and place in his trembling hands the heart of the illustrious princess, we would witness at once the grand spectacle of immense suffering. What were the words of the illustrious orator at this time? What prayers did he offer on this improvised altar, where he laid down the heart of Mrs. Meaux? Little matters at this moment whether the Bishop of Meaux is accompanied by the old princess and the young Princess of Conti, whether the lady-in-waiting and the lady-at-arms occupy the two doors, and whether this carriage filled with mourning has an escort of 36 horsemen bearing torches, not to mention the pages, valets, and lackeys of the deceased princess. At this midnight hour, it seems to us that we see him enter under the vaults of Val de Grace. Him, that noble heart that no longer beats. The Dauphin? Here, the simplest expression is best, and even the etiquette has its eloquence. The princesses were in the high pews, the ladies-in-waiting and accompaniers in the lower ones, the knight of honor to the right, and the first squire to the left, next to the representation. After the prayers and incensions, M. de Meaux took up the center, and they proceeded in procession to the chapel of Sainte Anne, in the same order as when they had arrived. There was another representation there, with drawers containing the hearts of the queens and children of France, each with a crown at the top, according to their rank, not the time of their death. They repeated the prayers, incensions, and sprinkling of holy water, then they left, passing through the same places. That is how court funerals are conducted. Anyone who comes after will be subject to the same regulations. Nothing can be changed. The great and eternal difference is this: the funeral oration delivered by Bossuet. It is he who confers immortality. All the majesties he did not mention will be but fleeting majesties. Versailles may fall and will fall, but Bossuet's eternally living words will go from age to age, always growing. But what? We are not here writing the history of King Louis XIV. It is the very history of the Palace of Versailles. We do not wish to leave. We shall remain until the end, alongside the chronicles and chroniclers. We gather here and there the conversations from Marly and Trianon, from the grand wake and the small wake. If the king is well, the whole palace is in celebration. A grand hunt in the morning, a grand game at night, masks, lotteries, music as much as one desires. The king distributes lots of gold and silver at random. The players, dressed as Italian comedians, play the game of the king and Madame de Montespan, who often loses 1,000 louis on a card. Marly is very much like a masquerade ball. Princesses, mixed with the comedians, dance the interludes of the bourgeois gentlemen. In the shops, run by duchesses, are displayed the finest fabrics, the most beautiful linens, and the most delightful jewels that can be seen. They play to win everything, not to lose anything. After the game comes the comedy. After the comedy, dinner. On the king's birthday, eagerness doubles with expenditure. In the evening, at 8 o'clock, the king entered his grand apartment with many ladies. His Holiness and Madame the Dauphine were at the comedy, which they had started early, and then came to find the king. Before dinner they played various games. Then they served 5 tables for the ladies, which were attended by the king, Monseigneur, and Madame la Dauphine, Monsieur, and Madame, and additionally, there was a large table set up in the billiard room. For the lords, the meal went merrily. Kings were crowned at every table. Music played in both galleries of the dining hall. There were 70 ladies present, not including the 5 table attendants. Shortly after Madame la Dauphine's arrival, the king showed her a large Chinese chest that had been left behind with several outfits from his recent lottery, and asked her to open it. Madame la Dauphine distributed the ribbons, cuffs, and aprons to the ladies who had accompanied her. On another occasion, as soon as the king arrived at Marly, being in an excellent mood, he led the ladies to his apartment, where he had a magnificent cabinet with 30 drawers, each filled with a golden and diamond jewel. She first found beautiful fabrics, then a new chest filled with numerous ribbons, and another containing very pretty frills. After finding 7 or 8 different chests or baskets, all more beautiful than the last, he opened the last, which was a lovely jewel box, containing a pearl bracelet, and in a secret compartment at the center of the box, he made all the ladies play a game of chance, and each one received her share. The empty cabinet was given to the 31st lady. In every lot there was a secret, and in each secret, jewels that greatly increased the value of the lot. There wasn't a lady who wasn't very pleased with these trinkets. They were worth 4,000 pistoles. In June 1688, with the sun very hot and baths very popular, Mrs. de Maintenon gave Mrs. de Chevreuse a bathing carriage, entirely made of Alençon point, and the most magnificent. The same evening, a small concert of very pretty tunes composed by Mrs. the Dauphin on Fontanella's words was heard. The Regent of Orleans will command him to declare war against the English. Take note that music was everywhere. In Versailles, at Marly, the small king's violins, as they were called then, represented an entire orchestra. The Fontanelle skillfully glided into all these places of pleasure. He became humble and hid himself with as much care as other poets do to make themselves seen. One would truly commend his modesty if one could believe it. He will lead this happy life for 100 years, and later, Among these small violins there were trumpets, clarions, and drums. They made the dancers of the grand apartment move. They accompanied the princesses in the crypts of Saint-Denis. When one drank to the health of the king, the small violins sang in music, "Long live the king," to the sound of organs, trumpets, and timbales. How many Te Deums they celebrated, and how many from the depths. Dining with the king was the greatest honor that his majesty could bestow upon one of his subjects. When Mr. de Vauban had built this formidable line of defenses on our northern borders, when he had captured so many enemy cities, the king gave him 100,000 francs and invited him to dine. De Vauban had not had the honor of dining with the king. That is why you will not believe a word of this strange story of Louis XIV inviting Molière to lunch. As for the topics of conversation at Versailles, they are countless. Every rumor from the city reaches the court's ears. Each of these salons frequented by ladies, all the way to the palace's attic, echoes the most fabulous deeds and least believable anecdotes. Especially the daily deaths hold a prominent place in these casual discussions. The Count de Bussy-Rabutin died on his lands in Burgundy. He was in full disgrace, and not a single courtier thought to recognize in this insolent man with the peasants, and prostrated before the powerful, a true writer. Mrs. de Bregy, the Queen Mother's lady-in-waiting, made a restitution of 250,000 livres to Monsieur, who was not displeased by this fortunate turn of events. Mrs. de la Sablière, to whom we owe charming poems, died at the Incurables, a true poet. However, listen to the famous dispute between the Grand Master of the Wardrobe and the Master of the Wardrobe, who is about to enter office. Mr. de la Rochefoucauld claims that Mr. de Souvray owes him to carry home the chamber robes made for the king, while Mr. de Souvray claims that the Master of the Wardrobe is not obliged to fulfill this duty to the Grand Master. The Chevalier de Forbin arrived this morning at the King's Rising, along with the famous Jean Bart. Prisoners of war in England, they escaped from their prison. The King made them captains and gave them money. One should no longer be surprised, after this, by Mame Geoffrin providing velvet knickers to the bright minds of her salon. The King's money was a great honor at that time, and the greatest lords willingly and publicly extended their hands. Mr. the Dauphin having ordered 25 magnificent justaucorps for the wolf hunt, the courtiers whom he forgot in his distribution were despairing. Dacier, whose learned wife made him famous, barely receives an honorable mention in the speeches of Versailles. While people talked endlessly about whether or not the captain of the guards had the right to take an oath with his sword at his side, hardly anyone paid attention for a minute or two to the death of Queen Christina of Sweden, the famous one who, died in Rome at the age of 65, in the greatest solitude and silence bordering on contempt. That great musician, the jester of Versailles, who made the great king laugh heartily even on his worst days, Baptiste Lully, is dead. They found 37,000 louis d'or, 20,000 écus in cash, and many other possessions at his home. The privilege of the opera was left to his wife and children. Mr. Quinault himself, one of the great entertainers of these beautiful places, who presided, with Corneille and Molière, over the fêtes of the Enchanted Island at the inauguration of Versailles, he died repentant of all his beautiful comedies. In turn, Lebrun, the famous painter to whom the Grand Gallery of Versailles owed its richest ornament, disappears from the world stage, and the king has not a word for his regular painter. But the astonishment doubles with the death of Mrs. the Duchess of Schomberg. However, the whole court was divided at the time of Mrs. de Schomberg's death between the declining Mrs. de Montespan and Mrs. de Maintenon, who was growing in influence each day. Few people remember, in these domains of oblivion, that this amiable Duchess of Schomberg had been Louis XIII's chaste love, that she could play a significant role at the court of a timid king, and that she faded away, happy to reputation, and not to leave a regret for this young king who loved her. At the last Marley, Mrs. de Montespan, seeing herself alone, with a sad smile, said to the king, "Behold, I am reduced to entertaining the antechamber," and sudden tears filled her large eyes full of sparks. Every day, as one can see, brought its curiosity, great or trivial. Today, Despreaux gives a speech at the Academy, and the king appreciates his beautiful words. 8 days later, the king is in Chambord with Molière, charged with entertainment. One comes to tell the king that the goodman Corneille died the previous night, and the king, who left him to die of hunger, is not greatly concerned about the poet, an imperishable honor of the great century. On the same day, the good man Mignard disappears, almost a centenarian. He was the king's first painter. All the glories and all the beauties of Louis the Great's era had been before the tireless artist. On lost that same evening Mr. Nicole, one of the great writers of Port Royal, a worthy friend of Mr. Arnauld. You will find in all of Madame de Sévigné's letters the austere and charming name of Mr. Nicole. With all the graces of a very refined writer, he united the accent and faith of a Christian. Very good-natured, he once told Mr. Arnauld, who proposed a great task to him. "But still, sir, I would like to rest before dying." "You think so, sir? You have all eternity to rest." What a brave and proud word! Those names did not please the king's ears. The best minds at his court spoke in whispers of Port Royal's virtues. But here is another death, and an irreparable one. We learned on Thursday, April 26, 1696, that Madame the Marchioness of Sévigné had just died in the castle of Grignan, without anyone around her, not even her own daughter, having foreseen this sudden end to such a beautiful life. She knew all its grandeur, she spoke of all its glories, and the king, who well knew her, would often greet her and offer his arm to escort her through these enchantments. It can be said with certainty that Madame the Marchioness of Sévigné, no less than Madame de Montespan and Madame de Maintenon, holds a place of honor among the intelligences to whom the French language owes much of its charm and clarity. No writer has spoken more worthily of the castle of Versailles than Madame de Sévigné. A great mind in Latin still held a place as the universal language, called Saint-Ouen, filled the city and court with his witty remarks. He was not mad, but peculiar. A touch of genius and the friendship of Despreaux, not to mention the protection of Bossuet, made up Saint-Ouen. The Prince de Condé's table, and everyone enjoyed listening to him. The prince had the abominable idea of throwing a handful of Spanish tobacco into Saint-Ouen's glass. Elegant and charming in life, she was resigned and simple in death. "My daughter," she wrote shortly, "before the fateful hour, I have well lived. God will take me in his grace, I hope, and as for my fortune, I shall die without debts or cash on hand. That is all the ambition of a Christian." At this time, the Princess of Burgundy, the last spring of the French court, appeared to this court, which she had brought joy and sorrow. His beautiful hymns, all filled with the inspiration of the ancient ode, adopted by the entire French church, were sung on great occasions. But this good man, and here the right word, took too much pleasure in keeping company with the great lords. As he dined at M, it is true that, once the piece concluded, orders were given to the chapel musicians not to sing anything that might grieve the guests of Saint-Germain. How? Our best generals are being defeated. In vain we prostrate ourselves before the Queen and King of England, passengers in the castle of Saint-Germain. Necessity forces us finally to salute the majesty of King William, and implore the peace from the same prince that the king refused to recognize. It is in memory of this unpunished catastrophe that the great justice of this century, La Bruyère, later wrote, "What I envy to the greatest lords is that they are served by men who are better than them." It is the same man who was indignant at seeing the actors in a carriage splashing Corneille on foot. Unfortunately, our weapons fail us. Dangeau, historian of the happy and dark days, when he barely inscribes in his pages the name of William of Orange and Queen Mary, immediately as a ray rises and shines from the side of Spain, carefully relates how, by what miracle, and suddenly relates how, by what miracle, and suddenly. There are no more Pyrenees. The historian then delves into the most detailed account of the Duke of Anjou, who became King of Spain, the feasts, pleasures, comedies, the grand apartment, the Duchess and Duke of Burgundy representing before the two kings, the three kings, counting the one from England, the pleaders, by Racine. Racine, alas, did not have the honor of this royal performance. He was dying at the very moment when the pleaders filled the apartment with their gaiety. Racine was worse than sick. He was in disgrace for having written in favor of the poor people a memorandum that Amand Maintenon had commanded him to write. When he was dead, the first wish in his will was to be buried at Port Royal, which he had not dared do while alive, said the courtiers, who laughed at everything. The king, however, regretted it, and granted a pension of 2,000 livres for his widow and children. Initially mistreated at the French theatre, the pleaders had risen in Versailles, the court having overturned the city's arrest, and now the actors of this fortunate play, besides the Duke and Duchess of Burgundy, were none other than the Duchess of Burgundy, Guichet, Monin d'Audicourt, the Countess of Ayen, Mamedo and de Mongon, and Amand de Normanville, Panwell, Warren, Anjou, and Rochefort. He had wept for Molière a little less than Racine, and had barely worried about his funeral. On the same page one reads for all mortals are equal. At Versailles, Mr. Sy, a captain in the guards, died after having his horn cut off at the foot. The Queen of Portugal died after having her ears pierced. The general of the Carmelites greeted the king, led by Mr. de Sante, the ambassador's introductor. The King of Morocco asked for the hand of Mrs. the Princess of Conti. Here we note a party, a masque at Marly, during the fat days of 1700. Madame the Duchess of Burgundy supped at Madame de Maintenon's, with the ladies who were to masque with her. These ladies were the Duchesses of Sully and Villeroy, Countess of Ayen, Mrs. de Melun and de Bournonville. They were dressed as Flora, and the masquerade was very magnificent. Once all the masked parties had been positioned, the king told Petit Bontemps to bring in a masquerade he had prepared. It was the Queen of the Amazons, carrying weapons. This was mixed with entries by acrobats, arms-makers, Balinand and Dumoulin, and all this interwoven with songs by the girls of the music company and the king's best musicians. Miss de Saint-Genie, who understands these things well, had taken care of all Madame the Duchess of Burgundy's attire, and even styled her own hair. As soon as the king had finished his supper, he entered the salon. Madame the Duchess of Burgundy entered with all her entourage. Madame the Duchess of Chartres and Madame the Duchess were masked on their side with several ladies, and Madame Thiers, Princess of Conti, was masked with Mesdames de Villequier and de Châtillon, the masked ladies with Madame the Duchess of Chartres and Madame the Duchess, Tourbes. Ensuite sortira cette dernière mascarade, et l'on commença le bal, qui dura jusqu'à 2 heures, et où le roi fut toujours présent. We have seen how they amused themselves at court. In Paris, the young people, impatient for a new reign, ran through the streets with torches of straw, and set fire to the signs. At Madame de Maintenon's, the king sang with the ladies. He taught the young Duke of Anjou all the details of a crown to be worn. The education of the King of Spain lasted more than a year, and when it was finally time for the new king to take possession of his kingdom, there were many tears shed on both sides. 8 days later, the dances returned with songs, but in vain did the old festivals fill these sad echoes with their thousand noises, brought low by so many funerals. Death is close. She strikes down without mercy the highest heads. She threatens, she strikes, she shows no respect. If one has attended the comedies written by Molière's contemporaries, and by Molière himself, they will understand that these bedchamber details did not displease the robust Louis XIV. Fagon is quite a figure. He played a major role in the king's health. He kept an accurate record of every incident in the king's chamber and wardrobe. Don't laugh. Everything concerning His Majesty Louis XIV is very serious. She attacks the Dauphin, the Duke of Orleans, the old brother of this aging king. She finds forgotten in her corner King James and buries him among the English Benedictines, refugees in a Paris suburb. Who would have ever believed it? Mr. Fagon, the king's chief physician, is seriously ill. He dies. The king will go deer hunting at Marly. One day while crossing the market, a local woman cried out, "Make way, my ladies, for him who has delivered us from Mazarin." Despite these popular jeers, the position of royal physician was a significant one. As a counselor of state, he had the appropriate attire. He intervened in all professional causes. The king's physician had the honor of defending emetics and blood circulation in Parliament. He walked at the head of the great officers of the royal household. He swore allegiance to the king. He obeyed only the king. He was entitled to all the privileges and honors of the Grand Chamberlain. They called him Monsieur the Count. He bore a count's crown in his arms, which he passed on to his children. On the contrary, he laughed at his useless doctor, and joined in the laughter of Don Juan, when the wretched man said, "A doctor is a man paid to tell lies in a sick person's room, until the hour when the patient is carried off by the remedy, or else killed by the doctor." This happy century, among all others, did not lack famous doctors. Valet, Breyer, Desfugerize, Guénaud, the physician of Cardinal Mazarin, about whom Despreaux speaks in his satire. It was a royal payment, and, having purchased the remedy, the prince presented it to his people, with the approval of the faculty of Paris and the faculty of Montpellier. And just as the young king was one of the first to purge himself with emetics, he was also among the first to try quinine, and after finding it beneficial, he purchased the secret from an English empiric named Talbot for 48,000 livres, 2,000 francs in perpetual pension, and the title of knight. Of all the books written in the 17th century, and God knows that masterpieces did not lack, this journal of the king's health is undoubtedly the most considerable and of a most powerful interest. Rabelais, doctor of the faculty of Montpellier. So, there was in Versailles, in the king's chamber, a large book with royal arms, written in double entry and recorded daily, and by the hand of the chief physician. This book was titled, Journal of the King's Health. It is especially on these unexpected pages in such a history that, despite Molière, you will find an authentic testimony in honor of these physicians, so mocked when the king was young. At every moment, at every line of this grand book, one shudders thinking of the state the King of France would be in if exposed to the curses of Mr. Halvard, administered in a single year 215 medicines, 212 enemas, and 47 bloodlets. It is filled, this great pharmaceutical book, with all sorts of famous chapters, potions for the king, plasters for the king, lavements for the king. At the mention of lavements we are astonished. It seemed to us that the Academy, when questioned on this matter by Dr. Fagon, had answered that one should say, "A remedy, your Majesty's remedy." However, this was the custom at court. The king's chair, on ordinary days, was carried by his chamber pages. On medicine days it was carried by Mr. Purgon. I abandon you to your bad constitution, to the capriciousness of your bowels, to the corruption of your blood, to the acridity of your bile, to the putrefaction of your humors. That King Louis XIV, the most illustrious among all kings of France, such a great image, such a beautiful type, a prince with all the appearances of heroes, the eagle's gaze and the august gait of Jupiter thundering, if you leave the grand history, and the daily representation of this illustrious majesty, to penetrate into the secrets of his wardrobe, he would have been the fitting son of King Louis XIII, to whom his doctor, Dr. This morning. A singular way of living, and very sad. At every moment this king, a gluttonous and morose subject, prone to slight brain congestions, is purged or bled by a skilled hand. The gentleman. There was therefore no need to deny or hide anything, and the whole court knew, the same evening, the outcome of all these formulas. Recipe: dissolve in barley decoction, make an enema, inject. At 20 years old, this daily inquisition began. The king has danced too much. The king has eaten too much. The king has drunk too much cold water, and chicory syrups, senna, rhubarb, tamarind, and juleps enter the dance. For a long time, his robust constitution resists and defends itself against pharmaceuticals and medicine. In contrast, he was very well during his campaign in Flanders, if the king's name had not appeared therein. It must also be said that there were so many parties, baptisms, receptions, dinners, great hunts, breakfasts in Versailles, Saint-Germain, Marly, Chambord, and the king made such a fuss with the gluttons of the court, and then such an unruly stomach, a head filled with vapors, and so many melancholies. Victory and defeat had their inevitable effect on the king's bowels. The days of Carnival and the fasting of Lent were equally deadly. But finally, the doctor will tell you, after waiting patiently, I was forced to resort to remedies, starting with bloodletting and purging, and then, following these two remedies, I prescribed specific medicines, such as opiates preserved with peony, petals, red roses, pearl magistery, coral, and the diaphonic. Subsequently, I utilized the most exquisite preparations of March, sometimes in opiates, other times in conserves, tablets, liqueurs, and other preparations, among others my specific wine, spirit of vitriol cypress, and that prepared with peony and melissa after its purification, which have always successfully calmed the attacks of these turbulent movements. Add to all these ailments, he suffered his first attack of gout, and thank God it was well done, on the fateful day when he signed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. He had an operation for fistula a month later. He had fever at Mr. Delavoye's death. A fever followed by a severe headache. The courtiers of old would have listened to this entire tale with the same interest they had for Perrault's stories. Today's readers, thank God, there are no longer any courtiers. Might think we shouldn't go so far, but how could one erase an entire thick tome written by such learned hands? Allow us, however, one final detail that reveals the cowardice of men in all its glory. As long as the king remained all-powerful, his health record was written with a pious hand. As soon as his fortune disappeared, so too did the concern for his wardrobe. Finally, 4 years before his death, during these last days when the health of the elderly is subject to so many changes, the first physician stopped writing. He no longer worried about the king's health. It is indeed incredible to see that suddenly everything diminishes and darkens in the palace of Versailles. Old age dwelt in this house of Versailles. Old age dwelt in this house of festivals and splendors with a majesty all its own. At the very same moments when so many doctors were examining the king's bowels to make so many prognoses, there was in the north a prince, Charles XII, who was sleeping, boots on the ice, and riding 10 leagues on horseback after remaining without food or drink for 5 days. This man was hard as nails. Louis XIV, in one day, consumed more medicine than Charles XII did in his entire life. And if he had smiled with pity, the Swede would have been astonished to hear that his brother king had been purged 11 times in a single day. And just as we are amazed by that bedchamber in the Versailles palace where the cold penetrates, and by that royal bed where bedbugs prevent the king from sleeping one night, when his majesty had eaten a great deal of sturgeon and salted sardines with utbarn, beef stewed with cucumbers, a lot of game, and much cheese and muscat grapes. It had been 4 or 5 years since the Marquis de Dangeau wrote in his register, "Today the king has entered the 65th year of his reign, an example unmatched in Europe since the birth of our Lord." Death was carrying out its most cruel works around the king, striking without mercy the first companions of his reign, and even his heirs still in the cradle. Like an ancient oak in the forest of Fontainebleau, everything perishes under its shadow, while it alone withstands the assault of storms and years. Poets die at the same time as captains. Vauban and Dispro disappear on the same day, weary of life, and more concerned for their salvation than for the king's favor. The people, impoverished by the extravagance of their master and famine, have already let out the first murmurs from afar. Mrs. de Maintenon went to Moudon and saw Monseigneur in his small gallery at Newcastle. The Dukes of Burgundy and Berry were there. Monseigneur paid her many compliments, despite the disguise. She had left Vincennes at noon, and the people in the Saint-Antoine quarter, seeing 2 carriages with 6 horses pass by, began to utter insults, and she was relieved to find the musketeers who let her through. These complaints from the suburbs will only grow louder. But what strange adventures in this noble restlessness for their master's authority! A Duke of Mortemart loses his regiment at dice against Prince Eisenheim. A charlatan making gold is even introduced to Versailles. War is everywhere with its defeat, and Dangeau himself writes this, speaking of his God on earth. The king is overwhelmed with weariness and sorrow. Already manifests itself, in the midst of unknown vices to this court, the young Duke of Fronsac, who will later be the Marshal Duke of Richelieu. Thus, the past fades away. Thus, every instant carries a debris of the reign. There were still, forgotten and living, queens of the beautiful years and the fine days, Miss de la Vallière and Mrs. de Montespan. They are now dead. Were unclear reference, the Duke of Saint-Simon, and it is not us who would want to dispute it with him. Mrs. de Montespan suddenly died at the waters of Bourbon, at 66 years old, on Friday, May 27, 1707, at 3 in the morning. In the end, God touched her. Princess de Conti. Her daughter always rendered her great duties and great care, which she avoided and shortened as much as possible. Her heiress, the possessor of this innocent beauty, who was to succeed Madame de Maintenon in the king's favors and respect, still belongs to Mr. But it is reserved for this great writer named Saint-Simon to show us these 2 images. Mrs. de la Vallière died at this time, 1710, in the Carmelites of the Rue Saint-Jacques, where she had made her profession, on June 3, 1675, under the name of Trufchen. Sister Marie de la Miséricorde, at 31 years old. Fortune and shame, modesty, goodness in which she dealt, the sincerity of her heart without any other mixture, all that she employed to prevent the king from perpetuating the memory of his weakness and sin, what she suffered from the king and Madame de Montespan, her 2 flights from court, the first to the Benedictine nuns of St. Cloud, where the king went in person to recover her, ready to order the convent to be burned, the other to the daughters of Saint Marie de Chaillot, where the king sent Monsieur de la Luzon, son, captain of the guards, with reinforcements to storm the convent, which she brought about. This public farewell so moving to the queen whom she had always respected and spared, and this humble pardon she asked for, prostrated at his feet before the whole court, as she left for the Carmelites. Her unwavering penance every day of her life, far exceeding the austerities of her rule. Constant avoidance of any involvement or association with others. These are things that, for the most part, do not belong to my time, or are not within my purview, no more so than her faith, strength, and humility at the death of Count Vermandois, her son. Her sin had never been accompanied by oblivion. Nothing would have made her break a fast or a lean day. Alms, the estimation of good people, never anything approaching doubt or impiety, but imperious, haughty, dominant, mocking, and everything that beauty and omnipotence that she derived from it led after her. Her macerations were continuous. Her shirts and sheets were made of the coarsest and toughest yellow cloth. She wore bracelets, garters, and a belt with iron points constantly, and her tongue, once so fearsome, also had its penance. She gradually came to give almost all she had to the poor. She worked for them several hours a day on humble and rough tasks. Her table, once loved excessively, became frugal, her fasts multiplied greatly, and at all times she left everything to go pray in her cabinet. Finally resolved to make use of a time that had only been given to her against her will, she sought someone wise and enlightened, and put herself in the hands of Father de la Tour, this well-known general of the oratory by his sermons, directions, his friends, and by his prudence and administrative talents. From that moment until her death, her conversion remained steadfast, and her penance grew ever greater. Furthermore, she was so tormented by the horrors of death that she paid several women whose sole job was to watch over her. She lay with all her curtains open, many candles in her room, her nightlights around her, so that every time she woke up, she wanted to find someone talking, playing, or eating, to reassure herself against their sleepiness. Beautiful as the day until the last moment of her life. Without being ill, she always thought she was and about to die. This worry kept her in the mood for travel, and on her travels she always had 7 or 8 people with her. She was always the best, with graces that made her seem humble and befitting her stature. Among all this, she could never shake off the sense of royalty she had usurped, and which followed her into her retirement. There was no one then accustomed to it who did not retain the habit without a murmur. Her chair had its back joining the foot of her bed. There was no need to look elsewhere in the room. There could not be more intellect, proud politeness, singular expressions, eloquence, or natural accuracy that formed a peculiar language, but one that was delightful, which she communicated so well through habit, that her nieces, people who were assiduous in her company, her wives, and those who, without having been there, had been raised in her home, all embraced it, and one can still feel and recognize it today in the few remaining individuals. This was the natural language of her family, her father and her sisters. We will not attribute these double funerals to Louis the Great, but to the dying 17th century and public indifference. Not one people with any wisdom would have refused the proposals of these 2 negotiators with gratitude. In the setbacks of these recent years, and when this mighty king had endured the extreme humiliation of imploring, let us say it, the forgiveness of these Dutchmen, whom he viewed as merchants, he still found it in him to utter great and noble words, befitting his former majesty. These victorious Dutchmen were greatly at fault for lacking deference and respect towards this worthy bearer of such a beautiful crown. They barely deigned to listen to the ambassadors of the king, Mr. the Abbot of Polignac and Mr. Marshal of Uxelles, the heroic defender of Mainz. They proposed the abandonment of Alsace, one of our best provinces, whose conquest had brought us so much glory, and even more, they pledged, in the name of France, to give the Dutch states $1 million per month, which was to serve the Allies to hasten Philip V, a Bourbon prince, onto the throne of Spain. Ah, what misery and what shame, and how poorly the Dutch were advised when they rejected this peace, so dearly bought with our money and honor. Gentlemen, said Abbot de Polignac, we give thanks to heaven for your blindness, but be wary of the decrees of Providence. She will grow tired of your pride, and if God wills, since you abuse the victory, before long we shall deal with you, at home and without you. This was noble speaking, this was dignantly serving France. She was indeed indispensable to the European balance, and now that the 2 crowns of France and Spain were fortunately separated, it was important for Europe's security not to crush this ancient monarchy, and this France, an honor to nations. So, at 64 years old, the old king found himself young and victorious. Finally, by one of those turns of fate that only great peoples experience, Marshal Villars saved France at Denain, and the great king, determined to bury himself under the ruins of his own monarchy, at least had the supreme honor of leaving a greater and dominant France in the destinies of this world. The king gave a last smile to literature, and granted 800 livres of pension to the translator of Homer. One is not displeased to finally encounter this great name of Homer under the pen of Louis XIV. One is not displeased that the day after this last Te Deum, the regular comedians performed the forced marriage. The peace which he had in vain implored, he had the honor to dictate to his implacable enemies, and himself. He intoned this last Te Deum in the chapel of Versailles, where the Parliament, the Chamber of Accounts, the Court of Coins, the Court of Coins, the Court of Coins, aids, the City Hall, the Grand Council, the University, and the French Academy had sent their deputations. Such was the rule and order throughout this royal existence, where each hour had its place, that in reading these pages written by a courtier of Versailles, one eventually comes to find that all these days are alike. At 8 in the morning, the first chamberlain who had slept in the king's room awoke his majesty. The first physician and surgeon entered the room. The king changed his shirt. At the same time, the grand chambellan and the first gentleman arrived with the main entrance. The captain of the guards opened the curtains of the bed and presented the holy water, and if any of these lords had something to say to the king, it was the moment, each one withdrawing and leaving him free. Then His Majesty was presented with the book containing the office of the Holy Spirit. All knights of the order were obliged to do so, and after the office was said, one of the lords gave the king his dressing gown, while the second attendant witnessed his grooming. At this moment, the king began his shaving, and took a towel on a gold plate, wet on one side and dry on the other, with which he washed himself. Then he knelt down at his prayer desk, his chaplains kneeling with him, while all others stood. The king passed through there to his cabinet. His day being arranged, he remained alone with his architects, jardiniers, and chief household staff. The whole court, except the captain of the guards who never lost sight of the king, waited in the gallery, and if some audiences were granted, he received foreign ministers or ambassadors. Having finished this, the king went to Mass, where music sang a motet every day. After Mass, the king went to council. This was his morning routine. All the ministers attended the council. On Fridays, after Mass, there was time for confession. The king dined at noon alone in his chamber, at a square table by the middle window. He ate from many dishes and 3 services, not counting dessert. As soon as the table was brought in, the principal courtiers entered. The first gentleman warned the king and served him, standing behind his chair. If Mr. the Dauphin was present, he handed the king the napkin and stood. The next instant he amused himself by feeding his sleeping dogs. Then he was dressed, in the presence of few people. The most respected ones allowed entry by the first gentleman of the bedchamber. Soon the king granted him permission to sit. The prince made a bow and sat until the end of dinner. The king spoke little during dinner. After leaving the table, he went to his cabinet, but paused for a moment on the threshold, and this was still a favorable moment to speak with him. Barely dressed, he left through a hidden staircase in the marble court to mount a carriage, and during the journey back and forth, anyone could speak with him. He loved the open air. He feared neither cold nor heat. He even went out in the rain, and his great joy was to hunt in the forests of Versailles, Marly, or Fontainebleau. He was very adept and graceful, and no hunter shot better than he. It was also one of his pleasures to see his workers at work, to walk through his gardens, to serve refreshments to the ladies, and to take them on a tour around the canal, with the ladies and courtiers dressed in their most opulent attire. "The hat, gentlemen," said the king when he allowed courtiers to cover themselves. Deer hunting was a more solemn affair, and those who participated were dressed in a jerkin adorned with gold and silver lace. This was called a jerkin with a patent. The king was pleased if anyone followed him on a hunt or a walk. He applauded if they played high-stakes games at Marly's salon. He himself was a good spectator of palm players. At 4 o'clock there was a council of ministers, and the rest of the time the king spent with the ladies, on promenades in summer, and in the evening some lottery, where the ladies were sure to win rich fabrics, silverware, and jewelry. At 10 o'clock, having changed his dress, the king sat down to supper in Madame de Maintenon's antechamber, always at a grand table with the royal household, that is, solely with the sons and daughters of France, and a great number of ladies, both seated and standing. At 11 o'clock His Majesty bid good night to everyone with a bow. Each one was leaving. Only the grand entrances were waiting to go out, for the king got into bed. The colonel of the guards took command, and, after prayer, the chaplains withdrew. This was the time when courtiers would say to the king, "Sir, Marly." It did not displease the king to be thus addressed. After supper, the king stood for a few moments at the rail of his bed, surrounded by all the court. Then, with reverences to the ladies, he went to his cabinet, where the princes and princesses of his family were. "The king," said Saint-Simon, "has missed Mass only once in his life, while at the army on a day of great marching. He has always been modest, unless he was very ill. He insisted on abstinence during Lent. He stood very respectfully in church, and thought it very bad if he heard talking during divine service. He received communion in full dress. He said his rosary at Mass, always on his knees. On ordinary days, he wore a brown habit adorned with light embroidery, and jewels only on his shoes. Nothing was like the care, respect, or politeness the king showed to his hosts at Marly or Fontainebleau. But in recent years, everyone impatiently awaited the end of such a long reign. The palace of Versailles was weary of these endless ceremonies, always the same. Paris was no longer able to bear this yoke, which became heavier each day. The provinces were at the end of their sacrifices. The wonders of the first 40 years of this great reign were generally forgotten. Finally, it was time for the king to disappear and make way for the new reign. So in the heat of the blazing summer, the farmer invokes the setting sun's rays. Just at the hour indicated on the Versailles clocks, death knocked at the very door of the royal chamber, after visiting all the others. In turn, the king was struck. He understood that his time had come. He suffered. He was seized with a fierce fever, yet he still worked. Nothing has changed. The drums and oboes play their customary dawn song under the windows. He dines at his grand table, while the 24 violins perform their sarabandas in the antechamber. At this moment, the king takes a single glance at his entire life. He would willingly be his own judge, to 2 servants weeping at the foot of his bed. "Why do you weep?" he asks. "Did you think I was immortal?" Indeed, in this palace of Versailles, everyone believed that the great king could not die. On Saturday, August 31st, 1715. Once again Saint-Simon speaks, and our readers will not object. Night and day were unbearable. There were only brief and rare moments of consciousness. They gave him the fiery remedy of Abbé Agnau, sent by the Duchess d'Umaine. The doctors agreed to everything, as there was no hope left. At 11 o'clock at night he was found in such a bad state that they gave him the prayers of the Agonisants. The machine brought him back to consciousness. He recited the prayers with such a loud voice that it could be heard over those of the numerous ecclesiastics and everyone else present. At the end of the prayers, he recognized Cardinal de Rohan and said, "These are the last graces of the Church." He was the last person he spoke to. He repeated several times, "Nunc et in hora mortis," then said, "Oh my God, come to my aid, hasten to rescue me." These were his last words. He remained unconscious all night, and suffered a long, agonizing death, which ended on Sunday, September 1st, 1715, at 8:15 in the morning, 3 days before he would have turned 77 years old, in the 62nd year of his reign. He had married at 22 years old, signing the famous Peace of the Pyrenees in 1660. Europe has never seen a reign so long, or a king so old. He was 23 when death liberated France from Cardinal Mazarin, and 27 years old when he lost his mother in 1666. He became a widower at the age of 44 in 1683, lost his brother at 63 in 1701, and outlived all his sons and grandchildren except his successor, the King of Spain, and the children of that prince. When his body was opened by Marechal, his personal surgeon, with the usual assistance and ceremonies, every part of his body was found to be in such perfect condition, so healthy and so perfectly formed, that it was judged he would have lived more than a century without the faults of doctors, who had given him gangrene in his blood. The Duke of Saint-Simon, speaking of Louis XIV, after having so long bowed under his sovereign law, lacked, if not respect, at least indulgence. He begins by refusing what he calls a great mind to this 23-year-old king, who grows up so quickly and well in the midst of so many beautiful geniuses, hope of war, honor of peace, so many great poets, skilled ministers, and beloved generals who triumphed. At the same time, the most considerable women by their graces and beauty, who taught the young prince elegance and politeness. He was born with majesty, and not one of his subjects ever thought he could be anything but a great king. He felt it himself. He understood the duties of reign. He had near him, to teach him governance, the Grand Minister Colbert. They also found his stomach and intestines at least twice as active as those of men of his size, which is very extraordinary, and was the cause of his being such a great eater and so regular. It was a prince to whom one could not refuse much good, even great, in whom one could not overlook any small or bad thing, from whom it was impossible to discern what was his own or borrowed, and in both cases nothing more rare than writers who had been well informed about him, nothing more difficult to find than people who had known him personally and by experience, and who were capable of writing about him, at the same time master enough of themselves to speak of him without hatred or flattery, and to say nothing of him but the bare truth in good and evil. At the same time, how many masterpieces blossomed in the brilliant shadow of this great throne. He had Molière at his command, Racine, initiated into the passions of his youth, transported them onto the stage. Barely king, he was called beyond his borders by national wars. He enlarged France. He made French authority felt in Italy, Germany, Spain, and very soon Europe got accustomed to simply say, "the king," without adding, "the king of France." "The king is dead," resounded throughout the world. There were such feasts in the Garden of Versailles that poetry should preserve their memory. Words were spoken in this chapel of Versailles of such great solemnity that the echo must prolong itself until the end of the centuries. For instance, the sermon on the small number of the elect. Adored by some, feared by all, admired by the majority, he was the master, the arbiter, and not a subject who would refuse to give his life and fortune for the king. He held the marshals of France under his immediate dependence, and from his cabinet he sent them the plan of their campaigns drawn by his hand. He saw only obedience around his throne, obedience from his brother, obedience from his sole son, obedience from the princes of the house of Condé, obedience from the city and court, from the parliaments, did not leave him for even a single day, not even during his agony. And when he was at the coffin, his closest servants were astonished that he had only the ordinary height of men, not one daring to look him in the face. He did everything. He was the beginning and end of all the fortunes of his century. At the same time, no more lordship or lords. Richelieu had cut down the highest heads, and now anyone who wanted to live flocked to Versailles, too happy when the king granted them a glance, and had the candelabrum brought, as soon as he left his hand. Prayer, pointing out the favored courtier who was to accompany him to the threshold of his chamber. People close to him violated the secrecy of letters, and reported the most hidden mysteries of each family. He knew the value of his smile, and the price of his slightest glance. Such was his politeness that he doffed his hat to all women, known or unknown. Everyone marveled at his reverences. He wanted to be accompanied and followed everywhere. In Meudon, Versailles, Marly, Fontainebleau, inquiring for what reason the latter had been absent the previous day, and firmly convinced that a man had died who hadn't saluted him for 8 days. No secrets for the king. He wanted to know everything. He knew everything. He had invented this definition. That accuracy is the politeness of kings. Accurate to the minutest detail, he once said. I thought I'd wait. Finally, so deep were the respects surrounding him, having sent a letter to the Duke of Montbazon, governor of Paris, through one of his footmen, Mr. K. The Duke of Montbazon invited this valet to dine at his table, and accompanied him part way through his courtyard. What could be more just? The valet had come on behalf of the king, yet he remained diligent, without a moment's rest, in decorum and grandeur. He was elegant on foot, on horseback, in a carriage, during walks, and at leisure. Highly skilled in handling horses, in his gardens, he managed 4 lively little steeds as swift as powder. A lover of luxury and magnificence, he knew no obstacles. If nature needed to be tyrannized, he employed relentless consistency, leveling mountains, smoothing valleys, searching for absent waters with his bare hands, and it was thus that he created Versailles, this unmerited favorite, whom he made the universal meeting place of all the grandeur of the great century. Versailles eventually eclipsed all the surrounding homes. With Mrs. de Maintenon, order returned. Forgotten for so long in the transports of youth, he became king once more. Overwhelmed on the outside by enraged enemies who thought him defeated and without resources, the king resisted by his own strength. Overwhelmed at home by incomparable misfortunes, with so many suspicions of crime and poison, he showed himself so proudly above his misfortune that he finally won the pity of Europe, horrified at the sight of so many humiliations, and of this miserable end to a reign that shone among all kingdoms. He said in his last moments, "When I was king," but his accent revealed that he had remained king. That great courage sustained him until the end. Had faith in God. The more he humbled himself under the powerful hand, the more he rose up full of confidence in the God who forgives. He publicly confessed to having loved war too much. Even the Revolution, which was supposed to tear him away from these crypts of the Saint-Denis monastery where so many of his ancestors lay at rest, was not meant to take Louis XIV's unique place in the history of great kings. He spoke like a father and like a king to the poor child who had to bear his heavy crown, and thus it was through which virtues this great king, the greatest of the world, after so many just and violent attacks, and so many accusations, without remission, eventually saved his glory. He doubted until this hour, and even on the days of success, he wondered if he was not the victim of a dream, and if tomorrow would be as sweet as yesterday. The traveling poet. It is a rare and enchanting moment in the life and work of a serious writer who understands his whole destined moment, when, content with himself and others, he finally enters into full possession of success, popularity, and fortune. The style, at the same time, which reveals itself to so few brilliant but capricious minds, represents an infinite torment on its own. It takes so much care, zeal, and happiness, to say nothing of so much merit and talent, to pierce the cloud, and the noise comes so slowly to the writer. What could be more sad and filled with the most terrible anxieties than the beginnings of literary work? One hesitates, becomes troubled, studies, terrified by so many obstacles, all the small passions of his reader. Ah! How many times has the beginner cursed the task accepted? He gives up. He no longer wants it. He would rather be a soldier, a sailor, a lawyer, a merchant, but to write incessantly, to write today, tomorrow, always. No, he says to himself, it's impossible. Just as discouraged as a child who takes the nearest horizon for the end of the world. One could compile an original list of very good writers who stopped short at the end of the first path. But it is especially in dramatic art, and among young comedy enthusiasts, ignorant of the danger, that a deadly discouragement sets in. Access to these theaters, deprived for the most part, and lacking time to wait, is so difficult. So much money is required, and everything immediately. They are completely incapable of saying, upon seeing a talent just born, let's wait, make room for it. It will soon have its turn. No, within 24 hours, success is necessary. Upon entering the world, he brought with him the wonderful instincts of a comic poet, namely, dialogue and trait, smile and invention. He relished using the fashions, quirks, accidents, and opinions of each morning, and by retracing them with a light pencil, he created a happy and like an image, scornful of beaten paths. He began by discovering the new worlds into which his comedy was called, and in this world, apart from his invention, he had summoned characters, not new, the human race is so old, yielding to so ancient passions, but characters of an entirely new aspect. Immediately, one must conquer the caprice and will of an audience accustomed to the oldest effects of melodrama. And if the young man is truly new, if his work has the true accent of youth, and he discovers a small corner where not one, unless the masters, has passed before him, then still more obstacles, and as he should congratulate himself when, through an incredible series of small successes, he finally manages to say, "At my work. In the end, therefore, I am the absolute master of the passions and wills around." Such was, around the Revolution of 1830, the charming writer that we will bring to the stage in turn, whose memory remained dear to all honest people who had the honor and happiness to be among his friends. He did not aim for a masterpiece, an imperishable image, or grand characters acting in a long dramatic scene. Yet he ended up unintentionally, and almost unaware, achieving the honors of great comedy. At the time when this story begins, this modest, ambitious person was content with a pleasant scene and a genre painting, where young lovers in their 20s, the young man dressed for the morning, and the little girl in her negligée, sang innocent songs. But what? All of the beautiful Parisian world that escaped the violent emotions of the empire, weary of glory and victory, laurels and warriors, frankly accepted this happy comedy in a green apron, with his head half covered by a simple Italian straw hat. There one breathed a so gentle scent of budding roses, warm milk, and new hay. In these enchanted groves, birds from our gardens sang their sweetest songs, and if by chance one encountered an old soldier of the emperor fallen, it was most often an old captain, friend to happy youth, peaceful confidant of small misfortunes that he eventually consoled. Everything sang, everything smiled in these early comedies that the young man had encountered so pleasantly in the first beats of his heart. So, he wiped away without effort all the comedy makers. He only had to show himself for them to retreat into shadow. They were representatives of a forgotten age. He, however, was the historian of present passions. Thus he immediately became rich and popular among us. Only one entertainer can be compared to him. They were of the same age, wrote in the same era, but belonged to different nations. This other entertainer of young minds and honest people was Sir Walter Scott. In less than 5 or 6 years of studies and success of all kinds, it came to pass that our comic poet was undoubtedly the rarest and most charming spirit of his time. He had accomplished by himself an entire revolution in the great art of gently correcting the morals of a great people and punishing their passions and vices with laughter. By himself he had guessed, discovered, and ordered everything in this so new world that had once been the Empire and was no longer the Restoration. The Saint-Honoré neighborhood, the Chaussée d'Antin, modern houses, the soldiers discharged at Waterloo, the active and gallant youth, half rebelled and faithful in half, who were to fill a whole reign with their talent, eloquence, and masculine virtues, where speech was sovereign and talent king. That is well what our author had foreseen in his comedy. He had gloriously accepted all our glories. He had become the eloquent interpreter of our just rancors. More than once he had consoled us for our recent and cruel defeats, so that even the name of these lost battles still causes national pain. His intelligence, active and devoted to the lightest sorrows of this troubled nation, constantly moved from elegy to song, from hut to bourgeois home, from the artisan to the soldier-tiller, from the old marquis returned by exile to the man enriched by public prosperity. Following in the footsteps of his master Molière, he had 2 names. The public knew him by his stage name, M. Fauvel. He embraced all social conditions. He portrayed the most diverse men. In a word, nothing was lacking to his glory or fortune at the moment when this tale begins, in which this amiable man, innocent at times, and yet of such fine mind, played such a beautiful part, so befitting his good-naturedness, justice, and refined wit. Fauvel, a Breton gentleman, and one can well think that thanks to this shared surname, she was not the last to seek the friendship of the young man. In this crowd of honest people who naturally surrounded him with devoted admiration, and there lies the first reward, the most desirable for a writer, there was, on the banks of the Saône, in a small village sheltered by 2 famous hills during Macané's grape harvests, a lady from Saint-Géron, daughter of Mr. G. More than once, his own neighbors, when they went to Paris, had asked Madame Fauvel of Saint-Géron to give them a letter to carry to her cousin, the illustrious Mr. With each new piece, he received an affable letter from his unknown friend, sometimes sending him the best chickens from her chicken coop, sometimes the fine wine from her cellars. In autumn, she spared neither grapes nor peaches. In short, on any occasion, she treated him as a friend, and later as a spoiled child. He, however, willingly embraced these innocent affections. He responded as best he could, and the first copy of each of his comedies, decorated with a small account of its premiere performance, became the joy and pride of the castle of Saint-Géron. Fauvel. She had long hesitated. For a long time she had defended herself, but she could not have done better than to provide, in fact 2 or 3 letters of recommendation for her cousin, not without some unease, certainly. Fortunately it is written, "To whomever it may concern, greetings," and the cousin had made good use of his cousin's requests, so much so that among the gentlemen winemakers, and more than one gentleman in the vicinity of Mâcon, it was indisputable that there was a formal kinship between the lady and the gentleman. Mr. Fauvel himself laughed at it. "Except," he said to his friends, "a wing of the capon that my cousin Fauvel of Saint-Géron has been fattening for 6 months for my Mardi Gras dinner." However, he had never seen the lady, and despite his pressing entreaties, she did not come to Paris. So after the initial enthusiasm and early friendships, they began to write less frequently, then rarely. In between, Mr. de Saint-Géron died, and now that the lady was a young widow still good for marriage, she thought it wise and prudent to ease up on emphasizing her cousinship with the young and famous poet. Thus, gradually, languor crept into these 2 friendships, too far apart for them to be truly tender or vibrant. The lady was of good sense, so was the young man. The lady, quite rightly because of her widowhood, had great affairs in her hands in a country where even the smallest vine is surrounded by envy and makes numerous jealous people. On his part, the young man, at the height of his great success, did not lack friendships to divert him. Worldly friendships are made thus. They form and unform so readily that it is hardly worth having them. He was welcomed in the best and most considerable houses of Paris, and it was a question of who would possess him for 4 or 5 days in the finest domains of Versailles, Sceaux, and Saint-Germain. Thus, on both sides, there were as many reasons for the cousin and the cousin to forget each other reciprocally. However, as it had been 10 years since the poet had been at work, and he felt weary of writing, he resolved one fine day to take a real break by leaving his beloved city of Paris, his nurturing mother, who was sufficient for his entire work, and seek out some hours of freedom and rest far away. You already know that he was modest in all things, and that if he had any pride, he had no vanity. So he took, like a simple traveler, the meaty coach that passed through Mâcon, and when he saw that the coach was full, he rejoiced as if it were a favorable accident for his profession. He would finally see people from the provinces and look closely into these caves. He would lend an attentive ear to this never-ending babble, to these small ambitions, so furious for nothing, to these gigantic and shameless avarices. "Oh, let's not sleep," he said to himself. "Let's listen well. Let's look at everything." But barely had he looked at the landscape for 2 or 3 hours, he fell asleep in a sleep so deep that he had to be woken up to tell him they had arrived at the Golden Sun, where dinner was served. This Golden Sun was a fairly large inn, an honor to the region, and the 3 francs per head table d'hôte was famous for 10 leagues around. They sat down, ate, drank, with little conversation, and perhaps some mischievousness from a traveling salesman. No one was dismayed. "I won't be staying like this long," he thought. "I'll take the post to Mâcon, and perhaps have the honor of traveling alone." That good dinner seemed to cheer everyone up. A small white wine, smelling of gunpowder, delighted all these heads. Even the conductor, under the influence of this innocent orgy, did not press the travelers too hard to get back to their seats. It is necessary to tell you that 2 travelers had stopped at the Golden Sun, and had been replaced in the coach by 2 new arrivals who deserved some attention. The first was a young man, with curly hair, wearing a silver-buttoned vest and a pretentious cap where some village arachne had embroidered a Sabbath of butterflies. They were all shapes and colors. Gray, brown, jaundiced, even a pink one at the edge of that amiable coiffure, and all these butterflies darted around this dandy rustic. In his side pocket, he carried a red cloth handkerchief that gave him from afar the appearance of a knight of the Legion of Honor. Tight gaiters drew a slightly fat leg, a thick knee, and showed a flat foot. This young man, obviously, thought himself the handsomest in the world. He was greeted by every innkeeper's daughter with a smile, and when he appeared at the door, there was an outburst of joy and pride throughout the carriage. "There's Romaine," they would say. "Ah, there you are, Romaine. Hello, Romaine! Hello, Romaine!" He waved right and left, and received smiles and handshakes. A captain returning to his homeland after 10 battles would not meet with more eagerness than this Mr. Romaine, who was truly the toast of the town, the man following him. Eventually, however, once everyone was seated, and the diligence's interior was again full, the vehicle set off again. Sitting in his corner, the traveler whom we had not left for a single instant was already very anxious, wondering who this Roman gentleman was, where he came from, and how he had so quickly achieved such strange popularity. All these men seemed to know each other. Looking at them and listening to them, one would have thought they had arranged to meet on those benches. They all spoke together, loudly, without waiting for a response, and God knows with what accent, in what dialect, or in the peculiarities of speech that do not belong to any language. "Ah," said our dramatist, "these gentlemen were too merry for innocent amusement." Thankfully, such great rejoicings are like fever, intermittent. They calm down quite quickly. A comedy is unfolding right before my eyes, and I don't understand it. They are speaking it, and for me it's a closed book. And indeed he was witnessing a rustic pandemonium where all unleashed passions screamed, giggled, laughed, and joked. There was a sinister and unhealthy undercurrent to these festivities. Gradually, Master Roman descended from his triumphal chariot, and, in fairly clear language, explained how he had been chosen to handle a certain marriage, where, if he did his job well, he would find a great fortune. "I played billiards against Lieutenant Mitouflet, and won by 50 points. I played piquet against Collector Morazot, and won by 100 points. He did not name anyone, as he knew everyone understood him, and our traveler had great difficulty finally guessing that it was about the fortune and hand of a lady unfamiliar with the country, a widow for a year, left alone and defenseless amidst all the difficulties of widowhood. "By my faith," said Roman, drawing thick smoke from his old pipe, "she owes me this. She gave me, without complaint, enough trouble. It has been 6 months since I have been vying with the young Hippolyte Casgrain, with little Martin, and big Bernard. Despite the lady's hesitation and sullen expression, she will eventually yield. It concerns our collective glory. Until she says yes, she will be restless. The coquettish will whisper, in a fluttering tone. The woman who gazes at him can boast of achieving a difficult feat. Alas, say the prudes, what a pity! With a lighter mind, Mr. Everyone, joining my chariot, will attribute all virtues to me, and money as if it were raining. On my account alone, the marriageable maiden, even the major parties who do not want either you or me, will hear the widow's sighs set a windmill enemy. Motion. He ran his hand through his long pomaded hair with vanilla and jasmine. He displayed his broad chest and consulted a gold guilloche watch from Geneva from time to time. Roman would have made an excellent husband. Then come all sorts of small talk. Have you seen Roman's new horse? His blue suit? Do you know that Roman has returned from the capital, where he brought back a certain blue tie with pink-threaded ribbons? Pink-threaded ribbons? Ah, trickster Roman! Thus spoke this boor in the midst of universal admiration. At the same time he snapped his long fingers, adorned with dubious rings, one after another. Such was this happy man, formed, built, blown up, and puffed up, as soon as he realized that he was finally going to understand something about this mystery of joy and injustice. As he looked at his shirt, he saw 3 diamonds glimmering. In his pocket, the clinking of coins could be heard. He was all prosperity, health, and contentment. Everyone admired him deeply. If he had died on the square, they would have taken his relics and divided his golden chain as they would a hangman's rope. Here's a fine first act. And already our man, an inventive spirit, was arranging, naming, positioning his heroes, making them as flat, small, miserable, greedy, envious, and jealous as he had seen them. The road was uphill. They were going at a slow pace. The sun was bright. The lady was tightly accompanied by Master Urban, the notary, a true representative of the old notarial system. If she had chosen Mr. Urban as her notary, our plans would have been quickly frustrated by this clever and upright man. So, Mr. Fauvel, hunched in the corner with his eyes buried under the visor of his travel cap. "Come on," he said to himself. "That's already a rather satisfying first act. A poor woman abandoned in the midst of these rustics, as pitiable as leeches, a husband who has just died, leaving his widow and his inheritance at the mercy of all provincial ambitions. An entire city that decides in its soul and conscience that decides in its soul and conscience. This unfortunate woman will marry this wretched man, and makes it a point of honor to give her this ridiculous husband, each taking the silent, unspoken, yet certain pledge of imposing this Don Juan of manure on this innocent. The travelers, who had eaten well, one by one fell asleep. Snores already filled the interior of the diligence, and only Mr. Roman, his businessman and certain wine traveler, who seemed very alert, continued the conversation in a much lower voice. "It was time, Mr. Roman," said the traveling clerk, "to bring forward our little conspiracy." Roman continued, "I am bringing with me a businessman who knows a lot, and would show all the notaries in the department up. I was told as well," resumed the traveling salesman, "that there is a quite pretty niece to be married, and naturally the lady's fortune would be reduced." "This is very true, Mr. It is said that the lady needs a loan of 20,000 francs to settle everything. Master Uberti, there you are, will easily find them through a mortgage with 2% commission, so nothing for Master Urban to do. He will perhaps be asked to sign the contract, if he does not strongly oppose the community property regime." Romain replied, "But it has been agreed between me and my friend Baron de Guillegard, a strong man who knows his business, and has no fear in his eyes, that he will marry the young lady for a very modest allowance, which I will double if necessary, in case of survival. Do you have any news about this?" The wine merchant added, "We have against us," Romain answered, "a nasty little Breton maid that the lady brought back from Rennes 4 or 5 years ago, and who is fiercely attached to her as well as to Miss Laura. Yes, but the house's factotum, the famous Jolibois, belongs to me, and I paid a good price for his wicked soul. But what can we do? Everyone must live, and my lot will still be quite beautiful. You are right, Mr. O. Do you think about it? Romain replied. Saint-Geron will rank, and soon be ranked among our best crus. I have already secured that next year Saint-Geron will be inscribed in letters of gold on the wine map of the House of Gold, English Café, and Provençal Brothers. Romain, the traveler said in a still lower voice, everyone must live, and for the pins of my two cousins, Miss Levallois, who hold in their hands the soul and spirit of your future wife, as much as for my own allegiance, between us that you cede me for 5 years, for the price of the ordinary harvests of each year, the entire harvest of Saint-Geron's close. I hold the treaty for these great houses in my portfolio. They will pay next year 400 francs per sheet for the 150 you desire. Ah, what an idea is this! Here is the translation of the provided text from French to English. If I were to strike, which part of Mrs. de Saint-Geron's fortune, my future wife's, should I seize? Come now, be a good fellow, put aside those needles aimed at my cousins, and let us seek, please, a more amicable compensation. The traveling salesman responded with an imprecation, but so softly that Mr. Fulville couldn't hear him. He was anyway deeply preoccupied by this name he had expected so little, and which struck him with a new horror. Saint-Geron, was it true? Did this affair involve the fortune and hand of that kind woman who called him so affectionately, my cousin, and gave him such distant, unknown testimony of devoted friendship? At that moment, great confusion took place in that mind so quick and vivid. No, certainly, he thought to himself, I have not entered this cave in vain, and Gil Blas will not yield again to Captain Rolando. The Crispins, the Frontons, the Mascarillis, and the Scapins I see before me are not, surely, more skilled, more cunning, or more dangerous than our mischievous comedy characters, and I do not wish for an honest woman, her niece, and this brave, yet discreet, lover notary to fall prey to the traps of these small-town Frontines. Come on, be brave. If the lady here threatened is my cousin, if this is indeed the close of Saint-Geron where I still possess a dozen old samples, if gratitude is joined with duty, and if it is given to me to put into practice, for my own account, the clever succession of resources that a true child of Molière and Regnard possesses in his mind, then surely I have not wasted my day. The interrupted conversation resumed with renewed vigor, and now that our man was aware of all these speeches, he understood fully the conspiracy of all these scoundrels. He would always say this beneath the visor of his cap. The travelers had initially scorned this stranger. They ended up not even noticing him anymore. When the sun disappeared, the drowsy ones roused themselves from their slumber. My little gentleman, he thought to himself, be on your guard. You were right in the midst of moral monsters, and now you are nothing but puppets whose strings I hold. It was 11 o'clock as one entered the main street of Saint-Geron and into the Cour des Armes de France. Fatigued from his journey, Fulville, sated with bad company and already deeply troubled by the comedy and drama swirling in his mind, after a very light meal, prepared for bed and gave instructions to his servant for the following day. There, everyone separated, hastily seeking to reach their homes and their suppers. Even the handsome Roman himself took a less than splendid descent, and, without ceremony, he headed towards his house, holding his night-bag, which made a paltry equipage for our Adonis. The room was spacious, the bed comfortable, the inn quiet. Yet he struggled to fall asleep, pursued by visions that alternately irritated him fiercely or caused him to burst into laughter. Sometimes, wide awake, he wondered if he were not dreaming, and if he had truly lived among such sad creatures. We, comic poets, he thought to himself, consider ourselves great inventors when we reinvent for the 20th time the old or ridiculous characters created by our predecessors. But how far we are from the pure truth. In less than 12 hours I have seen more grimaces, more vices, and more original ridicules than one would encounter in all the comedies of the eloquent Aristophanes, the divine Terence, and the Roman par excellence, writer that if the Muses wanted to speak in Latin, they would speak in Plautus's tongue. Thus, due to our unintelligent habit of forever following the known paths of comedy, we always end up producing the same work. On the contrary, let us for a moment escape these beaten trails, and suddenly all sorts of new comedies emerged from these bright furrows, like so many larks in the wheat fields. So I did well to set out and meet these rascally grotesques, so lively in form, who will make everyone laugh uproariously as soon as I flog them with my freshly hewn whip under the features of the beloved public comedians. Such was his intimate joy, and in the happiness of writing a pleasant comedy, he forgot the honor and duty to deliver a lady besieged by all enmities, by all passions, by all the wretched jealousies that a small town can contain. He had enough time to sharpen the razors, pour the warm water, and prepare the morning attire. Finally, when his master woke up, Mr. Jean told him, according to his instructions from the previous day, what he had learned from Mrs. de Saint-Geran and her entourage. Suddenly, the hero, having caught himself in a state of comedy, began to laugh at himself and fell into a deep sleep. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when Master Jean, the chamberlain a little less than Fronton, a little better than Lafleur, entered the poet's room with light steps, expecting a wake-up call that had already passed its time. She had, at the other end of the square, and right opposite the arms of France, a beautiful and large house, which Mr. could see from his window, and for a year since her widowhood she had become an object of curiosity to all, and of interest to curiosity to all, and of interest to some. It seemed that La Bruyère had our town of Saint-Geran under his eyes when he said, in his excellent irony, "I approach a small town, and I am already on a height from which I discover it. It is situated halfway up the slope. A river bathes its walls, and then flows into a beautiful meadow. It has a thick forest that covers it from cold winds and the north wind. I see it on such a favorable day that I count its towers and spires. It seems painted on the slope of the hill. I cry out, and I say, what pleasure it is to live under such a beautiful sky and in this delightful dwelling. I descend into the city, where I have not slept 2 nights in a row, and I begin to resemble those who inhabit it. I want to leave. I want to leave. Her husband was born in this very town, where she was only a stranger, and no one expected more than her marriage with someone from the area to cover her with complete adoption. Her conduct was that of an honest woman who values public esteem. But the Voltairians said she was too devout. She was kind to the poor, attentive to paying her smallest debts. The ladies from the town above accused her of pushing the art of grooming too far, and did not forgive her the dresses and hats she had sent from Paris. That very day, at 4 o'clock, the hour of the upper crust, there was a dinner for 12 at the ladies' house, and Mr. Roman Roquelin, who was the true name of Don Juan, was due to make his first entrance at these salons. Everyone was openly talking about his marriage to the beautiful widow, and no one expected any obstacle to this marriage, which the whole town eagerly desired. These rumors, which Mr. Jean reported to his master, were too consistent with the discoveries that the latter had already made for him not to take them seriously. At that moment he was setting foot ashore, and his seat was secure. He had the entire plot and backdrop of his comedy. As for the details, he relied heavily on the accidents of the general rehearsal, or, better put, the first performance of his drama. Half hidden, he watched the various groups passing by beneath his window on their way to the main church services on Sunday, and immediately recognized his characters. The 2 Miss Levallois, one tall and thin, the other rather like a well-dressed goose. He recognized the receiver of direct contributions in the manner he inadvertently counted the doors and windows of every house. He was tempted to greet Master Urbain, the notary. He had passed the quarantine, and his black hair was mixed with white. But the beauty of his face and the seriousness of his gaze attracted all votes. They seemed to smile at each other. The first was approaching 40. She was of good height, well-proportioned, her blonde hair framed, in a charming way, a calm and gentle face. The little scoundrel, his almost mute neighbor on the diligence, decked out in a green apple-colored habit, went about and trotted quietly down the street, questioning every face and very anxious to be recognized. Suddenly, in the middle of the square, simply dressed yet very elegant, 2 ladies passed with a light step. She still occupied the beautiful middle ground of youth. She had the bearing and manners of an honored woman to whom no one, man or woman, had ever failed to show respect. With her well-gloved hand, she held that of a young person who was scarcely more than 16, very cute but also very cultured, with beautiful black eyes. Ah, how pretty she was, and how charming she seemed. This must be my cousin and her niece, our hero thought to himself. Alas! Go ahead, ladies. There's a man here watching over you. Right next to the young lady, a small servant girl with quick steps, alert eyes, carried their communion book and served as their bodyguard. There's my Breton. She looks like a brave and honest girl, and I wouldn't be surprised if that scoundrel with the yellow hair, who was putting his hand in his pocket and looking down, wasn't Mr. Jolly Man in no one. The more the bell of the mass reached the last 3 knocks, the faster and tighter this small world went down the street. "Hola! Hop! Watch out!" he cried from the other end, with a stentorian voice, a tall fellow hunched over a souffle carriage pulled by an old horse. However, it was almost that this clumsy one didn't crush little Bass Brett, forcing a poor animal that only wanted to walk gently. The horse neighed, the whip cracked, the man on the carriage screamed. Everything faded and paled before this 2-wheeled storm. I recognize my animal Gloria here, Mr. Fauvel thought. That's him all right, boastful, chatty, impudent rascal. I wouldn't give 10 écus for his carriage, his horse, and himself over the market square. Romain alighted from his tilbury at the door of the Arms of France, and having well recommended to the waiters that they wipe the foam from his horse, he entered to play a game of billiards with his former friend, the traveling clerk. They spoke in an unfriendly manner, according to some fits of anger that betrayed themselves between their shots, of which they were the only judges and witnesses. Mr. Fauvel, after having well studied the stage where he was about to play such a great role, in fact, he said to himself, I am missing at least one confidant. 2 men who get along well and walk in step make a long way together, each supporting the other. It is a very wise and just law of our poetic art not to be alone. Even if you have sufficient genius and will for the completion of the drama, you still need someone who answers you when you question them, who admires you at the fine scenes, and who advises you through difficult passages. But an unbiased confidant, or, better yet, a confidant with a powerful interest in seeing these traitors punished, where to find such a person on this day, and just at the moment when the curtain is about to rise after 1 or 2 renditions by the thief orchestra. Thus pondering, our poor poet remained absorbed in his profound musings. Mr. Jean, opening the door a crack, hesitated for a moment, fearing to disturb the arrangements of his young master. Finally, Sir, he said, would you like to receive Lieutenant Gaston Moreau from the African hunters first? Gaston Moreau, an African. But are you certain about what you're saying? All the more certain, sir, that the young man asked me if I were indeed the valet to Mr. Then, in a low voice, and most discreetly, he whispered Mister's name to me, and as it seemed not to be known by me. I am sure, he said, of what I affirm. There are not 2 men in all France who have the mind and the look of that man. Jean was still speaking when one saw enter the young officer in his immaculate new uniform, with a gleaming epaulette, a rich sword at his side, and yellow gloves. Fauvel's hands, forgive me if I am indiscreet, but I know your wit, and I am so unhappy. Upon Jean's exit, and the door closing, it was easy for the poet to guess that he had just encountered someone better than his confidant, his partner, Gonthier. And the first time I saw Miss Laura, she struck me by her resemblance to Miss Leontine Fay, your lover. Thus, I am no stranger to you. You owe me your friendship. I claim it and demand it. A beautiful lover of Miss Laura, a true young man, as intelligent as one seldom is when possessed by true love. He looked at Mr. Fauvel with his large, softly dazzled eyes. I have loved you for a long time, he said. I know your songs by heart. I have acted in all your comedies. I am alternately Mr. Paul or Mr. P. Last night I saw you enter this house, and I recognized you at a glance. But this morning, seeing that nobody in this town knew of your arrival, and that you had spent the night in our walls, I kept silent. And you did well, Mr. Fauvel resumed. My incognito was a guarantee. They are all in there, a dozen rascals of both sexes who think they have Mrs. de Saint-Geran, and her niece caught in their snares. Thank God, I know their plans. Will you be half with me in this good deed? Then these 2 young men there, was only a slight age difference between them, got along wonderfully, and the poet noticed immediately how the young officer's mind had awakened to play his little comedy. They first took care of Don Juan, whose words were heard confusedly. Mr. Mo, or that the whole city had chosen just this unfortunate gentleman to be the husband of the most beautiful and most honest person in the entire department. That is what is called an example of wickedness, and yet he cries out his victory loudly. He proclaims it in all the taverns on the main road. He tells it to all the traveling clerks. Romain was Gustave's black beast, who had treated him like a wimp on every occasion, in college and out of it. There is no clerk-in-chief who is not more intelligent than this Romain, he would say. He is insolent and cowardly, and if, by chance, he meets a man intimidated by his noise, you would die laughing at his matador airs. His audacity at least equals his stupidity. And to think that there is, not far from here, a very gallant man named Master Urbain, with a devoted heart, who barely dares to lift his eyes upon this beauty given to such a boor. Master Urbain was just Gaston's uncle. Gaston had guessed all his secret. An hour was about to strike. They had no time to waste before making a decision. "Here," said Mr. Fauvel, "is what needs to be done. Are you bold? Well, that's well said. But I'll start by doing what you've already done. I'll get dressed up. And then, when I'm as smartly attired as you, at the stroke of 4 o'clock, we'll go have dinner at Mrs. de Saint-Géron's. As for him, who only had his cape and sword, he was an hopeless lover. He had solemnly vowed never to tell Miss Laura, and almost spoke the lines. A true soldier knows how to suffer and remain silent without murmuring. At every moment, the friendship between the two companions grew stronger. De Saint-Géron's, sir. Think about it. She has exactly 12 people for dinner today, all that her dining room can hold. Today itself, Mr. Romain, the king of the party, will be presented, and you would introduce yourself by saying who you are. Joliboy, the butler, would show you the door. Do you know Mrs. de Saint-Géron? I had never spoken to her. Even this morning, before 10 o'clock, I had never seen her. Nevertheless, you must come to dinner with me. And as an additional difficulty adds to the fervor of a great soul, we will make sure to enter last when the guests are engaged in their grand conspiracy. But please, go into my drawing room, stand by the window, and see what is happening around us." And while her young accomplice stood at the window, Mr. Fauvel was undergoing a thorough grooming in the manner of the small masters at the gymnase. Jean, such was this young man in his prime. Though he was not quite handsome, he possessed grace and charm. Intelligence shone in his smile, and determination in his gaze. In these beautiful days of a resplendent autumn, he allowed himself the nankeen pants, the white piqué vest à la Robespierre, and the blue coat with golden buttons, enhanced by a fresh officer's rosette of the Legion of Honor, leather-lined slippers, light gray gloves, and all the perfection that fine linen can offer, not to forget a black tie with small dots and 2 linen-pleated cufflinks. Not a single jewel, a batiste handkerchief that would make all the young ladies of a town, the Levallois household jealous. Naturally curled hair, and much more so by the hand of Mr. B. Not timid, he had gradually gained the happy assurance of a man honored by all honest people, who walks with great strides on the grand path of fortune, and says to himself, that I haven't earned by giving to the attentive crowd of sages lessons, good advice, innocent and healthy gaiety. Among so many fortunes that cost so many tears, that represent so much pain, the dishonor of this one, the death and ruin of that one. Not a man, a friend of easy leisure, who doesn't give me in passing his obol, and later thinks to reproach it to me. He is my benefactor, but without any constraint. He has given me a small share of his goodwill in exchange for my zeal to please him, to instruct him, to help him forget the hours, to correct his little vices cheerfully, and to show him, without malice, his little absurdities. Such is indeed the supreme justice that an honest writer, a friend of order and its pleasures, can render. And this is where Mr. Fauvel's legitimate pride came from. Hardly had he cast his last glance at the fireplace ice when Gaston whispered, "Come quickly, or you will miss Mr. Romain. Do you see him there, walking, heading towards the shop of that great Paris hairstylist? There is his youth. He will come out frizzy, groomed, perfumed. They are preparing Monsieur's horse in the courtyard of the hotel with a harness adorned with a count's crown and amethyst pompons." Gaston laughed. The poet laughed too. Indeed, they saw the tilbury driven by Mr. Fauvel's groom pass by. Roman. 10 minutes later, Mr. Roman in person, with his hair flying, arose at his side, all his trinkets on display, hat tilted on his ear, entered straight as an candle, and greeted with wonder the astonished assistants down the avenue leading to Mrs. de Saint-Géron's doorstep. Joliboy's surprise, who wondered why the dogs, which had been barking so loudly, were now silent. Mr. Fauvel entered first, followed by his young companion, who was already starting to pale. He asked in a clear and concise voice to be introduced to Mrs. O. He stepped out of his car with imposing majesty. The way the double doors swung open, one could tell that this tall man was eagerly awaited. Here, the poet and the officer locked eyes. Our two young men, cane in hand, crossed the avenue, and, as the door opened, they found themselves in the antechamber, much to Mr. de Saint-Géron. And Jolibois, very embarrassed, stammered some excuses, saying that he was very angry, but that Madame was about to sit down to table with her friends, that the time for a visit was ill-chosen, and he requested these gentlemen to call again the following day at noon. Jolibois was not what is called an orator, but around him in this antechamber fluttered, light-footed and quick, a little girl in a pink bonnet, white apron, very spry and curious, the petite Bassbret, whom we had caught a glimpse of when she'd caught a glimpse of when she had caught a glimpse of when she accompanied her mistress to church. As soon as she cast upon the poet the keen and penetrating look of an intelligent girl, she recognized the original of the beautiful engraved portrait that her mistress had hung in its golden frame, in the most prominent place in her library. Romain, her conqueror, was holding with her. He had entered like a hurricane, gesticulating wildly while reciting a compliment copied from the Secretary of Lovers. "Ah, my God!" she exclaimed. "How pleased Madame will be. Enter, sir. You are at home." Then, without warning, and the Jolibois wondering if she was not mad, she opened the salon door wide. At that moment, the lady in question, sitting in an armchair, seemed overwhelmed by both the sadness of her current situation and the strange features Mr. Burke. She had judged him at a glance. Just by looking at him, she understood she would never belong to this beau. "Ah, beautiful lady," he had said, thanking the beautiful lady for encouraging his hopes so many times. He felt such joy deep within his soul, and without waiting for an answer, he made grand oaths while everyone listened, and in a low voice they whispered, "He is charming." However, God knows that the widow barely listened to the declarations of this pleurer. Even this dinner today, it was given specifically in honor of Mr. Romain. She never felt more alone and abandoned by her widowhood than at that moment, and how each of her supposed friends seemed to conspire against her rest. She was alone in the world. And yet, how to make and how to free oneself from these 1,000 embraces that have been gripping and pressing her from all sides for the past 3 months. Here is this great Roman, this spirit so highly praised. She had not called him, but she let him come. She suffered when they invited him in her name. A relative of her husband, who could have defended her, had fallen into the abyss of vice and misery. She kept him away from her with the favor of a pension payable in Paris. She too recognized that gentle face where intellect and goodness mingled in such a calm and perfect harmony. She would not have dreamed him more skilled and charming. At that very moment, she felt saved. So when Javada entered and said, "Madame, here is your cousin from Paris," the poor woman imagined it was her boarder, and, closing her eyes to not see him, she thought to herself, "This is when I reach the peak of humiliation." In short, the unfortunate one had more than enough to bear, and when good Fauvel approached her, taking in his hands her 2 beautiful hands that she seemed to be withdrawing, "Grant a glance of kindness to your ungrateful cousin who still loves you," she slowly opened her large eyes, filled with astonishment, surprise, and finally joy. Then at last she cast a glance at the young companion of this cousin, who had arrived with such appropriateness, and gave him a graceful salutation. "Allow me, my dear cousin, to introduce a young African friend of mine, a very brave man who knows by heart all my repertoire." She stood up triumphantly from her seat, smoothing the long folds of her dress, and with a light voice, "Ah, my dear cousin," she said, "you have taken your time, but you are most welcome." Her smile was bright, her eyes twinkling. She was one of those gentle and frail creatures who find happiness only in peace and quiet. And here is the reasoning I went through. This morning itself I thought, there will be 12 people at Mrs. de Saint-Géron's table. Thanks to my friend the lieutenant, will be 14. If needed, the small table will be set up, and all will be well. Everyone lent an ear to the words of the newcomer. Alone, in his corner, the great Roman was dismayed that the attention had shifted to this unfortunate cousin. Romain offered his arm to the lady in vain. "Learn, sir," said the poet, "that it is one of the privileges of my cousin to choose the guest at her right, and I advise her to offer her arm in the place of honor to her notary, M. Urbain." In vain did he struggle to resume the conversation which had broken in his hands. He had lost all credit. He felt the ground slipping away from under his feet. His best jokes were barely listened to. His good words, which everyone admired in confidence only an instant ago, were like blunted arrows, and when Joliboa, very restricted, very displeased, announced that Madame was served, Mr. Romain back in his place, and I knew you wouldn't abandon your dear cousin to so many treacherous counsels. And this time, Mrs. As for you, my officer, you would not ask for anything better than to conduct Miss Lore to the small table. At the same time, he offered his arm to a kind woman with a cheerful and happy face, who seemed quite content. She said, "Praise be, here is Mr. de Saint-Geran," surrounded as she was by that beautiful spirit who seemed to have adopted her, and that brave notary who loved her with all his heart. Happy also at the chirping of the small table, and completely forgetting about the handsome Romain, who no longer thought of anything but eating. The dinner was most enjoyable. She had already forgiven this almost innocent conjuration, which is easily explained by the boredom of a small town. Several incidents brightened up this meal that had started under sad auspices. During dessert, when champagne and Bordeaux wine were offered to these gentlemen. "No," said Mr. Fauvel, "let's not be unfaithful to the great Saint-Geran vintage. Javade will have the honor of pouring it into our glasses with her brown hand, and we will empty them to the health of my dear cousin. Nevertheless, to every lord his due respect. This close of Saint-Geran, which has raised such big storms in these lands, proclaimed by some and insulted by others, thanks to Mr. Romain over there, it will now be printed in the best catalogues of the best houses in Paris. Now, my cousin is rich, and if she takes a new husband, she can choose." The pleasant mood of the dessert carried over into the drawing-room. At the moment of the cigar, and while these gentlemen brought to the handsome Romain comforts he so greatly needed, the true friends of Mrs. de Saint-Geran looked at each other, all charmed by this adventure, and there, suddenly, the lady and her niece, the poet and the officer, the notary and the baroness are seized with a fit of laughter. They laughed with ease and contentment. They laughed with a hearty laugh of joy, good spirit, and even vengeance, for they were glad they had not feared Mr. Romain and his attacks for even a moment. In the meantime he entered the salon, and, seeing everyone in high spirits, asked what they had to laugh about, and the laughter started up again. There was no other explanation that night among the various actors of this small drama, and often since that day, which Mr. Fauvel remembered with a certain pride, he repeated that he had never encountered, not even in one of his comedies, pleasant and natural ending. He spent an entire month in a pavilion in the garden of Mrs. de Saint-Geran's house. He would wake up very early and go for walks far into the country, dreaming. The inhabitants of the house hardly saw him except at dinner-time, but he belonged to them all evening. He was simple and of good humor. To add, he was a good counselor. On the very day of his departure, he advised Mrs. de Saint-Geran to marry Mr. Urbain, the notary. He advised the young officer to return to Africa and earn the epaulettes of a captain. To Miss Lore, he advised waiting another 2 or 3 years for her turn to give her hand to Gaston. To Javade, he suggested wearing less short petticoats and laughing less at anyone who came, as it displeased the only son of Vintner Thomas. If he did not make this famous Roman a wise man, he made him modest enough not to dream of glory, majesty, and independence. He had already advised Jolibois to leave and seek fortune elsewhere. Not even Don Juan Romain came seeking counsel and comfort from the playwright, and he advised him to sell his tilbury and horse at a discount, renounce the Cossack pant, hussar boots, the wind-blown hat, the red scarf, commotion, and widows looking for marriage. He thus had the good fortune to understand, before his departure, that all his advice would be followed, and when he returned to Paris 3 months later, He had a proverb represented: a little help does great good, and the public faithful to its great good. Poet. Heartily applauded Roman, Javad, and Jolibois. Queen Marguerite. Anyone who wants to know the early beginnings of King Henry IV, the Bourbon king, who replaced the Valois on the throne of the kings of France, will take great care to inquire about the fate of his sister Catherine and his first wife, Marguerite d'Anjou. Catherine of Navarre, obeying her brother king, pushed fraternal devotion to its extreme limit. Forgetting herself and her fortune, she would have sacrificed everything to King Henry, except her conscience and her belief. They both paid dearly for the honor of belonging so closely to the conqueror of hers. Fortunately, the story of Catherine, a heroine, great courage, virtue, is no longer to be told. It is not long ago that Madame the Countess of Armaillet recounted this austere and charming life in the manner of a great writer, entirely absorbed in his subject. Princess Marguerite, the first wife of the King of Navarre, presents a complete contrast to Princess Catherine. And when, finally, through so many victories, conquests, and unforeseen accidents, the King of Navarre became the King of France, when he was the absolute master in his capital city, Paris, of Bar, had finally consoled herself for not having disposed of her hand according to her heart. She died, obscure and hidden away, and her ungrateful brother barely concerned himself with erecting a tomb to this admirable servant of his ineffable greatness. She possesses all the pride of the Valois house. She is magnificent, intelligent, and if her husband, the Béarnese, had wanted to make good use of this alliance with his fortune, he would have found near her a consolation, good advice, and illustrious and worthy assistance. But what? The Protestant king was wary of the Catholic Valois house. As a young man, he had suffered too much violence and too many insults not to bear resentment towards his young and charming wife. He could hardly forget that his name was on the red list of St. Bartholomew. That red paper said that first and foremost, the roots of Protestantism had to be uprooted, namely, the King of Navarre, Prince de Condé, Admiral Coligny. How? If Charles IX and Catherine de Medicis erased the name of their son-in-law and brother-in-law from their fatal list, it was by some kind of miracle. Thus, one would hardly find in all history a marriage concluded under more unfortunate auspices. Badly begun, it ended in a divorce. But having said this, we cannot help but cast a gentle and charmed eye on the infinite graces of this amiable and perfect beauty, the Queen of Navarre, and whenever we encounter her in the paths of history, we willingly contemplate this eloquent and beautiful princess, an ornament of the brilliant court where Queen Mary Stuart of Scotland was raised, who still felt the influence of the fine arts, poetry, and the splendors of the reign of Francis III. Crossing Paris, the victor of Lepanto, Don Juan of Austria, having gained entry to the Louvre during a ball, and seeing the Queen of Navarre walking with her brother, the King of France. "It is wrong to call her a queen," said Don Juan. "She is a goddess, and most fortunate would be the soldier who dies under her banner, serving her." "He who has not seen the Queen of Navarre has not seen the Louvre," exclaimed the Prince of Salerno. And the Polish ambassadors, when the young queen addressed them in that beautiful Latin which she spoke so well, to the great shame of all those French gentlemen who did not know a single word of Latin as nobles. "We have been mistaken," they said. "It is this beautiful head here that was meant to wear our crown." She was the enchantment of the Louvre and the honor of its feasts. When she departed for Navarre, to the kingdom of her husband, she suddenly eclipsed Princess Catherine, and this people, fairly poor and living frugally, could not tire of gazing at him. The magnificences of their queen, in a robe of silver cloth, with hanging sleeves and so richly coiffed with diamonds and pearls that one would have taken her for the Queen of Heaven. She invented the fashions worn by all the queens of Europe. She wore crimson velvet dresses from Spain, and fine bonnets adorned with jewels, face of serene whiteness, tall and magnificent, and wearing without fatigue or strain the finest frised and embroidered gold cloth, with an exalted and gentle grace at once. When she passed through the towns, the greatest of the city crowded around her to hear her golden mouth speak. At every harangue she responded with an improvised word, and everyone remained charmed by her courtesy. Brantome, a man-at-arms and friend of great captains, One can believe him when he speaks of the ladies of the French court. He knows them well, portrays them admirably. He applauds in their favor. He does not hesitate to weep over their misfortunes. Beside Brantome there was, to celebrate the Queen of Navarre, a poet, a great poet called Ronsard, friend of Joachim Dublet, the great Ronsard, as they said during the reign of Henry IV. And when Ronsard and Brantome, illuminated by the same beauties, met, they celebrated with fervor Madame Margaret. One must please Margaret's ear, and in her palace sing the honor she deserves. And it was, from poet to captain, that the lady sovereign would be sung best. But the Louvre was his true homeland, and in the early days of his marriage, there was no more beautiful spectacle than seeing the young King of Navarre signaling the feast and dancing the Spanish pavane, a dance where graceful beauty and majesty are a fine representation. But the eyes of all the hall could not be sated, nor sufficiently delighted by such a pleasant sight. For the steps were so well danced, the movements so sagely conducted, and the stops made in such a beautiful manner, one could not admire more the beautiful dancing style, or the majesty of stopping, representing at times a joyfulness, danced so well, with such graceful beauty and majesty, both to this brother king and to this sister queen. And as for me, I hold the same opinion, and have seen it danced by the queens of Spain and Scotland. The speaker is referring to themselves in the third person. Ronsard's verses were applauded by all the fine minds, and all the great lords of his time. The Cardinal of Lorraine, the Duke of Enghien, Lord Carnavalet, Guy de Chabot, Lord of Jarnac. For 20 years, on guitar and lute, young people, pages, maidens, the merchant in his shop, and the magistrate in his home sang Marguerite's song. In my heart is not written the rose, nor any other flower. It is you, fair Marguerite, by whom I have this color. There is nothing more rare and more charming than these memoirs among the sincere books that have come out of a woman's hand. The style is very vivid, the accent is very true. The first memory of the young princess is accompanying her sister, the Queen of Spain, to Bayonne, guided by their mother queen and King Charles IX, right into the arms of the terrible Philip II. Princess Marguerite was still a child, but she remembers every detail of the betrothal feast. In a vast meadow surrounded by dense forest, a dozen tables were served by milkmaids dressed in golden and satin garments, reflecting the diverse costumes from all provinces of France. Are you not she, whose eyes by a graceful glance have seized my spirit? Do, this amiable queen, as skilful as a woman of the world, and well worthy to have shared the food and education of the Queen of Scotland and the Queen of Spain, Elizabeth of Valois, the second wife of Philip II, had written, in the dark hours of Philip II, her life, at the moment when the most beautiful finally receives justice, a notebook containing the memories of her youth. He was obviously the favorite of the Queen Mother, and already very ambitious. They arrived from Bayonne on grand ships, accompanied by the music of the sea gods, and each group in its place. The Poitevin girls danced with bagpipes, the Provençal girls with cymbals, the Burgundian and Champagne girls with oboes, violas, and tambourines. The Breton girls danced their step dances and branles. At first, all went well in the world. A great rain suddenly stopped all the festivities. Upon returning from this beautiful journey, Princess Marguerite went to join her brother, Duke of Anjou, the favorite city of King Louis XII, at Plessis-les-Tours, who had already won 2 battles at the age of 16. He chose his sister Marguerite as a confidant. "Yes," she said, "and know, my brother, that while I am with Queen Mother, you will be there yourself, and I will only be there for you." Thus, at such a young age, she entered the secrets of state through the favor of the Queen Mother and the confidence of her brother. On the eve of this great day, the King of Navarre had lost his mother queen, and he mourned her, coming to the Louvre, accompanied by 800 gentlemen dressed in black, to ask the King of France for the hand of his sister Margaret. Soon ambassadors presented themselves to solicit the hand of the young princess. It came from Mr. de Guise. It came in the name of the King of Portugal. Finally, the name of the Prince of Navarre was mentioned. This last marriage was in the wishes of Catherine de Medici. They were betrothed that same evening, and 8 days later, these Béarnese, dressed in their most splendid attire, led the young queen, attired royally, gleaming with the jewels of the crown, and the grand blue mantle with a 4-yard train, carried by 3 princesses to the altar of Notre-Dame de Paris. The whole city was in festival, and crowds gathered on scaffolds erected from the diocese to Notre-Dame, adorned with gold cloth. At the door of the church, Cardinal Bourbon, the same Cardinal Bourbon who the League briefly made king under the name of Charles X, awaited the 2 spouses. Who would have thought that so much joy and magnificence would so quickly lead to the abominable crime of St. Bartholomew's Day? The Protestants had become the great concern of Queen Catherine de' Medici and King Charles IX. They were numerous, bold, well-commanded, hostile to the Catholics, and their defeat, in an instant, was decided. Evidently she sent her to her death. Shame forever on that fateful night, when the tolling of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois's bell, the wailing of the dying, the blood of the dead, and the cries of the butchers filled the city and the Louvre with chaos and disorder. All was cruelty, treachery, merciless traps. The young queen, unaware of these plots that were to ensnare her friends, supporters, and companions of King Navarre, her husband, only learned of these murders and vengeance through the tolling of the bell. She had spent her evening chatting about trivial matters with the Queen Mother and the king, the butcher of his people, without catching a warning or a glimmer of pity in their eyes. Or, when the Queen Mother, at the moment the fateful hour was about to strike, commanded her daughter to join her husband in his chamber. The murderers, showing no respect for the sister of the Catholic king, completed their horrible task under the eyes of the despairing Marguerite, and the blood of M. de Tegain stained the royal bed. "Don't go, my sister," said her younger sister, "or you are lost." "It must be," replied the Queen Mother. "Go, my daughter," and I, all transfixed and despairing, could not imagine what I had to fear. What a drama! And what was Catherine de' Medici's soul like? Barely asleep in deep security, the young couple heard knocks at their door with these cries. "Navarre! Navarre! An unfortunate gentleman from Béarn, who had followed the king to Paris." From Teguian, pierced by a halberd, the massacre had begun, and pursued by the assassins who sought to finish him off, he forced his way through the door of the chamber. Dangers that he felt impending, the unhappy gentleman, encircling the young queen with his supplicant arms. "Grace and mercy! Oh, madame, protect me!" he cried. One would think, however, that this terrible night of St. Bartholomew's, Queen Marguerite recounts it in her memoirs, with as little concern as the last ball given by her brother king. These great crimes have this particularly abominable aspect. One must be at a certain distance to grasp their full extent, yet, no matter how concise the writer of his own memoirs, the sequence of events unfolds, inevitable, and sometimes all thieves, more pressing as the historian has taken less time to prepare it. In the first days following the terrible massacre, Henry of Navarre had great difficulty saving his own life. He was a source of concern for his brother-in-law, an object of hatred for his mother-in-law. They wondered one another, amidst all these confusions, why they had spared the true leader of the Protestants. By what right did they allow him to live? They understood that soon the intrepid and valiant Captain Henry of Navarre would become the avenger of his co-legionaries, and their presage was not mistaken. In the midst of it all, King Charles IX, covered in the blood of his subjects, suddenly fell ill with an incurable and incomparable malady. He died slowly, under the terror and remorse. Not a moment's respite from his pain, and not a single instant's sleep. His soul, tortured, as sick as his body. In haste, Queen Catherine de' Medici called back her third son, the Duke of Anjou, who had gone to Poland in search of an ephemeral crown. Yet each day added to the torments of King Charles IX. He was alone, seized by the darkest forebodings, striving to understand, yet not comprehending that it was remorse that was killing him. He finally died, burdened with the execration of an entire people, and the King of Poland rushed to his aid in haste, like a criminal escaping from prison. The king and the ladies accepted all invitations from castles, monasteries, and even Italian bankers. He was received with open arms by the Queen Mother and the young Queen of Navarre, who came out to greet him in her golden carriage, adorned with yellow velvet and a silver cord. Then the festivities resumed. One would not have said that civil war was raging in this unfortunate kingdom. One went, in grand style, through Burgundy and Champagne terrains, and during these long journeys the most gallant gentlemen flocked around the young queen, while King Navarre was closely watched, without credit or authority, and bearing painfully but the yoke of the queen mother and the scorn of the new king. Queen Margaret recounted very well how King Navarre managed to escape from his persecutors. As we said, he was not without fear for his life. One evening, just before the king's supper, the King of Navarre, changing his cloak, enveloped himself in a sort of cowl, and passed through the Louvre gates unrecognized. He went on foot as far as the Saint-Honoré gate, where a carriage was waiting to take him to the ramparts. Mounting his horse, and followed by several of his men, he set off. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock, after their supper, that the king and queen noticed his absence, and had him sought for in every room. Obviously, he was not at the Louvre. He was searched for in the city, but no longer there. Finally, the king became worried and angry, ordering all his princes and lords to mount their horses and bring back Henry of Navarre, dead or alive, dead or alive. Several of these princes and lords replied that the commission was severe, and some, feigning a search, returned at daybreak. Behold Queen Margaret, in great distress over this husband who had not warned her. She weeps and laments, and her brother king threatens to give her guards. Out of revenge, he resolved to send armed men to the castle of Torigny, with orders to seize Lady Torigny, friend and cousin of Queen Margaret, and throw her into the river. These unbelievers, without any form of trial, seized the castle at midnight. They pillaged the manor, and when they had gorged themselves on meat and wine, they bound this wretched lady onto a horse to throw her into the river. 2 knights, friends of Queen Margaret, passed by at the same time, and seeing the treatment meted out to Lady Torigny, they rescued her and took her to the King of Navarre. At this news, the anger of the Queen Mother and her noble son knew no bounds. They demanded that Queen Marguerite be served as a hostage at least, and there she was, imprisoned and alone, with not a single friend to console her. There was, however, one devoted friend of her misfortunes, a true knight, Mr. de Crillon, who came to visit the captive every day, and not one of the guards dared refuse entry to this brave man. Nevertheless, the King of Navarre had reclaimed his kingdom. He attracted a great number of gentlemen with his good countenance and righteous cause. Henry III insisted, but the Queen Mother soon realized that the injustice she was heaping upon her own daughter was a great fault. He reunited with his small treasure, greatly enlarged by the savings of his sister Catherine, and as everyone advised him that it would have been wise to bring Queen Marguerite with him, he wrote her a beautiful letter in which he pleaded for her. Return with all his strength, placing his cause in her hands, and lamenting her captivity. She sent for me, Marguerite wrote in her memoirs, and said that she had arranged things peacefully, and that if I made a good agreement between the king and the King of Navarre, I would free her from a mortal torment that possessed her. She replied to her brother that she had already forgotten all her sorrows, and thanked him for immersing her in this solitude where she had understood the vanity of fortune. For these reasons, she asked me not to desire vengeance more than peace, because of the insult I had received. That the king was very sorry that she had seen him cry, and he would give me such satisfaction that I would be content. At the same time, Henry III knocked on the door of the young queen, and asked for her forgiveness with an abundance of beautiful words. However, when she asked permission to join, in Navarre, her husband who was calling her back, she only received refusals, the queen and king showing her that the King of Navarre had renounced the Catholic faith, that he was once again a Huguenot, and that he was more threatening than ever. This was the time when the States of Blois were opening, when Catholics organized the League, when the kingdom was ablaze. Civil war was approaching. It could be heard coming from all sides, and as Huguenots were threatened more, so did the Queen of Navarre solicit permission to join her husband. Oh, this was the most beautiful moment of her life, truly. She was eloquent in face of so many threats and dangers. I have resolved to exterminate this wretched religion that has done us so much harm, and you, who are a Catholic and a daughter of France, I will not expose you to the vengeance of these traitors. The more he spoke, the more he threatened, the greater the danger of escape across France, and the more determined the young queen was not to remain in a court where her husband's name was burdened with so many curses. At this opening, Henry of France was dazzled, and suddenly exclaimed, "O Queen, seek no further. You must go to the waters of Spa. You will say that the doctors prescribed them to you, that the time is right, and that I commanded you to go. But what to do, and how to become? How to escape from this daily surveillance? The young queen imagined herself being ordered, by the doctors, to spend a season at the waters of Spa, and the king, this time, consented to his sister's departure, with a back-of-the-mind thought of pleasing the Flamins and opportunely retaking Flanders from the King of Spain. Indeed, the Princess of Roche-sur-Yon has promised to accompany you. This is how that noble lord was duped in his ambition for Flanders. The Queen-Mother, on her part, at first saw only the advantage of this great conquest, and, without suspecting any hidden agenda from her daughter, she consented to her departure. She always had a hidden political project in reserve, so she warned the governor of Flanders for the King of Spain via a courier, requesting the necessary passports for this long journey. However, the governor of Flanders was none other than the famous Don Juan of Austria, Victor at Lepanto, and among his soldiers was the valiant and divine genius known as Michel de Cervantes. Thus, while the Queen-Mother and King went to Poitiers to seek Mr. de Mayenne's army, to lead it into Gascogne against King Navarre and the Huguenots, Queen Marguerite traveled in small days to these Flanders that she barely thought of conquering. The Queen-Mother, at that moment, recalled the awe of Don Juan of Austria upon seeing her daughter Marguerite, and how, right in the Louvre, he had compared her to the stars with a passionate Castilian fervor. "Go, my daughter, and think of France's constant interest," said the Queen-Mother, already in her mind envisioning Don Juan of Austria, offering at least the Bishop of Liège's domains to the beautiful traveler, where those gentle waters of Spa, still unknown salutary springs, were reserved for such great rank. Celebrity. She was accompanied on this beautiful journey by Mrs. Princess of La Roche-sur-Yon, Mrs. de Tournon, her lady-in-waiting, Mrs. de Mouy, from Picardy, Mrs. de Castellane de Melun, Miss Datry, Miss de Tournon, and 7 or 8 other young ladies from the finest houses. To this royal entourage had joined Mr. Cardinal de Senoncourt, Mr. Bishop of Langres, Mr. de Mouy, and finally the entire Queen's household, including the major domo and first butler, the pages, squires, and gentlemen, de La Roche-sur-Yon, and that of Mrs. B. The company was young and elegant. They made little progress in a day. They were welcomed and received all kinds of praise on their passage. I was traveling in a litter adorned with double velvet incarnadine from Spain, embroidered with gold, and carnadine from Spain, embroidered with gold, silk clouds, bearing a motto. This litter was entirely titled, and all the windows made at the expense, with 40 different devices on either the lining or the windows, in Spanish, Italian, about the sun and its effects. De Tournon, my lady-in-waiting, and 10 maidens on horseback with their governess, and 6 carriages or chariots, where the rest of her and my ladies and women went. Listen to this beautiful traveler. She will tell you that all this apparatus was made solely to increase the respect of peoples, and the admiration of foreigners. However, the towns on the route had great difficulty in providing proper hospitality to so many princes, princesses, or lords. The countryside was ruined from top to bottom, and the peasant, in his devastated fields, watching so much useless splendor pass by, wondered if he wasn't dreaming. Upon arriving at the border of Cambresis, the wandering princess encountered a gentleman sent by the Bishop of Cambrai. This gentleman announced that his master was coming, and indeed, the bishop appeared, accompanied by his retinue, dressed as Flemishmen, and much more like Spaniards than Frenchmen. Upon hearing of her journey, he rushed to meet the princess and waited for her at the gates of Cambrai, a great fortified city, one of the most beautiful in Christendom, thanks to its citadel and churches. I say, they boasted of being friends and representatives of Don Juan of Austria, one of the princess's greatest admirers before she became Queen of Navarre. From amidst the festivities at the Louvre and all the intrigues at the Valois court, Don Juan had only brought back the image and memory of Queen Marguerite. There was, on the same evening of this entry, a grand feast at the episcopal palace, a banquet followed by a great ball, the ball followed by a confiture snack. The young queen had, on that very evening, as her guide, the governor of the fortress. At that time, Cambrai still belonged to Spain, and it would have taken nothing more than a smile, a kind word, to seize this last stronghold of Spain and give France such a beautiful city. Marguerite would have gladly made this great sacrifice. At least, if she did not take the city, She had the great talent of knowing how it could be taken. She was concerned about its defenses. She wanted to know the number and depth of the moats, how the citadel was guarded, and what were its vulnerable sides. To all these questions, posed with an art worthy of Catherine de' Medici's best student, the governor of Cambrai, who wanted to please at any cost, condescended to answer. He granted nothing to the beautiful traveler, but he was not the kind of man to cede even an inch of ground in the lands belonging to Spain, and yet all these Flemish towns vied with each other in courtesy. They were much richer than the French towns, and known for their truly royal hospitality. He did more. He accepted the proposal made to him by the young queen to accompany her to Namur, and on this journey, which lasted no less than 12 days, she broke down any remaining resistance and pride in the governor's mind. Unfortunately, Don Juan kept a close watch on everything. In Valenciennes, Marguerite admired the fine squares, beautiful churches, and sparkling fountains. She and her entourage were amazed by the harmonious carillon of all these fine clocks, each of which sang its song in the gently joyful air. Flanders has always excelled in these recreational activities for an entire city. It was a competition to be the most hospitable for the princess, and the most beautiful Flemish women, familiar and cheerful that is their nature, rushed towards the stranger with so much grace and honesty that they kept her for 8 days. They mourned Count Egmont, beheaded along with Count Horn, as if they had been witnesses to his murder. These cruel memories disturbed their celebrations. But as soon as they acquired Queen Margaret, these mistreated countries forgot, for a moment, their cruel resentment. They loved the public parade, the gardens, the museums, and the party where everyone participated. They loved justice and gaiety. They hated Spain and the Spaniards. The name of Philip II and that of the worthy executor of his terrible wills, the Duke of Alba, rang in Flemish hearts like a guilt. When it came time for dessert, the young mother became concerned for her infant, and signaled that it be brought to her. The child was brought to her, swaddled as richly as the nurse was dressed. One of them, the chief of the city, fed her child with her own milk, and as she sat at the table next to Marguerite, the princess leisurely admired the beautiful Flemish woman and the dress she was wearing. She was dressed to delight, adorned with white gems and embroidery, with a Spanish hood of black golden toil, with bands of gold and silver canvas embroidery, and a bodice of white silver toil embroidered in gold. Thus attired, she was dazzling. But listen to the rest and the culmination of the feast. She placed him between us on the table, and freely allowed him to breastfeed. What would have been considered impoliteness towards another person, but she did it with so much grace and naivety, as all her actions were accompanied, that she received as many praises as the company of pleasure. If you like Flemish paintings, here is one traced by a master hand, with extreme elegance, and it is great pity that in these Flanders, fertile in great artists, thus these ladies spoke without fear, and conspired openly, not losing a sarabande, a song. The next day, Marguerite, before her departure, visited a beguinage, which is a kind of convent, composed of many small houses, in which young maidens are raised by wise nuns. They wear veils until vespers, and as soon as vespers are said, they dress in their most beautiful attire, and go into the greatest society, where they find their place well. Or, Queen Margaret, having tamed the governor of Cambrai, easily overcome the ladies of Mans. "How then," she told them, "can you not love us, finding all of you French?" "Alas," these ladies answered, "we were French once. We know France as well as the French. We regret it, we cry for it, but the Spaniards are the strongest. Say this, madam, to your brother, the King of France, so that he may come to our aid, and tell him that if he takes one step, we will take two, for we are most willing to acknowledge and salute his crown." In the end they had to part, and Marguerite, in recognition of such liberal hospitality, distributed various gifts to the ladies who had received her so well. Many chains, collars, bracelets, jewels, so much so that she was accompanied part way to Namur, where one of the oldest court officials at Philip II's court was in command. On the outskirts of Namur, Don Juan of Austria appeared, accompanied by the most distinguished lords from the Spanish court, and a large suite of officers and gentlemen from his household, among whom was Ludovic de Gonzaga, a relative of the Duke of Mantua. He dismounted to greet the illustrious traveler, and when the procession continued on its way, he rode alongside the royal litter. The whole city of Namur was illuminated. Not a window where beautiful Frenchwomen could not read a motto in praise of their queen. A true palace had been prepared to receive her, and every apartment was draped in the most rich tapestries of velvet, satin, or silver cloth adorned with embroidery, depicting figures dressed in ancient attire. One would have thought these wonders belonged to a great king, rather than a young prince to be married, such as Don Juan of Austria. Note that the most opulent magnificence had been reserved for the hanging of the queen's bedroom. There she saw admirably portrayed the victory of Lepanto, an honor to Don Juan. After a good night where the enchantments of this journey appeared in her dreams, the queen rose and, having finished her toilette, went to hear a musically performed mass in the Spanish style, with violins, violas da gamba, and trumpets. Following the mass, there was a grand feast. Margaret and Don Juan sat at a separate table, the entire assembly in magnificent attire. Ladies and gentlemen dined at separate tables from the royal table, and one saw Louis of Gonzaga on his knees before Don Juan, serving him to drink. Ah! Such was the pride and splendor of these Spanish princes that even illegitimate princes were treated like kings. Thus 2 days passed in night-and-day festivities, while the boats were prepared that, through the gentle river Meuse, a succession of pleasant landscapes were to convey the Queen of Navarre to Liège. She walked up to the shore, on a carpet with Don Juan's arms. The boat that received her was similar to Cleopatra's galley, in the fabulous time of the Egyptian queen. Around this rich boat, which the river carried away reluctantly, pressed light boats, all filled with musicians and singers who sang their most beautiful songs, accompanied by guitars and oboes. In these hospitable, clear, and bright waves, where the sun shone with its brightest radiance, an island, in the form of a temple but supported by 1,000 columns, suddenly halted this brilliant spectacle. Then the dances and feasts resumed with renewed vigor, and thus they arrived in Liège, where Monsignor the Bishop had given orders to receive the guests of Don Juan of Austria dignally. But barely having arrived in this hospitable city, Marguerite was hit like a storm. It seemed as if a flood had been unleashed on the shore and in the streets, and fear was so great that Miss de Tournon, one of the maidens in attendance, not the least beautiful or charming, died from exhaustion and terror. It is very true, no joy here below without mixture. Each must pay their turn for the prosperity of their journey, and it was a great sorrow for Marguerite. She stayed 3 days locked up in her home, but after she had properly wept for her dear companion, she agreed that the Bishop of Liège could come to greet her in the house he had prepared for her reception. This bishop was a sovereign prince, with a good appearance and well-built body. He wore the crown and mitre, the scepter and sword, or pastoral staff in the most pleasing manner. He was magnificent in everything, and walked surrounded by a chapter so distinguished that even the youngest canons were sons of dukes, counts, and great lords, as one would only see in the great churches of the canon counts of Lyon. He was a great lover of gardens. His gardens were filled with statues. After 3 days of truly royal festivities, the young queen finally thought about taking the path to Spa. Each of the canons of Liège lived in a palace in one of these wide streets, or on one of these beautiful squares decorated with fountains. The episcopal palace was a Louvre, where the prince-bishop had gathered masterpieces of the Flemish school and the most beautiful paintings of the Italian school. A local blacksmith had discovered, through his own experience, the virtue of these salutary waters. Spa, which is now a neatly arranged and pleasure-built town, a famous and charming place. The summer party hotspot, a spring where everyone chats, a forest where everything sings, was not at that time much more than a wild and nameless place, consisting of 2 or 3 shacks where water-drinkers barely found shelter. He had celebrated them with all his might, but how to sleep under the open star? And behold, this happy city of Spa, the favorite city of Belgium, has carefully preserved in its annals the memory of Queen Marguerite. Centuries later, to request a few hours of sleep and refreshment from the Pohon spring. But given the miserable state of this country in this Ardennes forest, where wolves had made their home, an episcopal gentleman as gallant and well-educated as the Bishop of Liège could not allow a Queen of Navarre in such excellent company. 2. Accept the obstacles, perils, isolation, and troubles of these sad regions. Queen Margaret and Princess of La Roche-sur-Yon, who were not very fond of Elegian rural idyll, soon consented to the proposal made by His Grace MDR, the Bishop of Liège. In vain the magnificence of these ancient woods, the enchanting murmur of these crystal streams, the mysterious flow of these charming waves, full of fertility, health, and hope, attracted their infinite charm to these beautiful travelers, the grace and adornment of the House of Valois. He proposed that these ladies, once or twice a week, would go horseback to quench their thirst at the clear fountains, and that, for the rest of the time, the fountain itself would go to meet the water drinkers. She was invited to some feast every day. After dinner, she would attend vespers in some religious house, then music and dance. As soon as the news spread of the stay of these French ladies, one saw the most qualified ladies come rushing to Liège, from the borders of Flanders, and even from deep in Germany. And these meetings, all full of honor and joy, left such a memory in the province that it still remembers them. Thus, Queen Marguerite forgot the sudden death of this dear Miss de Tournon, her gentle companion. And this young body, as unhappy as innocent and glorious, was brought back to her homeland on a white sheet covered with flowers. Every morning, when she went to spa, or drank the waters in the episcopal gardens, which waters want to be troubled, and walked upon while saying joyful things, the queen went with good company. So it was necessary to leave again, but in just 6 weeks what changes in the province! It was on fire and blood. The gallant Don Juan of Austria had seized Namur and the best lords of the province. Then a great conflict between the Catholics of Flanders and the Huguenots of Prince William of Orange. Yet necessarily, it was necessary to cross all this brawl, in danger of being taken by one or the other party. Once again, the Bishop of Liège appeared. He protected, until the end, the ladies whom he had been the assiduous host. He gave them, to accompany them, his Grand Master and his horses. But those damned scoundrels were completely lacking in courtesy. They denied the Bishop of Liège the right to sign passports, cry out, to arms, on the passage of the Queen, to the same places where once they cried, "Long live the Queen!" These very city gates which opened before her upon her arrival closed brusquely at her return. However, nothing stopped the young queen. She knew how to speak, and spoke to the crowd, calming this one, smiling at that one, also worried about the Germans, the Spaniards, the Huguenots, his fiancée, Dot. The hospitable town welcomed the fugitive, and soon in Saint-Denis itself, on the threshold of the great basilica where Abbot Suger had left so many memories, the king, the queen, and all the French court hastened to greet Madame Marguerite. The trials of the journey. And yet the lady had resolved to join in haste the court of Navarre, but not without having saluted her brother, the King of France. Leaving there her litter, she mounts a horse and sets off, by devious paths, to knock at the gates of Cambrai. They made her tell, God knows, all the wonders of her journey, and when she saw her brother king in such good spirits, she asked permission to finally join her husband king, begging him to provide a dowry for her, and quickly, as she was eager to, return to her rightful place. For 6 long months she renewed her prayer. "Wait," said the Queen Mother, "and let's be patient," said the king. He was suspicious of everyone, and when his sister asked where these fears and doubts came from, he seriously replied that mere mortals had no right to question kings, nor gods, about the reasons for their decisions, or, all these commotions always ended with this absolute order: "My daughter, go prepare for supper and the ball." Since the King of Navarre had escaped from the Louvre's doors were guarded so curiously that not a single person passed through its threshold without being examined in the face. So when, after 6 months of patience and broken promises, the young queen decided to escape from the Louvre, she secretly received a rope that descended from her window into the castle's moat, and on a dark night, when the king was not having supper and the Queen Mother was alone in her small room, Queen Margaret got into bed surrounded by her ladies-in-waiting, and immediately after they left, she was going to descend at any risk. Fortunately, a castle supervisor stopped this beautiful flight, and the mother queen, touched at last by so much obstinacy, consented to provide for her daughter and return her to her husband, on condition that she would maintain peace between the 2 kingdoms. In these grand days the castle doors had to be closed, So great were the Catholic desires of the region to attend the holy sacrifice, from which they had been deprived for so long. Ah, how freely she breathed when she saw the King of Navarre come running towards her, accompanied by the lords and gentlemen of the Gascon religion. Thus, both went to short visits at the castle of Pau, in Béarn, full of reformed religion, and it was barely possible for Queen Marguerite to obtain permission to hear Mass with 4 or 5 Catholics. There was, however, a parliament in Pau, but it was a Huguenot parliament, which sided against the Queen when she complained of her husband-king's procedures. Thus, fanaticism and cruelty on both sides. Indeed, one could not believe to what extent the Béarnese pushed rigor, to chase his unhappy Catholic subjects with halberds for having attended their Queen's Mass. It was indeed worth coming from so far. He endured his young wife's presence with difficulty, and eventually sent her to Nerac, where she met her beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted sister-in-law, Princess Catherine, a friend and confidant of her brother king. Catherine was a great soul, affable and just, loving freedom of conscience as much as she loved good company. One could make a charming account of these 2 courts in Nerac, of these 2 religions living side by side with all courtesy. It seemed like a fairy tale. But what? These hatreds were only asleep. The civil and religious war was barely hidden under burning ashes. Marshal Biron, at the head of the king's Catholic soldiers, was taking from the Huguenot king the best places in his kingdom of Navarre. And every Sunday, after the sermon, after Mass, Huguenots and Catholics would walk together, hand in hand, through a very beautiful garden, along long alleys of laurels and cypresses, by the side of a lovely river, and in the evening these ladies and gentlemen, united by the religion of pleasure, would dance together. "Ah, sir," wrote Queen Marguerite to the King of France, "hold back Marshal Biron, spare our little court of Nerac, command your captains to respect my beautiful sister, Madame Catherine." Henry of Navarre and Marshal Biron fought all day every day. The canons struggled to respect the castle in which all these beautiful youths had taken refuge. Moreover, it was not the French king's intention to grant peace to the King of Navarre, who, by the way, did not ask for it much. Thus, each day diminished Madame Marguerite's friendship and good memories of her brother king, while her husband king forgot his young wife. Alas, King Charles IX had indeed said, "By giving my sister Margot to the Prince of Béarn, I give her to the most unfaithful of all men." Catherine believed in her brother's destiny. She saw nothing more rare and greater than her courage. She dedicated her entire life to the rising grandeur of this Bourbon house, which the betrayal of the Connétable de Bourbon had reduced to such miserable proportions. Thus, Catherine of Navarre died in penance, boasting of having contributed so much to the establishment of the French monarchy. On the contrary, Margaret is an obstacle to her master and lord's grand plans, marching towards the conquest of the Kingdom of France. Nevertheless, the new King of France aspired to the happiness of a regular marriage. He had decided that he would leave his scepter to legitimate heirs, and he ordered, more than he requested, a divorce that had become necessary. Alas! At this moment Queen Margaret finally understood into what abyss she had fallen. At a time when the Béarnese needed all his strength, she sought to compose a small kingdom for her personal use, and when finally Paris opened its gates to the victorious king, when he returned to the Catholic Church, the king in vain searched for his queen companion. France had already forgotten her. She was Valois, all of France was Bourbon. His heart was good, as much as his soul was great. At the moment of parting from this wife whom he had taken, radiant and superb, in his 18th year, amidst various feasts and dangers, on the eve of she experienced the full weight of her sorrow, and the incomparable majesty of this crown, which was to be once again the first among all the crowns of Europe. And so profound did this fall appear to the eyes of the entire world, that when the unfortunate queen consented to the divorce, Henry IV was the first to show her compassion. Bartholomew's Day. Of infamous memory, he suddenly relived all his past youth. So much grace, devotion, and charm came back to him, and he broke down in tears over the ruins of this marriage accepted under such sad omens. "Oh, unhappy Marguerite," he cried, "it was therefore necessary that we should come to this separation, after having shared so many dangers, so many illustrious adventures, and such beautiful days. And I bear witness here to God himself. He did not only want her to be Queen of France by my side, but she refused to obey and serve me. Yet see the inconsistency and change in a futile and whimsical mind. As soon as she had renounced the hopes of such a beautiful throne, Queen Margaret felt an irresistible desire to revisit France and Paris, and that great king who was no longer her husband. In vain her counselors told her, "Beware, you must not displease the king, your master. Wait for his order and keep your distance." She obeyed only her passion of the moment, and without permission from her master the king, she made a royal entry in Paris. She was still beautiful, and the whole city, upon her return, recognized that beauty which they had once loved. She would have struck the doors of the Louvre of kings, her ancestors. She did not go so far. She had built, with a rare foresight, a beautiful house on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of magnificent gardens, and in this house made for her use, she had gathered, curious and knowledgeable in all things, wonders of these singular arts, the last expression of King Henry III's taste. Hardly settled in this charming place, Queen Margaret had a brilliant court, not so much soldiers and captains, those were pressing around the bare knees, but beautiful spirits, poets, historians, talkers, drawn by the grace and enchantment of this lovable, deposed queen. One of the earliest to arrive was King Henry IV. He enjoyed these brilliant fetes. He relished these carefully orchestrated surprises. He said that all the effort was at the Louvre, and all the joy was at Queen Marguerite's. She had the great art of pleasing. She charmed even without trying. Henry IV found her charming now that he was no longer her husband. Mr. de Sully, more prudent, resisted these beautiful graces, and when the Queen complained of the coldness of the First Minister, "He finds you a bit frugal." "We Valois," said the Queen with her proud head raised, "love spending and are prodigal." "We Bourbons," responded the King, "love economy and are miserly." He thought he was laughing. He said justly, "These princes of the House of Valois were splendid in all things, except what concerned them personally. The princes of the House of Bourbon smelled of frugality." She had this great merit, being the daughter of a bloodthirsty queen, and so close to King Charles IX, to be good and merciful. She instinctively hated all these state crimes that she had foreseen in these shadows, and in these bloody festivals. Henry, for her, was prodigal. One could see that he could hardly do without this delightful meeting place of beautiful conversations, intimate parties, music, and all the arts. Thus, by a rare good fortune, the very faults of Queen Margaret of Navarre ultimately contributed to her glory. More than once, this great King Henry, as he was at the height of prosperity and glory, happy everywhere, less so in his household, went to knock on the door of his first wife, pleading with her to bring him back to those early days filled with dawn and hope. Ah, those were the good times. They were poor, facing the suspicions of a jealous king, an imperious queen, and an implacable mother. They had witnessed, in a night of terror, the massacre of all their friends. With great difficulty they escaped from this Louvre that was made into a prison for them, leading a wandering life through 1,000 dangers. It was in the ancient metropolis of Saint-Denis that this august ceremony took place. There one saw the entire court in its most magnificent attire. The Cardinal of Joyeuse had the honor of placing the crown of France on the head of this future grandmother of Louis XIV. She first made some resistance, and soon, if vivid was her belief in her own beauty, she received the invitation from her master king with a smile, and one saw old men of 100 years later told Cardinal Richelieu the crowd, attentive to these great ceremonies of a coronation and sacrament, forget the reigning queen for the disgraced queen. Such were their conversations at every encounter, and always they would end by saying, "Ah, those were the good times." If Henry could, for some reason, regret his first wife, it was difficult nonetheless to find fault with the time that the horrors of civil war, under the last Valois, had so terribly spoiled. When in 1610 Queen Marie de Médicis requested the honors of the sacrament, King Henry IV went to Marguerite, and by so many prayers and good words, he obtained from the divorced woman that she would attend the coronation of the queen. The queen had Monseigneur the Dauphin to her right, and Madame, the king's daughter, to her left. The train of the royal robe was carried by the Princess of Montpensier, the Princess of Condé, the Princess of Conti, the Duke of Vendôme holding the scepter, and the Knight of Vendôme, the hand of justice. The next day, May 14th, 1610, Henry the Great, the only king whose memory the people have preserved, fell under Ravelac's knife. The world wept for this great man. In the midst of universal despair, Queen Marguerite stood out by her profound and genuine sorrow. The king, from a tribune, attended this celebration. All eyes at once turned to the divorced queen. She seemed crowned. She carried a fan like a scepter, and when she crossed this illustrious basilica of Saint-Denis, the entire people bowed before this brilliant and serene shadow of the House of Valois. The sacred and legitimate queen, Marie de Médicis herself, shed less sincere tears over the demise of this hero, to whom she was not worthy. Finally, 5 years after the king's death, the desolate and repentant Marguerite de Navarre, they all ended with a Christian death, gave her soul back to God on March 27, 1615. Table of contents all for the best: the Spaniel schoolmaster, Miss de Malboissière, Miss de Launay-Zemire, Versailles, the poet on travel, Queen Marguerite. At an age of 63, she had preserved this beautiful face, where all the majesties of human life and all the joys of youth, united with the fair spirit, had left their gentle and serious imprint. She was buried in Saint-Denis, in the king's tomb.